Today I'm going to chat a little bit about a book I wrote a number of years ago, actually a lot of years ago, from the original version of it. I had the idea to write a story that included some of my grandkids in Hawaii. Obviously, it's been a lot of years past. She's twice the age she was when I made my first attempt at writing this story. I can say it's kind of inspired by some elements of my grandkids who live in Hawaii, but other than that, there's no other resemblance. The story began with the idea of a portal fantasy where we had a regular girl and a girl in a magical dimension who were doppelgangers, but that those doppelgangers were also linked together. They were connected, so when one died in their world, the one in our world died. And at the time, my granddaughter was 12. I made the attempt. It didn't really go the way I wanted to, so I gave it a try the following year, and I made a suggestion to her that maybe we should make her older and make her 16. And by this time she was 12, and she was like, "Oh, that would be too embarrassing. No, we can't do that." And I said, "But there could be kissing." And she goes, "Oh, do it, do it." So I went ahead and gave it a try again. The story worked much better this time. But it was something that I kept working at. As an author, I have built an expectation in my readers for a certain type of romance, and clean romance, and that hasn't changed in this story. The character in the most current version, the final version, is actually 18 or going on 18, and the male love interest is a year older, having been kept back for health issues, and they're graduating, getting ready to graduate at the same time. As an author, you build up a certain expectation in your readers. And I did write the Twickenham series, which is a Victorian era time travel. And a lot of my readers struggle even with the small amount of fantasy that is in those stories. That's not their thing. Because of that, I have decided to release this under a pen name of Ray Kinsley. The book is still a lot of fun with two worlds, fish out of water thing where you've got a rebellious princess pulled into Hawaiian life, high school life, and a girl without magic suddenly tossed into a world where people have to think she's this rebellious princess, but she has no magic, but everybody around her does. And there's conspiracies and all kinds of stuff. It was a fun stretch because it requires two plot lines that are still kind of connected. And I just hope you enjoy it. So here is A Dangerous Reflection.
A Dangerous Reflection. Orthedale Portal Fantasies, Book 1. By Donna K. Weaver. Writing as Ray Kinsley. Narrated by Ava AI. Chapter 1. Kauai. Lily McGregor surveyed the stream of students spilling from the confines of the high school doors into the tropical air. One more agonizing month, and she would escape this stifling place. Just thinking about it made her heart pound, each beat echoing her anticipation like the rhythmic slap of a hula dancer's feet. Hoisting her backpack over her shoulder, she plunged into the current of bodies, shivering at the change from air-conditioned chill to the humid island air. Lily navigated her way through the crowd to the spotty shade of a plumeria tree. Yes, she couldn't wait to be done with this place. But the prospect of college in the fall ignited a fiery mix of exhilaration and dread in Lily's belly. The mere thought brought on so much nervous energy, she had to tap a foot to shake it off. Her dad had assured her college would be better than high school. But what if her shyness kept her from competing well with the higher-level music students? In a perfect world, she would someday perform in a Broadway musical. It would never happen if she missed out on the best roles because she was seen as too meek.
Of course, Meg's late again.
Andy Kellen's familiar voice said from behind, his deep voice a mixture of teasing and brotherly irritation. And here was someone else to fire up Lily's nervous energy, but she didn't dare let him see her response to him. Taking a deep breath, she willed her stupid heart to settle down. She glanced over her shoulder at him, forcing her expression to turn into what her father liked to call her poker face. Lily had often wondered how different her high school years would have been if Andy hadn't broken his leg as a freshman. The bad break and subsequent infection had almost killed him. Rather than stress about keeping up with school during his recovery, he and his parents had chosen to hold him back a year. It had been fun having Andy in the same grades as Lily and Meg. He and his sister were two of Lily's best friends. Then Andy had changed 6 months ago. No, that wasn't fair. She had changed. One night at a beach bonfire, he'd morphed right before her eyes. 1 minute, his sun-streaked sandy hair and tan surfer bod had been something she'd teased him about because of the flirtatious vacation girls who always tried to get his attention. The next minute, it had been Lily's heart he'd set aflutter. That day, she had been grateful for her shyness. Seriously, there ought to be a law or something against crushing on the brothers of best friends. Meg had also taken to watching them interact a little too closely for Lily's comfort. As tempting as it might be to say something to him about her feelings, those words would ruin everything between them. Don't diss your sister. She's the best. Andy stepped beside Lily, and she pretended to elbow him over the jibe at Meg. He responded with a mock grunt.
Hey, it's my job to keep her humble.
Humble? Her jaw tight, Lily tried to jab him in the ribs for real. You arrogant.
Oh, is that temper?
Grinning, Andy caught her arm, his expression alive with interest.
This is new.
It is not. Even as Lily tried to jerk herself free, she knew it was a wasted effort. She'd helped him practice for a few of his martial arts tests by trying to attack him. Trying. Not only was he taller and stronger, but he had wicked skills. She'd known no one with reflexes as fast as Andy's. Andy tightened his grip and grabbed her other hand, pinning her back against his chest. She breathed in the mild scent she always associated with him, the sun and a mingling of his aftershave. While his hold remained firm, she sensed that if she pulled away, he would let her go.
Lily going all feisty in public,
He whispered, his mouth close to her ear.
I like it.
His warm breath sent a shiver down her spine. The sense of intimacy surprised her. Andy only acted like this in her dreams. Hello, Meg said from behind them. With a start, Lily tried to pull away. Andy loosened his hold, but his hand lingered on hers as he turned them both to face his sister. With his skin still warm on hers, Lily didn't know what to do. Stupid shyness gripped her. Should she move away? Or curl her fingers around his like she wanted to? But then Andy released her hand, and the opportunity slipped away. Why did she have to freeze up? Dad said you had to drive me home, not get cozy with my friends. Meg's teasing tone seemed at odds with the expectant glance she exchanged with her brother. He shrugged, and the corner of his mouth twitched like he was trying not to smile. Did Meg know something? Had Andy just been pranking Lily? Her mood sank but lifted right away. No, she was being paranoid. If nothing else, he was her friend. She trusted that. Their little moment might have given her a thrill, but he had meant nothing by it. It was just flirty Andy being Andy. Right?
My pardon, Lady Meg.
He bowed to his sister and then to Lily.
To your chariot, Princess Lily.
His arm flowed in a complicated gesture which ended up pointing toward the school parking lot.
We must tarry not, for Sir Jack and Lady Sarah waiteth.
Oh, good. Meg pulled on Lily's sleeve. Jack promised to help me. She'd almost forgotten Andy had offered to give her younger brother and sister rides today, too. Tall, his blonde curls tousled by the breeze, Jack leaned against the Jeep, messing with his phone. Meg called his name, and he stuffed it in his pocket and opened the Jeep's back door with a flourish. Nearly 3 years younger than Lily and a brainiac, he was still more socially adept than she was. It wasn't fair. Put Lily on stage, and she could play any role. Real life, and she choked. When her brother climbed into the back seat, Lily frowned. It made sense Jack would sit back there if he needed to help Meg. Still, her brother usually took shotgun. Lily glanced at the empty front passenger seat and Andy, who held the door open, watching her as he waited. For her. Meg's expression had turned smug. Suspicious, Lily held back. Her friend shot her a "can you be this stupid" look and nodded toward her brother and the door.
You getting in, or have you decided to walk home?
Andy asked, now unsure. Feeling like an idiot for making such a big deal out of it, Lily ducked her face under her hair. She tossed her backpack to the floor of the Jeep and clambered into the front. She'd never been self-conscious around him when she'd only thought of Andy as a friend. He got into the Jeep on his side. Lily lifted her backpack onto her lap, unzipped a flap, and removed a small box. She opened the lid and smiled at the pale, almost translucent green stone of the necklace. It had turned out even prettier than she'd hoped. A glint of sunlight struck the stone and flashed into her eyes. She closed them, and an afterimage in the shape of a woman with long, flowing hair appeared on the edge of her vision. Slowly, it grew larger and more central, as though Lily had zoomed in on a picture, except she still couldn't make out a face. Andy touched her hand. Lily startled, and the image blinked away. What had just happened with the stone? Freaky.
You sure are jumpy today.
He pointed to the box.
What's that?
It's for Nana. She turns 90 tomorrow. Lily tilted the box in his direction. I found it when my family hiked to Hanakapi Falls last summer. Lily didn't mention the odd tug which had drawn her to it. Under normal circumstances, she would never have dared to reach her hand into a small, dark lava tube little bigger than her arm. She shivered at the memory and pulled back her thoughts. I assumed it was a large Hawaiian diamond.
Pele's tears.
Andy edged the Jeep forward. Mrs. Mahikawa's husband works with stones and said no. It's like nothing he's ever seen before. Didn't he do a great job of cutting it? And he wouldn't charge me for it.
It's pretty. And different.
Andy eased into traffic.
I like how you're so close to your great-grandmother. None of mine are still alive.
That makes me sad for you. We're lucky to still have her. Lily knew from experience how quickly that could change. Swallowing against the tightness in her throat, she returned the lid to the box and slid it in the backpack. From the corner of her eye, she watched Andy's t-shirt pull against the lean muscles of his tanned arms. It reminded her of how good it had felt when he had wrapped her in them earlier. She would be so glad when she got over this crush. He must think she'd gone all weird. Andy pulled up to the middle school to pick up Sarah. Lily's sister, her backpack slung over one shoulder, long blonde curls flying behind her, ran over. She scrambled into the back. Meg, who planned to attend cosmetology school in the fall, immediately went to work on Sarah's hair.
We have to stop at our house first,
Andy said, pulling into traffic again.
Mom texted this morning. She forgot to remind us to bring the casserole dish with us.
A flash of worry crossed his face. He said nothing, and Lily didn't ask. His mother had been suffering from debilitating migraines for almost a year now, so often she had lost her job from missing so much time. It's okay, Lily said. You can bring it tomorrow.
Mom said to do it today. Besides, my unit's doing a service project after school tomorrow. You guys are on your own to get home.
Lily wondered if she would get to see him before he left on the field trip. She loved how he looked in his core uniform for the Junior Naval Reserve Officer training.
You could stay for dinner tonight.
He said, the steering wheel seeming to fascinate him.
We could do homework after.
Oh, you're so romantic, Andy, Meg said.
Shut up.
He glared into the rearview mirror. Hardly able to catch her breath, Lily tried to calm her thoughts. From behind her, she could almost feel 3 pairs of eyes boring into the back of her head. She frequently spent evenings at the Kellen home studying with them, but this felt different. Had Andy meant he wanted to spend the evening with her? Only her? For a second, a little thrill went through her, but it crashed away like the surf, taking away her momentary happiness. Lily's heart sank. I'm supposed to go out with Nana tonight. We've been planning it for a week.
Oh, okay.
He glanced to the left before he turned the Jeep and gave his attention to driving. Just like that.
Oh, okay.
Lily really had to quit obsessing about him. It made her read things into casual comments. She had plenty of other things to keep her mind busy, like if she would get the role she'd auditioned for at the local theater, or the job she had applied for at a nearby music store. She was so done taking orders for fast food. When they pulled in front of the Kellens' home, Andy hopped out, saying,
I'll grab the dish.
Hey, Meg tapped Lily's shoulder. Give Nana a hug for me. Is she excited about her birthday? She says we shouldn't do anything special for it, Sarah chimed in from the back seat. You know, Nana, we're lucky she agreed to have a cake. Lily heaved out a frustrated breath. She told us it's time to quit counting. The screen door swung open, and Andy bounded out of his house carrying a glass dish. You need to convince her, then. Meg hopped out of the Jeep. You never know when it could be her last one.
Here you go.
Andy handed the dish to Lily before jogging around the Jeep and vaulting over the door into the driver's seat. Lily glanced in the rearview mirror. Jack had his phone out, playing a game, and Sarah was reading something on her tablet. With them in the back and Meg watching from the porch, shyness kept Lily silent. She didn't dare look at Andy, wishing she understood what the undercurrents between them meant. There was too much not being said. It confused her and made everything even more uncomfortable. Ugh. The stupid crush just had to stop. Until the last couple of months, Meg and Andy had always been trying to set Lily up with different guys. She'd tried to be a good sport about their efforts and gone along with the simple requirement that they be group dates. None had gone anywhere. Not once, in 3 years of high school, had she liked a guy who liked her back. Lily thought back to Andy's invitation to come for dinner and to study. He'd been nervous when he'd asked her. She knew him well enough to recognize it. Dared she hope he might like her? Like her? And what if he did? They would graduate in another month. He wanted badly to move to the mainland for college, but his family couldn't afford the cost of tuition and lodging. She knew Andy. One way or another, Andy would figure a way to get off island. When it happened, Lily would continue with her own goals. But how much sweeter it would be if Andy were part of them.
You okay, Lily? He asked.
The almost tender concern in his voice kept her mute. What if he did like her? What if he didn't? What if? Andy hunched his shoulders and glanced in the rearview mirror at her siblings. He pulled a frustrated face. He liked them, so why did them being there bother him today? Are you okay? Lily asked, concerned. At her words, Andy's expression lifted, and he sent her a quick glance.
She speaks.
He grinned, as though by simply responding she had lifted his mood. Until her stupid crush, she'd been able to do that for him. He was usually a positive guy, but sometimes concern for his family got him down. A teasing comment or some sincere concern from her about his tough home life usually lifted his spirits on those rare occasions. Andy finally pulled up to her house. With a quick, thanks for the ride, Jack and Sarah hopped out and hurried into the house. Yeah, thanks for the ride. Lily picked up her backpack and the glass dish.
Wait.
He reached out his arm and stayed her hand on the door. His expression had turned so intense she dropped her gaze to his neck. The tan skin was darker than normal. She blinked. Was he blushing?
Lily, will you please look at me?
His Adam's apple shifted with a swallow, the kind she'd only seen when he was nervous. She did look up then and met his gaze. Andy swallowed again, and the darkness on the skin of his neck spread up to his cheeks.
Meg says you like.
A minivan approached, and he snapped his mouth shut, the frustrated expression returning. Lily's father pulled into the driveway. He was in his work car, so he must have just gotten back from a life flight call. Andy muttered something under his breath that she couldn't make out. What had Meg told him about Lily? Did he have bad news for her? Had he found a way to go to school on the mainland like he wanted?
I'd say I'll call you tonight, but you'll be with Nana,
He said.
but we have to talk.
Can't you just tell me now? Lily didn't want to worry about it all night.
Not with an audience.
He put on a bright smile and said more loudly,
Hey, Mr. McGregor. Good to see you, Andy.
Her father glanced at the back of the Jeep.
No, Meg.
Lily held up the casserole dish and explained. Her father took it from her.
It was really nice of your wife to send over dinner when my mom was sick. My sister insists she can cook,
Andy's expression turned rueful.
but I'd rather eat my own cooking than hers, and that's saying a lot. Are you coming in?
Her father asked. Andy's phone pinged, signaling a text. As he fished his phone from his pocket, Lily got out of the Jeep.
I'll take this inside for you.
Her father said and headed toward the house.
I've got to hurry back home.
Andy glanced up.
My mom has another headache, and she's out of her meds.
Thanks for the ride. Lily stepped up to his door, wishing and not wishing they'd had more time to talk. She sensed that whatever he wanted to tell her was important to him, while the thought of hearing it set her heart racing with both anticipation and unease. What if she didn't like what he had to say? But what if she did? Andy surprised her then by reaching over and almost tenderly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Their gazes met. For a moment, the world around Lily seemed to stand still as an electric charge zapped between them.
Later,
He finally said, his voice tinged with something she couldn't place. She stepped onto the grass. After driving the circle of the cul-de-sac, he paused in front of her one more time. Once again, his eyes met hers, and he mouthed something she didn't catch. Before she could call to him to repeat it, he had gone, leaving her standing there with a load of questions forming in her mind. Chapter 2. Orthedale. Princess Liliana wished she dared use her magic to set someone's shoe on fire as she had once done as a child. That would put an end to the meeting. Shifting on the throne, she straightened her gown to cover the impatience pushing at the ends of her nerves. She peeked at the delicate watch pinned to her bodice and wondered again when these tedious people would ever finish with their petitions and go home. She sighed. Her father cleared his throat, regarding her out of the corner of his penetrating blue eyes. Disapproval flashed across his face for an instant, disapproval she had seen much too often of late. And he always directed it at her. Mortified at her father's subtle chastisement, sure other royals had observed it, Liliana cleared her face of anything which might hint of frustration or resentment. A woman approached the throne and sank into a deep curtsy. The king gave her his full attention. The peasant wore a threadbare frock, and a grubby child clutched her hand. Disgusted, it took all Liliana's will to look at their provincial faces with a sympathetic expression. To think that a year ago she would have felt bad for them. She was glad to be more enlightened now. "Your Majesty," the woman said, "my husband was injured during the flood, trying to save the bridge at Langton. Our home is filled with mud from the river and our crops." Liliana shut out the rest of the drivel and clenched her fists where they rested on her lap. All anyone talked about anymore was the stupid flooding. Impatience settled on her shoulders like a mantle, its weight pressing her down, making her want to lash out. With practiced concentration, she slowed her breathing. Soon, she reminded herself. Soon she would no longer have to put up with others dictating how she must act, what she must say, where she could go. Calm replaced anger, and her smile became genuine for the first time as she glanced around the throne room. Members of the nobility chatted to the side of the chilly, cavernous chamber, soaking up the sun's afternoon warmth through the large windows. The snow-capped mountains in the distance showcased Lord Germain as he observed her from where he stood beside one of her father's counselors. Liliana met her cousin's gaze, and he nodded in sympathy. Lord Germain's eyes held her for a second, and a familiar sense of peace settled upon her. He was of her father's generation, but Lord Germain understood her, and it acted as a balm for her nerves. Without thinking, she let her expression shift. A twitch of his brow brought her back to form. She could almost hear his voice, reminding her she must give nothing away. She had to exercise patience. Yes, she had fought her dissatisfaction for almost a year, but the end would soon arrive. She and Germain shared similar ideas for the kingdom. Liliana concentrated, unable to remember the words he'd spoken on the evening when she had first seen him as an ally. She recalled only the intensity in his gaze when he had spoken. Irritated at the lapse, she had to school her features against the familiar worry. Why could she recall that Germain had spoken to her as an adult, yet the details of what he had said eluded her? And it wasn't only that night. People around her could remember with clarity things which seemed a vague echo to her, like the memory of a memory which had faded with time. She wouldn't think about it. There was nothing wrong with her. As the heir to the throne, she held an important position and received a great deal of information. It was no wonder she sometimes forgot details. Shifting her gaze to the king, Liliana compared him with his cousin Germain. Why her brother thought their cousin was sly, she didn't understand. But John wasn't yet 16, so his opinion meant nothing. While close in age, Germain and the king shared little in appearance. She hated to admit her father had the more regal bearing of the two. Her magic tutor had once said it came from the difference in their powers. In so many ways, they were opposites. Her father's strength was at its peak in light, while Lord Germain's was at night. As an insider, her father's magic made him immensely intuitive and compassionate. His cousin's gift was logic. The king's light source generated a stronger persona than Germain's. She didn't fully understand the implications because they both had the gift of persuasion. Her father was speaking to the woman now, but Liliana didn't want to listen to him. He talked to her too often anymore, but only to criticize. She fought back her bitterness. Her father's face had once been so dear, and she wished she still had that childlike adoration for him, but it had ended months ago. Despite his kingly appearance, she saw him now for what he was: weak. He let compassion overcome logic, and the people took advantage of him. Lord Germain and she were of a mind. They must show the king the error of his ways. They needed only a few months, no more than 6. With her on the throne, she would make the kingdom thrive even more under her rule. With the proof before him, it would force her father to take her seriously. Liliana tilted her head and looked back to Lord Germain. After a nonchalant glance at his timepiece, he gave her a quick nod and exited the room. Patience. He had hinted earlier at important news. With the timing of the solar eclipse, she seemed fated to act and replace Orthedale's current ruler. At the conclusion of the public session, Liliana stepped from the raised platform only to find a claw-like hand gripping her wrist. She ripped her arm free and scowled at the old woman. Where were the guards? Then she recognized her great-grandmother Eleni. If the harpy hadn't been at a formal dinner earlier in the month, Liliana might have forgotten she still lived. How long had she been standing there, watching? "My dear, may I have a word with you?" The aged, knowing eyes examined her. For a second, Liliana gave in to the power of the woman's penetrating gaze, then shivered. Liliana felt raw and exposed, as though her inner thoughts were open for Gran to see. How did the old hag do that? It couldn't be magic. She didn't have any. She had lost hers years ago. Liliana sneered. The old woman deserved nothing but pity. Liliana glanced toward her father, who stood to the side conversing with some diplomat. With him standing within hearing range, she forced herself not to snap at the old crone. What do you want? I have somewhere I must be. I have something for you in my room. Excuse me, Liliana said with a shudder, but I will not come to your room. Her grandmother nodded as though expecting the response. I will bring it to your chambers then. No! Liliana flashed a glance at her father. She tempered her voice, turning back with a frigid smile to face the woman. All right, but not now. You may bring it to my room later. I must leave for my appointment. In passing, she brushed against the woman, who stumbled. Out of reflex, Liliana reached out to catch her, but Eleni had clutched the arm of the small throne. I will come to you then after dinner. Gran had steadied herself. While her body might be frail, there was nothing feeble in her steely gaze. Shivers strummed Liliana's spine like strings on the court bard's harp, filling her with unease. She waved a dismissive hand and walked away as fast as royal decorum allowed, and headed for the gardens. She tried to disregard how ruffled the encounter had left her. Why was Gran still allowed in the public rooms, anyway? She was always blathering on about the royal family's responsibility to the people. What nonsense. It was just the opposite. The people had an obligation to the royal family. They were the ones who oversaw the country's economy and protection with the army. By the time Liliana entered the garden courtyard and spotted Lord Germain strolling along the busy path, she had regained her composure. She spent a few minutes greeting members of the court, stopping to exchange pleasantries. This part always drove her to distraction, but Lord Germain had been emphatic about keeping up appearances. She approached him at last, and he gave her a deferential nod, increasing his stride to match hers. Sympathy radiated from him, and he sighed, his hands clasped behind his back.
My dear Liliana, such a waste of your time.
He kept his voice low to make it difficult for nearby people to overhear.
And your father's time.
Have you completed your plans? Liliana asked, the sound too loud. At a sharp glance from him, she schooled her features into a pleasantly curious expression.
It will be spectacular.
Germain's soft voice thrummed with satisfaction. His excitement gave her a thrill. She glanced in both directions to be sure no one heeded them. Can you tell me yet?
Only that it will be during the festival of the eclipse.
Just as she had suspected. Liliana's heart pounded and her hands shook. 2 days. When the healers deemed her father unfit, she would be crowned queen. Her mother's status as a commoner prevented her from ruling. An unexpected memory of a happier time flashed through her mind, a time when she and her father had been able to discuss anything. They had sat around a fire on the tropical beach of Orthedale's western coast. The surf had beaten against the rocks behind them. The younger children had chased crabs under the watchful eyes of their mother and their nanny. Once again, the details of Liliana's discussion with her father eluded her, almost as though she stared at a smudged painting where she could no longer discern the subject. All that remained were the emotions, a recollection of the love and trust she'd once felt for him. Why could she not remember more? No, Liliana began her litany, there is nothing wrong with me. She couldn't remember because it meant nothing to her. It was unimportant. Wasn't it? A drop of unease mixed with the thrill of her coming triumph, dimming her mood. You are sure this will not hurt him? She asked. None of this is permanent? For a second, Liliana thought Lord Germain hesitated, and her breath caught. His eyes met hers then, and held them for a second.
Everything will be fine.
He said the words she wanted to hear, his tone soothing and calm flowed through her mind. I am happy about your reassurances. I want nothing to sully my rule. Still, her stomach churned. It had to be nerves. She must not weaken now. Orthedale needed her. They walked in silence for a few minutes, she pretending to admire the flowers, he scrutinizing the path. Another of his precautions.
I will need you there,
He said. She whipped her head around to stare at him, eyes wide. With my father? Lord Germain arched a brow, his eyes making a quick scan of the surrounding area. His hand twitched before he could pull it out of sight behind his back. He had done it before with others when they did or said something which irritated him. It was the first time Liliana had seen him use it toward her. She put on a neutral expression again and paused to sniff a flower.
No. Being with your father at that moment might be suspicious. You will be with me.
I don't understand. I thought you could do this alone.
As I mentioned a few days ago, my research has been enlightening.
Germain chuckled, as though at some inner jest.
The eclipse will magnify our combined magics.
Liliana's face went hot. She hated being reminded of her magical limitations. Why could she not have a flashy high magic like others? Her tutor's son, Drew, was training to be a spy. Irritated, she flicked a finger at the branch of a bush and it ignited. Another flick, and she caused a small push of air to blow it out. Even her magical cripple of a great-grandmother had once been a traveler in her youth. Liliana's high magic did nothing unless she linked with someone else. She slowed her pace, swallowing. Could she take part in the action which would rob her father, even temporarily, of his power, his mind? She stopped. I'm not sure I can be part of the actual deed. Lord Germain's deep, piercing eyes caught and held hers. They contained an intensity that froze her body, almost as though he held her physically. For a second, she thought she couldn't move. Then the familiar sensation of calmness and confidence he always gave her coursed through her.
Princess,
He whispered, his face uncomfortably close to hers.
you are already part of it. Remember, this first test will prove you are worthy to rule.
He stepped back to an appropriate distance. I know. Liliana released her breath, resisting the temptation to move her hands just to see if she could. She closed her eyes, quoting the litany. A queen must make difficult decisions. Power taken and power wielded are not for the weak of heart. Lord Germain nodded, his expression approving. Why could the king not regard her like that anymore? Can you tell me yet what you will do? Liliana rubbed her temples.
Tomorrow.
He bowed.
I have a few details to work out.
He glanced over her shoulder.
It appears it is time for you to change for dinner.
She turned to the garden entrance where her mother's lady-in-waiting stood. Waiting. Grimacing, Liliana curtsied to her cousin and strolled toward the castle, taking time to speak with several important people, making sure she took as much time as possible. When she finally passed the irritated lady-in-waiting, Liliana smirked. Walking away, she sensed a glimmer of something. A chill ran down her spine. Had someone been watching them? She glanced back at Lord Germain, who seemed unaware, lost in his own thoughts. Not for the first time, a sliver of doubt crept into her mind. What was she getting herself into? And who else might be involved or already know about their plan? Chapter 3. Kawaii. Helene stared at her wrinkled, tired reflection in the mirror and rubbed her temples. Her appetite had left her, but she needed to hurry if she and Lily were to have time for dinner before it got too dark. She glanced above the dressing table and considered the family portrait hanging there. 4 generations. Taken before her daughter, Lorraine, had died suddenly of a heart attack. How could Helene leave this world where both her beloved husband, Ned, and Lorraine were buried? For a moment, Helene's thoughts drifted back to her young womanhood, when she had first come to this dimension. It had been such a lark to change places with her lookalike, to pretend to be a regular girl and not part of the nobility. How clumsy she had been without. A soft breath escaped her lips. Magic. If Helene returned to Orthedale, she could do magic again. Full magic, and not the teasing hint of something which had flitted around the edges of her magic sense after moving to the islands. The real thing. A shiver of anticipation rose up her spine, followed by instant guilt. She shook her head, appalled at her selfishness. This wasn't about her. If she agreed to do this, poor unsuspecting Lily would need her.
Well,
Her reflection asked.
I have spent the last year making myself seem invisible. I could be gone for days and no one would notice.
Eleni looked even older than Helene felt at the moment.
When you're old and useless, people feel free to talk as though you're not there. You're sure of what you've heard?
Enough to know a viper has entered the court and is poisoning the royal family.
You should see her and that vermin, Jermaine. He's subtle and thinks he's so clever. His influence over her is obvious to anyone willing to look at it closely. To you, you mean? Did you try talking about it with Frederick again? I love my grandson, but in this, Frederick is too much like his grandfather.
Eleni snorted in disgust.
He was also too noble to believe the truth about people he loved. When I spoke with Frederick 3 days ago, he brushed me away like he thought me a senile old woman. We must remove Liliana from Jermaine's influence. But Lily is such a quiet girl. She would be lost in a world full of people who can do magic. Don't lecture me about what it's like to be magicless in a magical world.
Color had flushed Eleni's cheeks.
Of course I'm not lecturing you, but it makes me ill to think about shy Lily pretending to be a princess. People would run over her.
Helene searched her mind for excuses.
And she hates dresses.
Have you lost all love for your people? Eleni did not try to hide her anger.
Now you are being insulting.
Helene straightened in the chair and stared at her dimensional twin.
How has it all gone wrong? My ancestors never let enemies from outside conquer Orthedale. Yet you tell me it's now rotting from within. Have you not heard a word I've said? Frederick will not see it. He refuses to accept that not everyone thrives in the light or desires what the light can give.
Eleni rubbed her eyes.
And now, with Theronia building up its army and making rumblings, the last thing Orthedale needs is more discord between the king and his heir.
Helene stared at the family photo again before facing the mirror.
I'll do it, but I'll have to tell my family again I refuse to have a birthday party. Otherwise, they'll do one anyway,
Helene said.
Be warned. Things have changed a lot since you lived in this dimension. You've told me enough over the years. I should be able to get along well enough. I can always use my age as an excuse.
Eleni nodded.
We'll do our trade first. Bring Lily to the mirror in 5 hours. We will force their exchange then.
She turned away.
Eleni.
Helene reached toward the glass as though to grab her doppelganger's arm. Her double looked over her shoulder, eyebrows raised, face filled with sadness.
You're sure it's so bad?
Eleni's expression turned grim.
Oh, yes.
At the sound of Nana's bedroom door opening, Lily closed her trig book and stood.
Lizzie,
Nana called as she slowly came down the stairs.
I'm going on a quick trip. I need to help an old friend, and I could be in and out for a few days. If I seem out of sorts, don't worry about it.
It will be because I'm a little distracted. Lily's mother came out of her office. Her worried expression made fear twist in Lily's chest. Why would you agree to do that? It's your birthday tomorrow. Her mother frowned. What about your party?
Honey, I've told you before that I don't want one.
Nana took her keys from her purse.
You ready, Lilybug? You can drive us.
Lily accepted the keys, exchanging a concerned glance with her mother, and followed Nana out to the car. On the way to No Wheelie Wheelie, where there were a lot of restaurants, Nana made casual conversation, asking as she always did about Lily's day. Her grandmother said all the right words, but something was off. The spark she usually had was missing. Lily wished she dared ask what was going on. Where do you want to eat, Nana? There's no cruise shipping tonight. Duke's?
Too expensive.
Everything's expensive here, Lily said with a dark chuckle. Kalapaki Joe's?
Too busy.
With a sigh, Lily pulled into the Harbor Mall parking lot, near to where there were several places to eat.
Don't lose patience with me.
Nana reached over and patted Lily's hand.
How about Mexican?
Okay. Lily hurried out of the car so she could be there to offer support. Nana walked pretty well for someone her age, but she struggled to get in and out of the car. Through dinner, Nana asked a random string of questions, sometimes repeating one more than once. Lily had once read about mini strokes and wondered if Nana had some, but her face didn't show any signs of paralysis. By the time they'd finished eating and were headed to get some shave ice, Lily still couldn't shake the sense of unease. She wanted to ask Nana what was going on with her, but was afraid it might be bad news.
Let's take a little walk, shall we?
Nana threw away her barely eaten dessert. Where to? Lily tossed hers into the trash and stood up.
The beach by Duke's.
With linked arms, they carefully crossed the street. Nana usually commented on the things in the display windows of the little shops on the walk, but not this time. When they reached the beach, the sun was painting the horizon in blazing strokes of crimson, gold, and saffron. Nana settled onto a bench and let out her breath. You okay? Lily bent over.
I'm fine. Just old.
Nana took a deep breath, lifting her face to the last of the sun's rays.
I'm so happy your parents moved to Kauai. I love this place. There's also a hint of something here I haven't felt since. Her gaze snapped to Lily before continuing. Well, since I was young.
Lily turned to watch the water, grateful for the lights from the restaurant behind them. Hint of something? What did that mean? She was about to ask when Nana spoke.
Lilybug, do you ever dream of visiting interesting places?
Haven't we already done that? Lily thought about the move from the mainland a few years before. We used to live in a mountain valley with 4 seasons, and we had to drive 12 hours to get to the ocean. Now we can be at the beach in 15 minutes.
That's not quite what I was thinking of.
Lily turned at Nana's tone, but her grandmother wasn't looking at her, seeming lost in thought. Lily walked back to the bench and sat beside her. What do you mean? The old woman leaned over and kissed Lily's temple.
You're such a nice girl.
You say that like there's something wrong with it. Lily tried not to be offended. She had been on the receiving end of enough school bullies. She had committed to herself never to be like them.
No, my love. It's just I worry that you never speak up for yourself. You always go along with what everyone else wants. It's not good to be a pushover.
Lily blinked. Pushover? Was that what her grandmother thought of her? They sat in silence for a few minutes. Lily vacillated between trying to speak and then not being able to decide what to say. She must have looked like a fish, opening her mouth and then closing it, only to open it again. Finally, she just asked the question. What's really bothering you?
Old woman things.
Nana laughed, but then she shifted on the bench and took Lily's face in her hands. Just know that if... Her eyes suddenly glistened, and she took a deep breath.
Just know you're not alone. Someone will watch over you.
Was this guardian angel talk? Lily's mouth went dry, and she had to fight back tears, not knowing what to say.
We should go home.
Nana moved a hand to her temple.
I'm tired.
Stay here. I'll bring the car around. Lily jogged away, wishing she hadn't eaten so much spicy food. Should she mention Nana's comments to her mother? Orthedale. When Liliana entered the dining hall to find the king's advisors already standing at the long table, she had to bite back a groan. The gaps in her memory were becoming a problem. How could she have been so preoccupied that she had forgotten? Being petition day, her father always included his cabinet for a dinner meeting to discuss the requests and make assignments. Lord Germain stood on one side of the room, speaking with a small group. Liliana shifted away, as he had directed her to do. They must not be seen in each other's company too often, especially if her senses had been correct earlier in the gardens. Counselor Bertram nodded his head in acknowledgement as she approached his small group, but he didn't stop speaking. She never knew what to think of him. As the council chair, he carried a great deal of authority. He usually agreed with the king on policy issues, but he was not afraid to speak quite forcefully if he opposed something. Liliana had noticed Counselor Bertram watching her several times over the past few months, almost as though he weighed her in his mind. It troubled her that she couldn't decide if he approved of her or not. Once she took the crown, she would need his support. When she had listened for a few seconds, she found they were discussing the recent flooding. She sighed. A week ago, the Theronian crisis had been all they'd talked about. She had taken part in some of those discussions. That, at least, had held an exciting element with its threats of war and possible spies. Muddy crops were just boring. When a servant chimed a bell to signal everyone to take their seats, relief filled her. She slid into the chair on her father's left, her mother at the opposite end of the long table tonight. A servant placed a napkin in Liliana's lap. She picked up a crystal goblet and took a sip of the wine. It was her favorite, with its blend of 3 exotic fruits. The meal proceeded with the usual nonsensical small talk. She amused herself by reviewing her plans to change things. One would be these monotonous dinners. Not until the dessert course of cheese and fresh fruit did she take in the suggestions of her father's advisors. They spoke of constructing major improvements along the river where the flooding had occurred. Her studies included economics, and the king always included her in any discussions about financial issues. Liliana worked some equations in her mind and almost choked at the expense of the proposed work. People like the woman and her grimy child would be unable to pay even a pittance toward it. Indignation rushed through Liliana, and she set down her fork. "Excuse me, father." King Frederick glanced at her in surprise. His advisors turned toward her, some curious and others wary. Any time she spoke with the king made everyone uncomfortable.
What do you need, daughter?
All this would be expensive, would it not?
It would.
He clasped his hands in front of him, expectant. "Those people," she said, toying with her fork, "can barely clothe themselves." At her father's smile of pleasure, her cheeks warmed. It almost kept her from speaking her mind. He hadn't been happy with anything she had said in a long time. For a moment, she almost forgot her ire, wanting only to keep the smile on his face. With difficulty, she forced down the part of her which still craved his approval.
It pleases me that you grasp the situation so clearly.
He turned to his advisors.
We will use the taxes the people pay to the crown to help make repairs.
Most of them nodded. He meant another handout. Liliana pursed her lips. When would he ever see that giving to unambitious people would only make them dependent on him? She couldn't control a snort of disgust. The king turned back to her, his body stiff. "You must reconsider, father," she said, unable to keep the sharpness from her tone. "These people will suck you dry if you allow them. It is a complete waste of valuable resources."
Of course it's not, Liliana.
King Frederick's expression had darkened at her words, disappointment replacing pleasure.
The flooding was an act of nature and not something brought on because of anything these people had done.
Her father let out a deep breath and his shoulders drooped a little, his entire demeanor suddenly tired.
Tax revenues are sacred funds to be used to improve the lives of the people who pay them.
Liliana forced herself not to care about his disappointment. He persisted in using his same old argument, one they'd had a multitude of times over the last year. Anger overcame discretion, and she spewed out the thought she had bitten back a dozen times. "Everyone knows you have a soft heart, father, but I didn't realize you have a soft head as well." Except for a low gasp from her mother, the room went silent. Not all the cabinet members had agreed with the proposed improvements, but even most of them sent her accusing glares. Bertram's expression had gone flat. Only a handful nodded in sympathy. Even with that bit of support, Liliana's face flamed, and she wanted to kick herself for giving rein to her tongue. With her back rigid, she refused to drop her gaze. She would show them.
You may retire for the night, daughter,
Her father said, his tone edged with pain. Liliana felt a stab of guilt, which she brushed away with her tears. He was wrong, and she had every right to challenge him on it. She was being trained to rule after him, and she refused to feel shame for speaking her mind. With clenched teeth to keep from saying anything else to anger him, she vowed to herself to remain strong. Gathering as much grace as she could muster, she stood, did a small curtsy, and swept from the room. As soon as the servant closed the dining hall door behind her, she picked up her long skirts and ran to her suite. "Get out, Maggie," she shrieked at the maid, who waited to help her undress. "Leave me." When the girl had scurried from the chamber, her eyes wide with alarm, Liliana flung herself on her bed and cried. Soon, they would not dare to look at her like that. 2 days. At the sound of someone knocking, Liliana grumbled and pulled the thick comforter over her head. She had been having the most wonderful dream. Perhaps if she fell back to sleep. The sharp rapping came again. She popped open her eyes. Where was that worthless Maggie? Liliana groaned as the memory of the night before returned. Please don't let it be Mother come to chastise me. The Queen had a gift for making Liliana feel guilty. She sat up. What if it were Father? Worse still. What time was it? With a flick of her finger, a tiny flame appeared within the chimney of the glass lamp beside her bed, the light barely giving shape to the furniture. Enter, she called. The door opened, and a shadowy figure slipped through. I am sorry, my dear, said Gran, though her voice sounded off. If you hadn't noticed, Liliana said, lying back down, I was sleeping. You promised I could bring you my present tonight. Resisting the temptation to shout, Liliana reasoned the old crone would depart sooner if she had her say. With a humph, Liliana untangled her feet from her gown and slid from the tall bed. She crossed her arms and tapped her foot to emphasize her impatience. So give me the gift and then leave. Away from the king's watchful eyes, she had no obligation to play at being pleasant. It is over here. The dark shape pointed toward Liliana's dressing table. Had the smelly old woman been in Liliana's room when she was out? She stomped to the table, careful not to come too close to the figure. In the weak light, Liliana couldn't make out anything new. She ran a hand over the tabletop. Where is it? She demanded. You must sit and look in the mirror to see it. In this dark? I have another candle. The dark outline of an arm made a simple sweep over the taper, and a small flame flickered to life, casting a soft glow, Gran's face hidden under a cowl. Liliana blinked. You just did. Magic, yes. It has been a long time. Sit. Her grandmother put a surprisingly powerful hand on Liliana's shoulder and pushed her into the chair. The grip hit a nerve, sending an unpleasant tingle down Liliana's arm. She gave an exaggerated cry, but the old woman persisted in pointing to the mirror. As Liliana was about to wheel around to rise, she caught sight of her own image and froze. Where were her curls? She put her hand to the rumpled coils still pinned in place. How is it possible the mirror showed her a different image? Her reflection's hand also moved to her hair. A shadowy figure stood nearby in the dim light, but didn't align with where Gran stood. Liliana shook her head. She must still be asleep. It had to be a dream. Or a nightmare. An odd sense of vertigo made the room seem to spin around her. At the sudden nausea, Liliana groaned. She leaned over, her gaze catching her reflection again. A tiny point of light exploded into brightness. It stabbed through her mind and sent her spinning into its radiance.
Chapter 4. Orthedale. Shivering, Lily rolled over and pulled the sheet up to her neck. Why was it so cold? She felt drowsy, like she'd taken an antihistamine. The bedroom was dark, so it must be early. Groggily, she sat up and reached for the throw she always kept at the foot of her bed. Something tickled her wrist, and she drowsily scratched it. Wait, what? Long sleeves. With lace? She owned nothing with lacy, long sleeves. Was she still sleeping? A memory from the dream flashed through her mind. Hadn't there been a ruffled dress in it? And her hair had been in a fancy updo. Groggily, Lily sat up and touched the hair at the back of her head. Curls. With a gasp, she jerked back her hand. She needed to see better. When she stretched over to turn on her lamp, her hand bumped into something. Lily felt around, searching for the switch, but couldn't find one. Where had she put her phone? Feeling around the nightstand top, her fingers touched a small box. When she snatched it up, the contents rattled like matches. Seriously? Definitely still a dream, and not even a good one either. That would have included Andy. How lame. When Lily tried to slide her legs over the side of the bed, her feet got tangled in a long skirt. A nightgown or a dress? What an odd thing to dream about, since she didn't like wearing either and certainly not in bed. Fumbling to open the matchbox, she nearly crushed it before she figured out the lid didn't slide off like the ones her mom bought for emergencies. It lifted off. After a few strikes, the match flared, blinding her for a second. When she could see, she recognized an old-fashioned lamp sitting toward the back of the nightstand. It even had a fluted chimney, like the one Nana kept in her bedroom. Was it the only light? Double lame dream. A burning pain in her fingers made Lily yelp, and she dropped the match. She stood in the dark again, the afterimage of the flame etched into her mind. She put her burned finger in her mouth and then waved it in the air. One thing was sure. This was the most vivid dream she'd ever had. Her finger still hurt. Carefully, she lit another match and then the lamp before glancing down at what she wore. Why did she have on a crumpled gown like something she might have worn to prom? Nearby sat a dressing table. She picked up the lamp and went to see herself in the mirror. Her hair had been done in an updo that she must have slept in. She touched the curls at her neck and then felt the bodice of the dress. If she were going to have a nightmare of a creepy, dark room, why couldn't it have Andy in it? Though, if it really were a dream, he might show up. The thought made Lily smile. It would give her an excuse to hold on to him. He could use his wicked ninja skills to defend them both, and she would kiss him. She sighed. Now, that was a dream she could get into. An odd chill ran down her spine, bringing with it a sense she wasn't in a dream. No. Lily stared at her reflection in the dressing table mirror. No way could it be real. Only in a nightmare or a play would she wear her hair like this. Or a fancy dress straight out of the late Victorian era. Nana was always complaining that some foods gave her nightmares. Maybe this whole thing was Nana's fault for having chosen Mexican food. That must be it. Lily was having a chimichanga nightmare. It must be, because there was no way, if this was real life, that she'd be wearing a fancy dress in the ugliest color of green she'd ever seen. Lame yet again. How could anyone mess up green? Lily tried to make out what was behind her. The darkness reminded her too much of that carnival-haunted house they'd gone to last Halloween. Goosebumps broke out on her arms, and another chill went up her spine. She hated haunted houses. Holding her breath, she listened. Nothing. Lily turned from the mirror and peered into the darkness. She wished the lamp was bright enough to get rid of the shadows. The room was large, probably 4 times the size of her living room at home. It reminded her of pictures she'd seen of mansions. She rose and went to the canopied bed. That, at least, was something worth dreaming about. She traced the outline of the delicately carved beings on the headboard. A couple looked like variations of fairies, beautiful, but with an ominous sense to them.
Were they supposed to be mythological creatures? Because if they were, she couldn't remember ever having seen any of them. One reminded her of a tree, but it had dragon wings and a creepy hole where a face should have been. She shuddered. How could anyone sleep with something like that above their head? Lily considered the bed. She'd been asleep in it, but it didn't feel like it belonged to her. Turning slowly, she scanned the large room. What if this wasn't even her room? It was a dream, after all. She could be playing Goldilocks and wandering around someone else's house. For a second, her sense of humor stirred, but then her finger throbbed where she'd burned it. This whole thing felt both too real to be a dream and too bizarre to be real. Lily just wanted to dream of something else, or, better yet, wake up for real. Then she'd tell her sisters Sarah and Emmy about it, and they'd all laugh together. Something floated into sight at the corner of her right eye. With a soft squeal, Lily jumped away, her heart pounding. She flapped at it, thinking it was a bug, but it wasn't. It didn't move closer, but neither did it go away. She waved her still trembling hand at it again, but it passed through empty air. Moving toward the bed, she kept her eyes on the thing. It followed her. She did a little dodge and shift move, keeping it in her sight. No change. What was it? She peered at it more closely. It looked like a note. The cursive writing looked vaguely familiar.
Lily, tell no one who you really are. Don't trust anyone who can't tell you the name of your first dog. Everyone must believe you are Princess Liliana.
She blinked, her mouth open. Seriously? She was dreaming of being a princess? If she was going to dream something like that, it would be Disney's warrior Mulan. Maybe because she was so different from Lily. And what was that about her first dog? Her head throbbed. She was so done with this dream. Heaving a sigh, she closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them, the image was melting into mist. Carefully, she poked the air. Nothing lingered except a faint but pleasant fragrance which reminded Lily of when she pulled her clothes from the laundry. The message had followed her around, but once she'd read it, it had gone away. Like the note could tell. She shivered.
Was she being watched?
The sound of a soft knock behind her jerked Lily from her thoughts. She spun around to the slowly opening door. Meg peeked through the opening. Relief flooded through Lily. Before she could run to her friend, she stepped into the room, wearing a long gown. Lily's heart sank. It wasn't as nice or well-made as the one Lily wore, but it was still fancy. Did it mean Meg was part of whatever this was? You're awake early, Your Royal Highness. Meg went to some heavy drapes and pulled them back. The room exploded with light, and Lily had to squint against it. She wished she'd thought to open them herself. The drapes were as good as blackout blinds. Through the remaining sheer curtains, she could make out a balcony, and she wondered fleetingly what floor she was on.
I just spoke with Simon Ward. He's your guard today.
Rest assured, you are safe. They caught the strange woman who was near your chambers last night.
Oh my.
Meg had paused and was scowling at Lily's gown. The girl heaved out a breath and made an unhappy clucking sound. You should have let me stay last night to help you undress. The queen will have a piece of my hide if she hears you slept in your dress. For once, Lily was glad it took her so long to say anything, or she would have denied being a princess.
What about the note's warning?
It hadn't actually said she was in danger, but it had had an ominous tone, which would totally fit a stupid dream. Since you've risen, I'll hurry and draw your bath. Meg slipped through a door which Lily guessed must be a bathroom because she heard water running. She stood like a mannequin in a store. It occurred to her then that Meg hadn't seemed bothered when Lily hadn't spoken.
What did that say about the real princess? Did she also have a hard time talking around people she didn't know?
But Lily didn't have a problem when she was around her friends, and Meg was her best friend.
Would the maid notice if Lily sneaked out of the room?
But where would she go? Should she trust the note writer? If it were true, it meant there were people in this place who had to believe she was the princess. Lily had acted in a lot of school and community plays, but those had come with scripts.
Could she ad-lib the role of a princess?
I know you were upset last night, ma'am, but we must get you changed for the day, Meg said, returning with a mass of clothing which she carefully draped over an antique sofa. We don't want Her Majesty to check on you and find you not ready. She then advanced upon Lily, a cruel-looking object clutched in her hand. With a squeak, Lily turned to run, but stumbled on her long skirts. Meg grabbed her arm to keep Lily from falling. What's come over you, ma'am? Looking like I was about to do harm. Meg huffed. You must stand still. I'll be forever unhooking your dress if you insist on wiggling like that. Unhook the dress. Of course. What else should Lily have thought to do in this nightmare? She stopped resisting, feeling like an idiot. Just like her own Meg, this girl chattered while she worked, never giving Lily time to reply. That worked just fine for her. As the top of the gown loosened, she found it easier to breathe. She had to hold it to her chest to keep it from dropping. Meg tapped her leg. Lily hesitated for a second before stepping out of the garment, grateful for the heavy fabric of the white linen slip underneath. Oh, Faith, ma'am. You slept in your shoes too. Meg gave a disapproving cluck. If you'll take a seat, I'll get these off. Your poor feet must be aching. Feeling a little like a doll, Lily did as she was told, if only because she didn't know what else to do. The dream's vividness made it seem so real. Meg put first one and then the other of Lily's feet on her knee and with speedy, deft fingers freed the boots. Once Lily finally woke and got the nerve to tell Meg about the dream, she'd flip out and Andy would laugh. Lily sighed. Why dream of Meg and not her brother? Are you unwell, ma'am? The girl peered at her. You look feverish and your face is flushed. Lily put her hands to her cheeks. Should she admit to thinking of the maid's brother? Did she even have a brother in the dream? What's your name? Lily finally asked. Are you funning me, ma'am? You know very well my name is Maggie. Wasn't Maggie another name for Margaret? Meg was. Do you have a brother named Andy? Maggie frowned, her expression wary. When she spoke, she said the words slowly. You know my brother's name is Drew. Andy. Drew. Andrew. Lily's heart fluttered. Maybe Andy would be in her dream. She smiled. Maybe not so lame a dream after all. Has someone been telling you Drew fancies you? Maggie's tone took on an edge. Don't you go toying with him. Lily's face tightened at the suggestion anyone would toy with Andy's twin. What do you mean? She demanded. Maggie watched her with narrowed eyes, her arms crossed even though they shook a little. I will speak plain, ma'am, because you asked. The few times you've bothered to acknowledge him, you haven't been kind. I don't wish to see him hurt. I would never, Lily broke off. Of course, she would never treat him unkindly. Was this princess like those brutal girls at school? Lily's throat tightened. She was a dang talented actress, but how could she pretend to be that kind of girl? If you do, ma'am, I will refuse to wait on you. Maggie's voice had turned icy, her face pale but determined. It reminded Lily of Meg. The maid continued, and trust me when I say I hear the other ladies in waiting talk about you. Explaining to the queen would be the least of your worries. Now, I will check on the water for your bath. Maggie rose, and with stiff dignity strode away, leaving Lily standing there, her hands cold and her mind racing. Had that been a threat? Would the queen know right away Lily wasn't her daughter? Chapter 5. Orthedale. Lily did not like this dream. Clutching her cold hands to her chest, she let out a deep breath and followed Maggie into the bathing room. The air thick with unspoken tension, Lily felt like she was walking on a tightrope. One wrong move, and she could fall into an abyss of royal complications. The room held an old-fashioned clawfoot tub. Not sure what Maggie expected, Lily stuck a finger in the water and recoiled. It's freezing. Dream or no dream, she wasn't getting in there. Of course it isn't warm yet. Maggie's cheeks flushed. Why must you mock me? But the water is cold. Lily complained, tired of not knowing what to say without ticking off this Meg substitute.
How is that mocking you? You know very well.
Her body rigid with insult, Maggie handed Lily a robe.
Time to cover up, ma'am.
The maid left the room.
Fine, have it your way, Lily muttered, pulling on the robe. But I'm not taking a cold bath.
When would this stupid dream end? As she tried to figure out what to do next, the sound of armored footsteps approached the partially open bathing room door. With a squeak, Lily scrambled behind it. A deep voice echoed from the other side of the door.
Your Royal Highness, may I enter?
Lily's breath caught at the eerily familiar sound.
Yeah, I guess.
The man went to the tub without looking in her direction. Except for the armor, he could have been her neighbor, Officer McWarren. She loved babysitting his 2 kids and always felt safer when she saw his police car parked across the street. He held his hands over the bathwater surface and was running them back and forth. Lily stepped closer. After a few seconds, steam rose from it. No way. Lily put her finger in the water, which had turned deliciously warm. A magical dream? It was getting less lame by the minute.
Is it warm enough, ma'am?
The man continued to keep his gaze on the water and not her.
I can do more.
No, this is great.
Lily put her entire hand into the water and grinned.
Thank you.
He blinked, an expression of surprise crossing his face as he exchanged glances with Maggie. She shrugged. After a quick bow, he left the room.
This princess must not thank people. I do apologize for needing help, ma'am.
Maggie kept her eyes lowered, her body stiff.
I'm sure it will come soon. What will come?
Lily asked, looking out the door to see if the man had gone.
Maggie made a funny choking sound, and Lily shifted around.
The girl's face had turned red. It was Meg's absolute worst hurt face, and her eyes glistened. Without meeting Lily's gaze, she bobbed a quick curtsy and brushed by, almost breaking into a run once she'd cleared the bathroom. At first, Lily just stood there, stunned, her heart breaking for the obvious pain. How could she fix it when she still didn't know what she'd done wrong?
She had to try, though.
Clutching the robe close to her chest, she ran after the maid.
Wait, Maggie. But Lily was too late.
The suite door closed with a firm click. If this were a dream, there had to be a way to end it.
Maybe if she concentrated really hard on something else.
She didn't know how long she stood there, remembering more pleasant dreams, like performing on Broadway. It didn't work. She heaved out a breath and glanced at the dress Maggie had brought out. Lily stepped closer to examine it. Instead of a zipper, it had a bazillion tiny buttons. No wonder the girl had needed that wicked-looking tool. What if she didn't come back? There was no way Lily could dress herself. How she longed for a simple pair of jeans. Lily couldn't just stand there. It seemed her choices were to either crawl back into the bed or to play along. She glanced at the bed. Since she refused to hide under the blanket, the only other option was the bath. The water was still plenty warm. Lily locked the door and slipped into the tub, thinking through what she'd seen so far. First, Maggie hadn't been able to warm the water herself. She'd also commented about it coming. It had to be the magic. Could everyone in this dream perform magic except Maggie? And Lily, of course. At least she wouldn't be the only one. Maybe when she woke, it might be best not to tell Meg. She wouldn't appreciate a dream where she was a maid or magicless in a magical world. The warm water helped relax Lily's muscles, and she grew drowsy. She had no idea how much time had passed before someone knocked on the door. Who is it? You must make haste, ma'am. Maggie jiggled the handle. If you wish to eat before your lessons. I'll be out in a sec. Lily dried off and put on a white cotton shift. She found a toothbrush and scrubbed it thoroughly before using it on her teeth. When she left the bathroom, Maggie hurried over, carrying a slip with lots of ruffles. Lily didn't argue and let the girl dress her. Maggie said nothing except give her instructions. Lily let her pout. Saying something now might only make it worse. As Maggie did up the buttons, Lily studied her reflection in the mirror. She liked the light blue fabric of the overdress, though she didn't recognize the pink flowers in the pattern. Her sister Sarah would be in heaven wearing a dress with so many ruffles. Perspiration beaded on Lily's upper lip already. If she dressed like this in Hawaii, she'd pass out from heat prostration. Stockings next. Maggie knelt down, already gathering up what looked like woolen tights in her hands. No! Lily stepped back. I'm too hot already. But no lady can go without her stockings. Maggie looked scandalized. Get off the bus. Lily folded her arms. I do not understand. Lily sighed. With this long skirt, who's going to notice I'm not wearing stockings? Maggie glared up at her, lips pinched with disapproval. I won't tell the queen, my mother.
Okay.
Lily extended her hand. You won't get in trouble, and I'll be comfortable. It's all good. When Maggie only stared at Lily's hand, she dropped it to her side. Evidently, royalty didn't touch servants here. Since Lily had managed to hurt Maggie's feelings, she decided not to be offended. Why are you speaking so oddly today, ma'am? Lily's mind raced. I read something about different dialects and I'm practicing. It's important to learn. The maid gave her a flat look. Lily hoped everyone wouldn't question her about it. She would have to pay more attention to the Austinies' talk. It'd be good acting practice, trying to stay in character, though it was inevitable that she would slip anyway. It was one thing memorizing lines and another ad-libbing the entire day. The door opened and another maid entered, carrying what smelled like food. She bobbed a quick curtsy, hurried to the small table to deposit the tray, bobbed another curtsy, and scurried from the room. I will fetch your shoes while you dine, ma'am. Maggie rose and pointed to a table. Can you stop calling me ma'am? She's dicked in the knob today, Maggie muttered under her breath, like she thought Lily couldn't hear. Maybe it was the passive-aggressive way servants here got back at the people they worked for. Lily sighed at the insult. Did the maid think she didn't know what dicked in the knob meant? Crazy, was she? What kind of dream was it where she mixed Regency cant, Victorian-style dresses, and magic? That's what came from reading so many of Nana's historical romances. Lily went to check out the food. What would her imagination come up with on that? The pancake-like object in the middle of the plate made her think of a cross between a waffle and a peanut butter cookie. She topped it with a jam that looked and smelled a lot like peaches. At least it had the right color and flavor. The tangy yellow-green drink smelled and tasted vaguely like pineapple, but mixed with something she couldn't identify. She liked it, so she drank all of it. Lily nibbled at the corner of the pancake, thinking of the boisterous meals with her family. Homesickness overwhelmed her, and tears stung her eyes. All she wanted was for this dream to stop so she could get ready for Nana's delayed birthday. Nana. She'd been acting so weird last night, ending when her grandmother had given Lily a neck rub at her dressing table. She remembered sitting there and staring at her reflection in the mirror. As she recalled other details, her hands began to tremble. There had been another girl staring back at her, a girl with fancy, curled hair and... Lily jerked around, searching for the green-brown dress she'd been wearing when she woke. It hung draped over a chair. The exact same dress as the girl in the mirror last night. No way. Was she being pranked? What's going on here, Meg? Lily twisted to confront the maid. Why do you keep calling me that, ma'am? What? Meg. My name is Maggie. Do you wish me to change it? No, I don't want you to change it. Irritated at the deflection, Lily asked again, What's going on? I'll ask again. Are you not well, ma'am? Maggie reached toward Lily like she meant to feel her forehead. Lily wanted to explode and go on a rant. Instead, she let out a deep breath. There's nothing wrong with me. As you say, ma'am. Maggie dropped slippers at Lily's feet. I will take your dress to the laundry. Tutor Kellerson will be expecting you soon, so you will wish to make haste. Tutor Kellerson? Kellen? Andy and Meg Kellen's father? Something told Lily she should believe it. A chill ran down her spine. What if it wasn't a dream, and she was actually here in this place with magic? The idea made the warning in the note much more ominous. I can't go to class. I don't know where to go. Maggie shook her head, all patience gone. Then I must leave it in your mother's hands, ma'am. She turned, grabbed the ugly dress, and stormed from the room. Lily rubbed her temples. If this had been an audition for the role of a princess, she'd failed epically. She went to the sheer window curtains and found the cord to open them. Outside the French doors, a balcony overlooked some large gardens. She opened the door and stepped outside. With snow-capped mountains in the distance, it reminded her of the mountain valley her family had lived in before moving to Hawaii. Some kind of fruit tree bloomed nearby, and the soft breeze carried a sweet fragrance. Something Lily loved about living in Hawaii was the flowers, and the colorful blooms in the palace gardens called to her. They didn't form a maze that she could tell, but rather rooms with intricate patterns in the planting beds. It looked like arches acted as entrances to adjacent rooms. In one of them, a man and a woman stood around some kind of tall, thin bush. The man moved his hands, his body flowing like some kind of dance, and the plant grew taller. Blinking, Lily stepped to the balcony rail. The woman appeared to give him instructions. He changed the direction of his hand flow, and a branch sprung out to the side. The woman did something, and the new growth split and took the shape of an animal's front legs, like a horse rearing back. It was so cool. Could Lily sneak out to get a better look, close up? Or would that guard outside the door stop her? She decided to try anyway. Lily went back into the room and put on the slippers. She tried to open the giant door, seriously. Why did anyone need rooms with a ceiling this high or doors a half-giant could get through? The ribbons and flounces on the sleeves of her gown got in the way too. What a ridiculous way to dress for every day. No wonder the princess needed servants to do things for her. Lily finally got it open and found the same guard a few feet from the door. His already rigid posture stiffened even more. It reminded her of herself when she needed to walk by the school taunters. Once again, she wondered if the princess was like the mean girls at school who hung around like vultures. They seemed to have an uncanny gift of knowing just where someone's insecurities were and digging at them. Like Lily's shyness and inability to defend herself verbally. The thought made her sick. If she asked how to get to the gardens, would the guard tell her or make her go to those lessons? Did a princess get into trouble for cutting classes? Before she could decide if she should ask about going to the gardens, a familiar-looking man dashed up the stairs, followed by Andy. Lily's heart leapt. She wanted to run to him, throw her arms around him, and beg him to explain it all to her. But he didn't dress like her Andy, who usually wore shorts and t-shirts. This dream Andy might have stepped out of a Jane Austen movie in breeches, short jacket, and cravat. Instead of a short military cut, he wore long hair tied back in a ponytail. He had to be Maggie's brother Drew. As soon as he saw Lily, he stopped at the top of the stairs and shyly stared at her. When he realized she was watching him watch her, he dropped his gaze, his cheeks darkening. A shy version of Andy?
Ah, Your Royal Highness, you are prompt this morning.
The man who looked like Mr. Kellen, also sporting a ponytail, came to a stop a few feet in front of her and performed a deep bow. He indicated a door to the right of her chambers.
After you, ma'am.
He must be her tutor. She didn't know Andy's father very well because he traveled a lot for his business training job. For a second, she considered escaping down the stairs. Then Maggie's snarky comment about Lily being dicked in the knob came to mind. If she ran away, would they think she was crazy and lock her up? Probably. Besides, running down the stairs in a stupid dress might be dangerous. When she had tried to get away from Maggie earlier, Lily had almost fallen on her face. Ugh, what if the girl told the queen? Drew was watching her again, his expression curious. Well, spending some time with Andy's twin might not be so bad. With a sigh, she turned and headed toward the door the older man had indicated. Maggie's brother rushed ahead and opened it for her. He bowed as she passed him. It reminded her of Andy, though Drew did a much nicer job of it. An intense flash of his eyes just before he glanced away made her cheeks flame.
Wow!
Chapter 6. Kawaii. A cool, humid breeze blew across Liliana's bare arm, and she shivered. When she groped in the dark for her comforter, something moved beside her. She paused, trying to shake off the last vestiges of sleep. A small body snuggled closer. Odd that Emma Bell had crawled into bed with her. Liliana thought her little sister was frightened of her now, something Jermaine had encouraged. A forgotten memory of the day Em had been born came to mind, and Liliana's heart swelled with love. She blinked at the sudden moisture in her eyes and curled around her sister. Liliana couldn't remember how long it had been since she had visited the nursery to read to the girls or play a game with John. He had grown so tall of late. At nearly 16, he was almost as tall as father now. She had once spent much time with her siblings, and they had enjoyed playing and laughing together. Her mind flooded with images, things she had previously been unable to recall. A sense of loss threatened to choke her, and she held her youngest sister more closely. Liliana's mind settled on one memory of the time their father had decided they must all learn to fish. No one had been spared except Em, who had still been in nappies. When Serafina had tried to help John transfer his catch to a pail, she had touched a live fish for the first time. As soon as she did, she started shrieking and dancing around. When Liliana had tried to come to their aid, the three of them had tumbled into the water, and the fish had escaped. How old had Liliana been? 14? Their father had jumped in and pulled them all to safety. She had laughed until her cheeks ached. Father used to spend a great deal of time with them. Now that she'd had a taste of the responsibilities he held, she wondered how he had managed to do so. Em shifted, her hair tickling Liliana's nose. How strange that the elusive memories were coming to her so vividly, lying in the dark with her sister cuddled close. Liliana had never dared tell Jermaine of her memory problems. She had feared it might weaken her in his eyes. She had also never confessed how much she missed spending time with her family. He had repeatedly stressed the need for a monarch to remain emotionally detached. Almost as though the mere thought of him had power over her mind, the memories of her family faded, replaced by feelings of discontent. Jermaine was correct. She must be strong and not think with kindness about her father or the tasks he did well, nor allow her family to distract her. It was not as though she saw much of the children anymore. What was there to miss? The rise in tensions between Orthedale and Theronia had turned family dinners into working meals. The children sat at the far end, away from the adults, as was appropriate. How ridiculous that she should miss their happy nonsense. They hadn't chattered at the dinner table in months. Liliana let out a deep breath. She must shake off this early morning distraction. Her station and responsibilities demanded more than whimsy. As she and Jermaine came closer to obtaining their goal, she could not allow the maudlin musings to distract her. The thought made her ease her hold on Em. To help Liliana focus on important things, she mentally reviewed her list of grievances with her father and then moved to his policies. John was one of her newest complaints. What did the king mean by saying he intended to move her brother to the adult end of the table next week for his 16th birthday? She had not advanced there until she'd turned 17. Did her father aim to strike at her, hint her own position as heir to the throne was not secure? Liliana needed to discuss the issue with Jermaine. She smiled. Perhaps not. By John's birthday, she would be queen and could relegate him to the nursery for his meals, where he belonged. Drowsy, she closed her eyes. Queen. She should have dreamed about that last night and not about an eerie image in a mirror. Weariness weighed on her, yet sleep did not return. What had caused the nightmare? Perhaps the disastrous dinner. She didn't look forward to her father's ire today, nor Lord Jermaine's. He would not be pleased she had pushed the king. It was a delicate balance. Why had she given in to her frustration last night? As she mentally berated herself, Liliana didn't know how long she stared at the slowly brightening room without seeing it. Then she took in her surroundings and blinked. When had someone removed her bed curtains? She rapped her knuckles hard against the wall to see if it were real. It hurt. She brought her hand to her lips. If she had broken the skin, the queen would chide her. Again. Just as with Liliana's father, she could never please her mother, neither in clothing nor manners. Liliana turned her attention back to the wall. It was odd. She had never seen a plaster like it before and ran her fingers along the cool, uneven surface before squinting at the shapes in the room. A small room, hardly as large as her dressing chamber. Where was she? The walls seemed to close in on her. She pulled her arm from under the child. Was she even M? In the dim light, the girl did resemble the youngest princess, but Liliana's instinct told her the child was not her sister. Who was she? Liliana took a deep, calming breath. She must think. A room this size could only indicate servant quarters. Did the child belong to one? How had Liliana come to be in this place? The curtain over the window puffed out again with a soft breeze. Where was she? The door burst open, and she gasped. A girl with Seraphina's wild blonde curls leapt onto the bed. The Amabel lookalike squealed, and the two began tickling each other. A tall youth wearing small clothes jumped on the now crowded bed and attacked Liliana in a like manner. He actually touched her person. She tried to push the sturdy lad away, but he turned her efforts into a wrestling match. How dare he? Stop, she cried. The boy rolled to his back, laughing. Except for his shorter curls, he could have been John.
If you're done,
A woman said, as she poked her head in the room.
it's time to get dressed for school. Breakfast in 15 minutes. Don't forget to brush your teeth.
As the three children scrambled from the bed and dashed out the door, dizziness broke over Liliana in waves. She stared at the doorway where the woman had stood. Her mother, the queen, had worn the clothing of a peasant. Liliana closed her eyes. She must think. John, when he bothered to glance her way, cast only disapproving looks. He had not spoken to her in weeks, yet just now he had tickled her. He had laughed, and not in a mocking way. While these children had the same look as her siblings, they could not be them. With shaking fingers, she pulled back the curtain and examined the view. A fine mesh created the only barrier between her and the outside. She gave it a light touch and then pushed against it. It moved. With little effort, she was sure she could have pushed it loose from its frame. So, this place was not a prison. Liliana was on the second story. Several buildings lined an odd road with a circular end. She saw no obvious guards. Cut grass surrounded most of the buildings, though one had exposed ground. The dirt was red. Another had bushes with enormous flowers of bright yellow and pink. She let the curtain fall back in place. The lush, green vegetation and the azure blue sky reminded her of Orthedale's tropical coast. What magic was this to steal her from her bedroom and remove her here? With peasants who looked like her family. Letting out a soft cry, Liliana clambered off the bed. Before she could reach the door, it swung open. She stopped. A vaguely familiar and pretty young woman only a few years older watched her. She raised a finger to her lips, slipped into the room, and closed the door behind her.
My dear,
She said,
you must speak of this to no one but me.
that voice. Liliana staggered back a step, knees wobbly, until she bumped against the dressing table chair. Why do you sound like Gran? She asked.
Because I am she.
Liliana dropped into the chair. How could this be?
Are you unwell?
The young woman knelt and took one of Liliana's icy hands in her own, rubbing warmth back into them.
Your face is pale. The transfer can make one feel ill. You cannot.
Liliana pulled back her hand, an image flashing through her mind of a portrait in the family gallery of this very young woman, but in it she wore her long, dark hair draped over the shoulders of a rich emerald gown. She smiled up at a tall man in uniform. The crown he wore was the same one Liliana's father had worn every day of her life. She extended a finger to touch the young woman's smooth skin, but stopped before making contact. "What dark magic is this?" Liliana whispered.
"We don't know,"
the youthful version of her grandmother said, opening and closing her fingers.
"We did not expect to be young again. Let me explain."
Gran faced her, all humor gone.
You are in an alternate dimension and have exchanged positions with a doppelganger. It means you are in her place and she is in yours.
The only thing Liliana understood was that some other girl had stolen her life. Heat flushed Liliana's body. She jumped to her feet and grabbed her so-called grandmother's shoulders. "Send me home. Now." In 2 days, Liliana snapped her mouth shut before she said too much.
"Keep your voice down."
The young woman's eyes blazed, her voice hard. Liliana dropped her hands and stepped back. The intimidating person before her might sound like her elderly grandmother, but Liliana had no doubt the young woman would throttle her if she felt so inclined. "What is that word you used? Doppelgran?"
A doppelganger is a counterpart or alter ego. The people of your dimension are linked to the people here. Your world has magic. This one does not.
"No magic." Liliana's gaze darted around the room, searching for something to try her minor magics on. She almost snarled aloud and reached out for her power to lift a garment from the floor. None of the familiar strength flowed through her. She tried again, but still none came. As often as she had belittled her magic, the lack of it left her bereft.
"I told you, no magic."
Liliana wanted to slap the smug expression off the woman's face. "You do not understand, you old hag." She blinked at how ludicrous that sounded now. "I must return home."
"No, my dear."
Gran folded her arms, her body posture reminding Liliana of someone daring another to pass by her.
"You will not go home. That is why we triggered the exchange."
Liliana cried, her fists clenched.
"You keep saying we." "My doppelganger and I."
Liliana stepped back and clutched the sides of her head. "This is no magic I've ever heard of."
70 years ago, we exchanged places.
A powerful emotion flashed across Gran's face, but it disappeared almost as fast as it had come.
And we both chose to stay.
"You're from this place?"
From this dimension, yes. That's why everyone thinks so poorly of me in Orthedale. I wasn't magical here, so I'm not magical in your world.
It was mad, what this young woman claimed. An alternate world? Twins? Her tutor Sundrew would make an irritating jest about cosmic cousins. Liliana's head hurt and her body ached. She couldn't accept the tall tale. It must be a nightmare, the worst of her life. Or was it a dream escape? Her father had once permitted her to take part in one of the mental manipulation activities. Many people engaged in them for recreation, and healers put them to use for those suffering some kind of trauma. The king had not been comfortable allowing members of the royal family in the power of someone who could alter their reality, but he had felt the need for anyone who might rule to experience what it felt like. While similar to reality, there were ways to tell the difference. Liliana examined her emotions, the texture of her surroundings, the scents in the air. They seemed real enough. As a precaution, she pinched herself. It hurt. She let out a breath. In a dream escape, one shouldn't feel pain. Could it be a dream trap? Orthedale had outlawed that form of magic decades ago, but rumors said the Theronians still used the magic as a form of torture. In a dream trap, one felt not only fear but pain. Liliana evaluated her current situation. If she were in a dream trap, it was subtle. Too subtle. Therefore, she must truly be in this place with these doppelgangers of her family. And as outrageous as the idea might be, her useless old grandmother had brought Liliana here. She had to convince the woman to return them to Orthedale. If direct confrontation wouldn't work, she must attempt something else. "Gran," she said, speaking with the softer tone which worked best on her father. "You do not understand how important it is for me to return home." She clutched her hands to her chest and put on a pleading expression. Her grandmother dared to burst out laughing, a sharp, ugly sound tinged with bitterness. She pointed a finger, almost touching Liliana's face.
Do you really believe that could convince me?
Gran gave a disdainful sniff.
I won't allow you to bring down a good man like your father.
Liliana stepped back, her breath catching in her throat. Did she know of Jermaine's plans? Liliana gritted her teeth. She would not be stopped, and certainly not by this crone. With a swift lunge, she lashed out to slap her. Instead, her grandmother caught Liliana's wrist, which she was unable to free. Gran grinned and released her hand.
I could get used to being strong again. Now, get dressed for school. Your clothes are in the dresser there, and your flip-flops should be by the front door.
Liliana rubbed her wrist, tears welling in her eyes. The indignity being mauled. She huffed, refusing to be intimidated. You cannot force me to take up the life of this other girl. I will not attend school with peasants.
Be my guest, then.
Gran smirked.
Go out there and explain to them you are really a princess from an alternate dimension.
She stepped away from the door, holding her hand in invitation.
Go tell that to Mrs. McGregor. But bear in mind, Your Royal Highness, they have asylums here for people who tell tales like that. If you have half the brains you think you do, you will do as I say and pretend to be Lily.
She turned to leave, but paused before glancing over her shoulder with narrowed eyes.
Don't forget that I have knowledge you don't. I came from this world, and I've lived in yours for 70 years.
Gran turned and faced Liliana.
You might dream of being the queen, but I've actually been one. I have walked the castle halls and listened to the whispers in the corridors, the secrets shared in hushed tones. I know things that could change your standing in the royal family. Even a loving father cannot abide treason.
Her expression turned sad.
Don't think you can defy me on this, my dear, because I can make your stay here very uncomfortable. Now, make haste, or your mother will come looking for you.
Chapter 7. Kawaii. Liliana stood in place, staring at the closed door and fighting the urge to break something. Treason? How dare Gran accuse Liliana of such a deplorable act? She was destined to rule and had an obligation to protect her people from her father's incompetence. Besides, removing him from power would be temporary. That wasn't treason. Glancing around the small room, a sense of claustrophobia made it difficult to breathe. She felt forced into a corner, trapped in this strange place by her grandmother who knew too much, and a reality Liliana couldn't escape. A queen doesn't cry, she reminded herself, her voice barely a whisper. She yanked open one of the drawers of a dresser. It contained what looked like undergarments, short shifts, and long drawers, but made of heavier fabrics than the seamstresses in Orthedale used for small clothes. Some even had bright, colorful patterns. A row of red, black, and gray shirts caught her attention. Liliana examined one. It had a strange insignia on it. A figure on a long board of some kind on top of a wave? She peered at the writing. Wave warriors? Was her twin part of a military group? But the idea was ludicrous. This Lily could not be a soldier wearing a uniform of little more than small clothes. Liliana returned the shirt to the drawer. The closet held 2 cheaply made dresses. They must do. The white one had colorful flowers on it, which was completely inappropriate. She chose the other one. At least the sheen of the burgundy fabric reminded Liliana of a gown she had at home. The back closure would not function properly, and she could find no stockings. A simple pair of white sandals completed the pathetic ensemble. Not wishing to see her reflection, she prepared to assume her usual regal bearing and stepped from the room. The small sleeping chamber had no bathing room. Across a narrow hallway, however, she located what must be a community washing room. How primitive. Eyeing the tiny bristles on a long handle, she wondered if those were meant to clean her teeth. Not knowing who had used them, she scrubbed her teeth with a finger. Liliana stared at her reflection in the mirror. Never before had she realized how much her clothing helped her wear an attitude of superiority. With great effort, she descended the stairs like the queen she soon would be. "Why are you wearing a church dress to school?" Even in simple short-cropped trousers and a short-sleeved knit top, the woman who looked like her mother with the bearing of a queen made Liliana feel like a cheap imitation. She glanced down at the simple gown before looking up again. John's twin watched her with interest, also dressed in short trousers and a simple collarless shirt like the ones upstairs. He held a white ball. The girl, who looked like Serafina, her blonde locks now brushed and flowing over her shoulders, wore the same type of short trousers and shirt. Liliana's grandmother stood behind the counterfeit mother.
Before you go to change out of that dress, Lily, let me introduce you to Eleni. Nana left a note. She and her friend Hazel decided to go to Oahu to celebrate Nana's birthday and asked if Eleni here could stay at our house.
Her mother's expression darkened with worry, and she sent a wary glance at Eleni before saying,
I have no idea what Nana was thinking to take a cab to the airport. One of us could have driven her.
"I truly appreciate you taking me in, Mrs. McGregor.
I promise I won't be a bother."
When Gran shifted her gaze to Liliana, her expression changed from pleasant to hard.
Let me help you find something more appropriate for school. Everyone tells me I have an eye for fashion.
Liliana glared at her. "Is Andy giving us a ride this morning?" The boy spun the white ball in his hands, his tone teasing as he made a kissing motion with his lips.
Whatever did that mean? Don't play with the ball in the house, Jack.
The mother turned and pointed him toward another door.
What a rude boy.
Even John would never behave that way. Liliana lifted her chin and spun to return to the sleeping room, forgetting the open back of the dress.
Wait just 1 minute.
Mrs. McGregor took hold of the dress and touched Liliana's bare back.
Were you planning to wear it to school? Without a bra?
Flushing, Liliana put her hands behind her back to hold the dress parts against her skin. Only then did she notice the sheerness of the fabric, and her face flamed even more. Unable to think what else to say, she swept up the stairs and was about to slam the door to the sleeping room when her grandmother caught it and slipped into the room. "You will truly force me to do this?" Liliana stared at the neatly folded clothing in the drawer again.
Yes, let me show you how this works.
Gran did something to the back of the dress, and the two ends stayed together.
What is this curious device?
Liliana tried to look over her shoulder.
It's called a zipper, and I've sorely missed them.
Eleni undid the dress again. Turning back to the dresser, Liliana examined the various pieces of clothing in the drawer. She fingered some of the fabrics, recalling how the family downstairs had dressed. These weren't undergarments at all.
What a strange place.
Gran reached past her and picked up a pair of what looked like small clothes.
This place has a tropical climate. They wear simple clothing.
She pulled a shirt from a hanger and handed it and the small clothes to Liliana. Her grandmother added to the pile an odd white cloth with rounded shapes, which mimicked a woman's bosom.
Put these on.
She then explained the names of the garments.
You may learn to like the way people dress here once you get used to it.
I will not remain here long enough to become accustomed to anything in this place.
We shall see.
Gran touched the lightweight fabric and glanced at the dress Liliana wore.
Velvets are too hot for kawaii.
Cow, she stumbled over the name.
Kawaii,
her grandmother repeated. Liliana sighed and held up the odd white piece. And this?
That's the bra Mrs. McGregor mentioned. You wear it to bind your bosom.
They leave so much of their arms and legs exposed yet are concerned about wearing this thing? Gran shrugged and waited. Liliana glanced at the door. What could she do but pretend to acquiesce? Her grandmother had done something to bring her here and, it appeared, was the only one with the power to send Liliana back. She had no choice. With a dramatic sigh, she nodded. When Gran had helped her out of the dress, Liliana kicked the frumpy thing aside. Her grandmother bent over, picked up the dress, and handed it back to her.
There are no maids here to wait on you. Hang it up where you found it.
You cannot possibly expect me, a princess and future queen, to do the work of a drudge.
You're no princess here.
Gran took Liliana's free hand and forced the dress into her fingers.
Do it.
Liliana sent her a poisonous glare, but the young woman with her grandmother's eyes didn't flinch. It struck Liliana then that she truly was Gran and had been a queen for nearly 20 years. A painting of her and King Edward hung in the portrait gallery back home. How had that beautiful woman turned into the creepy hag? All the feelings associated with the woman over the past year intensified. Liliana finally hung the dress as commanded. She turned her back to remove the slip and examined the bosom-binding strap. A bra?
What kind of word was that?
She put it on. When she struggled to clasp the back, Gran's icy fingers guided Liliana's. She shivered and pulled away as soon as the contraption was connected. Once dressed in short trousers and one of the wave warrior shirts, Liliana felt exposed, vulnerable,
and common. Now it's time for us to help with breakfast.
Gran pointed to the door.
And you will do it, too, as any dutiful daughter would.
Liliana clenched her jaw and followed her grandmother to the kitchen. The food preparation and eating areas made up a big part of a larger area, which included sofas. She barely kept her sneer to herself. Mrs. McGregor, wearing a strange pair of gloves and holding a pot, smiled.
I don't mean to be so bossy, Lily. I get that you're almost an adult, but knowing the way your days go, you'd probably have ruined the dress. It would be expensive to replace.
Liliana stared at her blankly. This dimension must have low standards of workmanship if the dressmaker had charged a great deal for it. Now, the mother said, oblivious to Liliana's response,
Emmy's setting the silverware, so I need you two to do the bowls and cups.
She turned and headed toward the square table. Gran handed Liliana a stack of bowls. With a huff, she took them and placed them next to the spoons the youngest girl had set out. The child slid her little hand into Liliana's and leaned her head against her arm. She glanced down at the dark head, thinking of how they had cuddled earlier. It brought to mind the memory of another small hand that used to cling to hers. Amabel would be this child's height. Liliana shook her head. This peasant child would not distract her. You did well. She paused, not sure of the girl's name.
Emmy,
Gran offered as she placed a small glass above the fork. Yes, Emmy, Liliana said. Very nice. The girl gave her a big grin before dashing into the cooking area.
And that kindness cost you nothing, Gran whispered.
Liliana was about to snap back, but Mrs. McGregor hurried over.
Do you require further assistance?
Liliana asked. Mrs. McGregor shot her a puzzled glance, but then nodded as though in understanding.
Are you practicing for your audition already? I didn't know the play was historical. You'll love that.
Audition? As in a theatrical? Was her twin an actress? How scandalous. Liliana couldn't decide if the idea appalled or impressed her. Still, she had noticed how sloppy everyone's speech was in this place. She did not wish to change herself to fit in with these peasants. It would suit her to claim she was, how had the mother described it,
practicing for an audition.
Yes.
Well, sit down, you two.
Mrs. McGregor slid onto a chair, picked up Emmy's bowl, and spooned in some food. Gran eyed Liliana from the side, and she put on a neutral princess face. She accepted a bowl and examined the contents. Mush. Peasant food. She swallowed her groan and attempted to make plans to get around her grandmother. However, the children's laughter and teasing distracted Liliana. She found herself listening as Mrs. McGregor asked Gran questions about where she came from and how long she had been on Kauai. Liliana found it curious her grandmother could pitch her tone higher than her older self's deeper, rougher, old woman voice. Mrs. McGregor didn't appear to realize she was speaking to her own grandmother. Or rather, her grandmother's double. When the meal finished, Liliana resigned herself to cleaning up like a servant. When Mrs. McGregor told the youngest girl to hurry, Liliana caught Gran's attention. She came over to help clear the table while Mrs. McGregor checked the bags for the younger children. I cannot do this. Liliana kept her voice low.
You can, and you will.
For being so sharp, her grandmother's tone stayed surprisingly quiet.
I will not attend school with peasants.
You breakfasted with peasants perfectly well, Gran hissed.
And they're people just as you are.
Do not insult me. Liliana crossed her arms.
I am royalty. You are nothing special.
The disdain in her grandmother's words pierced Liliana like a dagger, stealing the breath from her lungs. The room seemed to blur around her, and she felt torn back in time, swallowed by a memory she had tried to bury deep within her. At nearly 12 and awkwardly tall for her age, Liliana's limbs had not yet become accustomed to her sudden growth spurt. She stood on the stage in the great hall, the scent of spices and beeswax thick, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of expectation. Her heart pounding, she faced an audience of courtiers and their children, waiting like a carrion eater for any sign of weakness. Lillian had practiced for days, reciting her lines until they were etched into her very soul. But her tongue had betrayed her, and she had stumbled over words she knew as well as her own name. Her voice had wavered, cracked, and then fallen to silence. A deafening, humiliating silence. Her mother had come to her rescue, her touch gentle as she guided Lillian her away. Later, at the reception, she had tried to blend into the background, but a group of youths had cornered her, their eyes gleaming with malicious delight. One girl had sneered, her words thick with venom. You should remove yourself from your betters and go live where you belong, with your common grandparents. The memory stung as though fresh, the girl's words mingling with Gran's until they became a cacophony of doubt and shame. Liliana's cheeks flushed hot, her hands trembling as they clenched into fists. She was back in the present, but the past clung to her, a haunting specter she couldn't shake. Still reeling from her grandmother's cutting words, Liliana barely took in Mrs. McGregor's voice.
What are you two talking about?
Mrs. McGregor called as she closed up the bags.
Lily, we're running late, so I'll have to drive you today. You need to wash those dishes in the sink before we go. I've got a bunch of errands to run, and I don't want to leave the house a mess for Dad to come home to after his flight.
Flight? The word snapped Liliana, falling into the present, and she glanced at her grandmother. I'd be happy to finish everything while you're gone, Mrs. McGregor, Gran offered.
Oh, would you?
Mrs. McGregor's shoulders relaxed.
I didn't want to ask. I'm happy to help wherever I can.
Gran shot Liliana a hard look.
Why don't you get your backpack from the bedroom while I finish this?
Fuming, Liliana returned to the sleeping chamber. She glanced around the room. What was a backpack? An odd bag hung on a hook by the door, a larger version of the one Mrs. McGregor had put papers into for Emmy. Liliana lifted it from the hook and nearly dropped it. What did it hold? She felt the sides. Books. And they meant for her to carry them? Passing a doorway, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in a large mirror. Her hair was a mess. She had no idea how to fix it herself, but she picked up a brush on the counter. For the first time, she gave attention to the lighting of the room. It held no apparent flame, yet when she raised her fingers close to it, there was heat. Mrs. McGregor appeared behind her and kissed Liliana's cheek.
Let's go.
Liliana put a hand to her face, surprised at the unexpected sting in her eyes. It had been a long time since her mother had kissed her like that.
What a foolish sentiment.
With a disdainful sniff, she swept from the bathing room. When she returned to the kitchen, the others had gone. From the corner of her eye, she caught the movement of the two younger sisters disappearing through a door into another room. Liliana moved to follow them, but Gran appeared and slipped something into the pocket of the backpack.
Your class list.
I cannot do this, Liliana pleaded, sincere this time.
You must, my dear.
Gran's eyes softened a little. Liliana buried her face in her hands, hoping she had given nothing away. Sympathy from her grandmother? Perhaps if she thought Liliana had changed. Yes, she could use this.
They have trained you to deal with many social settings.
Gran put a hand on Liliana's shoulder.
Consider this a new one.
Sighing, Liliana hurried into the room the others had disappeared into, then paused. It had unfinished walls, which held an odd assortment of tools hanging from hooks. Near a large opening, Mrs. McGregor was climbing into some kind of large, dark carriage. Where were the horses? "Get in the car," Jack called through an opening in it. Mrs. McGregor did something, and a glass window rose, shutting Jack behind it. The youth threw himself back against his seat. Liliana stared. This world did have magic. She stood warily, not sure how to enter the strange carriage.
Lily, what are you doing? Get in.
Mrs. McGregor held up both hands, a mannerism similar to the one the Queen used to show her frustration when they were in private. No one sat opposite from the mother, so Liliana hurried to the other side of the black beast. Outlined in the odd metal was what must be a door. With a grimace, she reached out and clasped a silver decoration. Nothing happened. Liliana tightened her grip and pulled on it. It jerked up, and she staggered back, but a door opened. She had done it. Grinning, she slid into the surprisingly comfortable chair. She glanced around and found Mrs. McGregor giving her that look again. Flushing, Liliana pulled the door closed. The mother reached over her shoulder, took a cloth strap, pulled it across her body, and latched it into something metallic at her side. Liliana looked for one over her own shoulder and copied the movement. It didn't come far enough to reach the latch, and she didn't know how to make it. With a scowl and a mutter of,
"What's gotten into you today?"
Mrs. McGregor pulled the belt back up to the starting place and jerked on it hard enough that it reached completely across Liliana's lap that time. She pushed the metal pieces together until they clicked. "I apologize." Liliana frowned at herself. Why had she even deigned to speak? She had no obligation to apologize to this common woman. It mattered not how much Mrs. McGregor resembled the Queen. Germaine had repeatedly stressed that a ruler must not concern herself with the approval of the masses. The people held no power. Unbidden, a memory of her grandparents came forcefully to mind. Her mother's parents had come of quality, but not nobility. Untitled gentry, like her tutor. As a child, Liliana had loved visiting her grandparents' manor house, where the strictures on royal behavior were not so severe. Odd that she should remember it now when she hadn't been able to bring the memories to mind in over a year. For the first time in a long time, she regretted the estrangement with her mother, which had come as a result of the constant disagreements with father. Mrs. McGregor did something near a large wheel before her. The carriage rumbled like a beast waking from a long slumber. Liliana held her breath and clutched a handle on the door to her right. The carriage slowly moved backward. She craned her neck, watching with reluctant admiration as Mrs. McGregor guided it onto the road and then straightened it so the vehicle could move forward. Liliana leaned back. Something niggled against the edges of her senses. Magic? Her grandmother said this world had none. She must be lying for her own purposes. The drive to the school passed quickly, and Liliana's anxiety grew. By the time they arrived, the pressure of a headache had begun. Mrs. McGregor guided the carriage up to a walk where a crowd of youths gathered. She had to help Liliana undo the buckle. She wanted to beg the woman to let her return to the house with her.
"Are you feeling okay?"
Mrs. McGregor scrutinized Liliana. Knowing she could not face her grandmother again so soon, she nodded. Liliana stared at the crush of students moving past the window. Fear held her in place for a moment, the comfort and safety of the McGregor family sitting beside her appealing. Her fingers shook when she opened the door.
"Is Meg still going to be there to give you a ride home?"
Mrs. McGregor pushed the backpack toward her. "Meg?" Liliana's gaze darted from Mrs. McGregor to the children in the back. "Hurry, Lily," Emmy complained. "I'm going to be late."
"Call me if you need a ride."
Mrs. McGregor shook her head.
"Lily, shut the door."
Liliana did as she was told and stepped back. She watched in dismay as the mother drove away. Deserted her. Left her alone in this alien place where she knew no one. She stood paralyzed, her breathing quick and shallow. She shook her head, hoping to shake away her lack of confidence. There must be a way to force Gran to send her home. Liliana closed her eyes. What did her grandmother hope to accomplish here? Had she trained this doppelganger in what to do? Was she at this very moment ruining Liliana's plans with Lord Germain? Lord Germain. He would see through the girl, name her the fraud she was. Wouldn't he? For a moment Liliana considered trying to find her way back to the McGregor house. No. There had been too many twists and turns. Taking a deep breath, she turned to face the school. An entire day lay before her in which to plan. Liliana pulled the backpack over one shoulder and merged with the students. She made her way to a series of glass doors which served as an entrance to the learning institution. She tried to ignore the memory of her grandmother's eyes. The old, young woman was showing herself to be a powerful adversary. Liliana gritted her teeth. But no one would stop her from achieving her goals. Taking a deep breath, she made her way to the school entrance, surprised to recognize so many faces. They must be doppelgangers of people in her world, but what were the strange handheld objects everyone focused on? She stretched to see better and stumbled.
Careful there,
A familiar young man's voice said as he took her arm to keep her from falling. Chapter 8. Orthedale.
I hope you don't mind that my son Drew joins us again.
Mr. Kellerson set his bag on a table.
He has some studying to do of his own for his practicals later this week.
It's all good. Lily had no idea what practicals were. She walked slowly to give her time to examine the large room. It wasn't a suite like hers, or rather like the princess's. In this room, bookcases made up one entire wall. It even had one of those moving ladders, so people could get to the top shelves. She wanted nothing more than to check out the titles.
Your Royal Highness,
Drew said, stepping beside her. Lily jumped a little and had to bite back a giggle of embarrassment. She had been so interested in the books she hadn't heard him approaching. Except for the ponytail, he looked just like Andy. She reminded herself they were not the same boy, any more than Meg and Maggie were the same. I love this. Lily pointed to the bookcases. So much. Drew glanced from her to the books and back to her again, his expression wary. The real princess wouldn't stare at something she saw every day. Maybe she didn't like to read. Lily gave a mental groan. How could she pretend to be a girl who liked that? She reminded herself it would be good training for the stage. He pointed to a table near the front of the room, like she should know where to sit. Her cheeks warming, she took a seat. She would have to come up with a reason for speaking and acting differently. Mr. Kellerson wrote on the board. It reminded her of how a friend had described being homeschooled. Lily's heart leaped into her throat. What if she couldn't read the writing here? Fighting a sense of panic, she flipped open a book and found she could make out the words. She peeked at the board, relieved to read the writing there too.
we will begin with history,
Mr. Kellerson said, turning to face her. Lily's eyes widened. She didn't know a thing about this place's history, or its present, for that matter. When the tutor's brows creased, she quickly schooled her features and put on a nonchalant air, straightening the book before her. Pretend you're on stage. Mr. Kellerson gave a discreet cough. When she looked up, she found him pointing to what he'd written on the board, pages she was supposed to read. Channeling what she hoped was a snooty princess, Lily sniffed and opened the book to the page listed. As she read the words, the story of the place pulled her in. After going through a few pages, she flipped to the back of the book to see if there were maps. The ones she found looked to have been hand-drawn and were practically works of art. The country Orthedale appeared to be separated from two other countries to the north, Theronia and Soldaris, by a narrow land bridge. If the maps were to be believed, Orthedale also had the more fertile land with great plains full of farmland. Lily flipped back to the front of the book and skimmed over the table of contents. She couldn't see much about technology. Did it mean they relied on magic instead? Considering what she had seen that morning, she guessed they must. Andy wanted to be an engineer. He would probably go crazy in a place that used magic to get things done. When Mr. Kellerson called an end to the reading time, he asked Lily a question. She had no idea who the King of Theronia was, much less the implications of the current talks between the two countries. Pretending to be the princess gave her the courage to speak. So, to deflect the question and, hopefully, get the tutor talking more about magic, she asked a question of her own about something she'd read. "What are your thoughts about this ruling?" Lily pointed to a page about a military trial 50 years earlier. The accused soldier had refused to go with the others in his squadron on what he had called a losing battle. He'd claimed his commanding officer was incompetent and had persisted in repeating the same failed assaults with dozens of meaningless deaths. Mr. Kellerson went still and stared at her with round eyes. His face might look like Andy's father's, but she'd never once seen the version in her world look so intimidated. Why had her question shocked him? Was it what she'd asked, or that she had asked? She shot Drew a quick glance. He was watching his father with a surprised but expectant expression.
Well,
The tutor shifted uncomfortably.
I don't believe it is my place to question a royal decision.
So they didn't have freedom of speech, at least for the regular people. Lily glanced back at the book and scanned the last part of the section to make sure she remembered it correctly. Yes, the king at the time had ruled against the soldier for refusing to follow orders. Mr. Kellerson must be afraid to voice a contrary opinion. It made Lily think of one of her uncles who had spent many years in China where the government came down on people who disagreed with them. She recognized something else in Mr. Kellerson's expression, something she had felt often enough at school herself. He must think she was setting him up with a trick question, which she hadn't meant to do. "Well, I think it was wrong," she said. His wariness seemed to increase. "No, really." Lily shifted her gaze to Drew, feeling a little at home. Debating was something she and Andy often did when they shared a class. Imagining him as her audience of one made it easier for her to step outside of her shyness. "Do you think it's right to force men to go on what's obviously a suicide mission?" They should have asked for volunteers. Drew's blink of surprise was so like Andy's. She found this Regency version of her crush intriguing, especially the long hair. She had some uncles who liked to wear their hair long, but Andy had always preferred his short because he didn't want the bother when he surfed. He'd also said a ponytail would have given his martial arts opponents something to grab. A little shiver made the hair on her arms stand on end. She and Drew had been gazing into each other's eyes, an exhilarating tension flowing between them. He must have realized it too, because his ears went red and he looked down.
I agree with my father,
He said,
but I was glad to read the king had also reprimanded the officer who made the order and relieved him of his command.
He glanced up again.
Do you believe it wasn't enough?
A delicious warmth washed over Lily, and her heart raced. Drew studied her, almost measuring. What did he see? A fraud? Would he look at her so intensely if he knew she was just a commoner, someone who didn't even belong here? Her cheeks flushed hot, and she looked down. "Point to Drew." "No," she said. "It's wrong to throw people's lives away like they're units in a video game."
A what?
Drew asked. Now her face flushed for another reason. "Just a kind of game I've read about." Mr. Kellerson coughed and handed Lily a different book, saying,
I believe we should shift to literature now. We'll begin reading this one.
Lily glanced at Drew, who still watched her, his expression assessing. She examined the bound book, its deep green leather cover embossed with gold leaf. At least she assumed it was gold leaf. She ran her fingers over the beautiful workmanship.
Ma'am,
Mr. Kellerson asked.
are you unclear about your reading assignment?
No. Sorry. Lily opened the book, surprised to recognize the lines.
When we are struck at without a reason, we should strike back again very hard. I am sure we should. so hard as to teach the person who struck us never to do it again.
The person speaking was identified as Joan.
Was it possible this place had Jane Eyre? Lily flipped to the title page. Joan Eyre. It could be. Weird. Would the only difference be in the spelling of the names? She went to the first chapter and started reading. As always, Lily got caught up in the story.
When Mr. Kellerson changed the subject again, she groaned softly in disappointment.
She gave a bigger one when she saw the new subject. Math.
He had the same businesslike style Mr. Kellen did back home, but Mr. Kellerson had a more soft-spoken and even tentative manner as he gave her an assignment to work out of the book.
Was the difference in his nature or because of his social status in this place?
She hoped she wasn't really anything like the bratty princess.
Lily tried to read the page but didn't recognize the equations.
It sure wasn't trig. Was the math here different? Could math be different? Or was it a higher level than what she'd studied? The tutor asked a question, and Lily had no idea how to answer it. Drew whispered a hint, but she still didn't know the answer. The only word out of the whole thing that she recognized was function. Mr. Kellerson shot her an odd glance.
Evidently, the princess was good at math.
Drew tried to help again, and his father shot him a stern look.
"I'm sorry," she finally said, rubbing her temples. "My head hurts and I can't think. Can we postpone this to another day?"
As you wish, ma'am.
Mr. Kellerson closed his book.
Your pencil needs sharpening.
Drew reached for it and did something with his hand.
When he held it out to her, it had a sharp point.
Lily took it back.
The wood was warm, like it had been run through an electric pencil sharpener.
Magic with the wave of his hand.
"Nice.
Thanks," she said.
My pleasure.
His smile warmed her right to her toes, and she had to remind herself that he only looked like Andy.
I believe we might as well take an early lunch, ma'am,
Mr. Kellerson said. Drew went to the door and opened it. He said something to someone outside and returned, looking like he meant to speak to Lily.
We will eat on the balcony, Drew, and leave Her Royal Highness to enjoy her meal.
Mr. Kellerson shot a warning glance at his son and made a show of collecting a bag from his desk. He and Drew then stepped out the large glass door.
Lily watched them go.
If this father was anything like Andy's dad, then Drew was going to get a lecture.
Because he'd been nice to the princess, or rather, the girl he thought was her? It made Lily feel bad for him.
She glanced around the empty room, taking in the chalkboard, books, and empty chairs. A terrible sense of isolation and loneliness washed over her.
As friendly as Drew might be, they didn't really know each other at all.
Lily felt trapped in this weird alternate reality, surrounded by familiar-looking people who were actually strangers. Even Drew, the kind guy who showed interest in her, had been forced to leave her by herself, possibly because of her. Her isolation weighed on her, making her weary. The never-ending dream had turned into an endless cycle of pretending, of being someone she wasn't. As she sat there, a chilling thought crossed Lily's mind. What if she was stuck here? The sound of the classroom door opening startled Lily from her spiraling thoughts. A maid pushed in a cart with a covered tray on it. It took Lily a second to transition from her negative thoughts to the smell of food, but her stomach growled. When the woman removed the cloche, Lily was glad to recognize slices of meats, cheese, and fresh fruit. The maid quickly set up a table to the side, while Lily watched the two men on the balcony. It looked like a beautiful day outside. She would rather be there with them. Instead, she sat alone in the classroom, considering her situation.
What if she wasn't sleeping? What if she was really here?
Lily considered the morning and realized that sometime during the lessons, she had accepted this wasn't a dream.
Now what? Why did she look like this princess? Was the girl back in Hawaii pretending to be Lily? Had anyone noticed the difference? Was time the same back home? Where was this place?
A sour taste filled her mouth.
Had someone kidnapped the real princess?
Did they want Lily to help cover up a crime? But then who had sent her the warning note? Had whoever brought her here sent it? Could she trust anyone who had stolen her from her home without her permission? The Keller sons came back inside, pulling Lily from her thoughts. Drew said nothing to her but took his seat again. When he glanced her way, she mouthed sorry. He smiled and then looked down, so his father couldn't see. For the afternoon, they worked on science. At least she knew something about this. It seemed a contradiction this place would use the same science and literature, but the math was different. Did the brilliant people on Earth? Lily gave a little gasp, and Drew looked at her. She dropped her gaze, pretending to read the book in front of her. Was she even still on Earth? She'd have to check the stars tonight.
We will now move on to astronomy,
Mr. Kellerson said, almost as though he had read her mind. He regarded his son, and then shifted his gaze to Lily, his brows creased. She had seen Andy's father do the same thing when he was trying to make up his mind. Mr. Kellerson heaved out a breath. She glanced at Drew, but he only shrugged, apparently as confused as she was.
How many balls of string would it take to get from here to the moon?
Mr. Kellerson asked. Lily groaned. She hated questions like this. They were too much like math.
1.
Drew met her gaze and almost winked at her before seeming to catch himself.
A very big one.
She burst out laughing. It reminded her of when Emmy had recently plagued the family with astronomy jokes going around her grade school. Oh! Lily turned in her seat to face him. How does the man in the moon cut his hair? She snapped her mouth shut. What if they didn't call the lunar seas that here? Had she just given herself away as a fraud? Drew's eyes narrowed, but the corner of his mouth twitched. He rose to his feet and started pacing, making a big show of considering her question. He finally stopped at the chair next to hers.
With the festival in 2 days, that's an easy one, ma'am.
He dropped into the seat.
Eclipse it.
Very good. Lily clapped her hands. Mr. Kellerson chuckled and coughed to cover it.
Now. Enough nonsense.
He shot her a curious glance as he handed them each a paper.
Let us get back to work.
Us? Had he decided not to stop them from talking to each other? Lily hoped so. It gave her a little thrill that Drew hadn't returned to his chair and didn't make any move like he meant to. She tried to focus on the reading assignment, but found his proximity distracting. He wrote quickly, and she found her attention drawn to his hand. He had an odd-shaped scar on it. Andy had gotten one just like it while surfing. She glanced out the window at the snow-capped mountains in the distance. She doubted Drew had received his injury the same way. Still, Drew's hand could have been Andy's. She glanced up and their gazes met again. His brows creased as he studied her as though trying to solve a puzzle. Lily ducked her head, wishing she had a way to hide her hot cheeks. Andy had sometimes looked at her in a similar way recently, but not with the same intensity. What did it mean? They continued to work quietly. It was almost like Drew knew he was pushing his luck by having moved near her and didn't want to draw attention to where he sat.
Well, we shall call it a day,
Mr. Kellerson finally said, closing his book and putting it in his bag.
Ma'am, you have made excellent progress with your science studies, but you seem to have had a setback with your math. Did you have a bad night?
A bad night? Yeah. Lily almost had to bite her tongue to stop herself from blabbing about being yanked out of her home and brought to this strange place. Instead, she simply nodded. Mr. Kellerson watched her for a second, his expression curious, before he said to Drew,
I must leave for my meeting and need you to clean up. Your Highness.
The man gave a deep bow before he gathered his bag and left the room. Lily picked up the paper and a book.
Allow me, ma'am.
Drew took them gently from her and put them in a nearby cupboard. He straightened a stack of books that didn't need it.
I know you like to walk in the gardens after lessons. You should go. I'll take care of this.
Yes, the gardens. Lily had almost forgotten about them. She would love to roam those living rooms. If she went far enough, maybe she'd find a hidden maze. Could she get lost out there? Or meet the note sender when she was alone? Would he or she be a friend, or the person who had brought her here? Lily sighed. No friend would have done that and then ditched her. But she really needed to get outside, just not alone. She glanced at Drew. Lily reached over and touched his shoulder. He paused, a stack of books balanced in his arms, and stared at her hand. I'd like company on my walk. She dropped it.
As you wish, ma'am.
His face broke out with a huge grin.
I would be pleased to accompany you.
He took the rest of the books and shoved them haphazardly into the cupboard. The schoolroom door flew open, and a tall, slender, almost gaunt figure swept in, his cape flapping behind him. He strutted to the front of the room and paused like a caricature of an actor in one of those old-time melodramas. The only thing he was missing was a mustache to twirl. Lily gaped at him. His attitude reminded her of Snape's drama queen entrance in the first Harry Potter movie and made her want to laugh. The man's posture screamed, "I am important. Notice me." At first, she was so startled she didn't look closely at his face. When she did, her breath caught, and the room spun for a second. She clutched the table as icy dread filled her veins. Her father's psycho cousin Jerry stood at the front of the room, wearing a smile just for her. Chapter 9. All Lily knew about her father's cousin was that last year Jerry had taken to cutting fentanyl into the cocaine he had sold to make it even more addictive. Her father had called it a lethal combination. 6 people had died. Since Jerry had a previous conviction for drug trafficking, the judge had given him a sentence of life in prison. Her dad and Jerry had been like brothers growing up. Lily had never met him because his unrepentant and belligerent attitude had forced her father to make the agonizing decision to break all contact. The photo Lily had seen of him on the news had looked like an older, colder man than the one in her dad's childhood photo albums. How could his doppelganger still be running free in this place?
Your Royal Highness.
He swaggered toward her, and she took a step back. The Jerry twin stopped. A flash of surprise crossed his face, followed by anger. Then all expression was gone, and he stared at her with narrowed eyes, his voice turning smooth.
Is something amiss, my dear cousin? I thought perhaps you would enjoy some fresh air after having been cooped inside for your lessons.
As soon as he spoke, an odd tingling began at the base of Lily's skull, and the headache she'd claimed during math turned real. All her instincts screamed something bad was going to happen, and she should get away. She stepped closer to Drew. She cast him a pleading glance. Drew immediately came to her side, placing himself slightly in front so he stood between her and Jerry. The pain in her head eased.
My pardon, Lord Germain,
Drew said.
Princess Liliana must complete an assignment in the gardens before she is free for the day. If you will excuse us.
He gave a dignified bow before turning. He held his hand toward the door, indicating she should go first. Under Jerry's scrutiny, she hurried out as fast as the heavy dress would allow. As soon as they were out of sight of the guard outside the schoolroom door, and she was sure Jerry wasn't following, Lily leaned against the wall. She pulled her shaking hands to her face. Bile burned at the back of her throat, and she had to blink back tears.
Ma'am, are you unwell?
Drew asked, his voice full of concern. He glanced down the corridor before turning back to her.
Has he done?
He shifted as though uncomfortable.
Anything to you?
Lily wiped her eyes. Not to me. He just scares me. I don't want to have anything to do with him. She shivered. Drew watched her, his expression troubled. What could she tell him? Was she being fair? Technically, she didn't know this Lord Germain, as Drew had called him. She was sure she was the opposite of the princess. Was he different too? But Drew seemed a lot like Andy. Thinking back to her response to how Jermaine had entered the room, she accepted she wanted to be wherever he wasn't. An almost uncontrollable desire filled her to tell Drew everything. Something deep inside told her she could trust him. Lily even opened her mouth to form the words, but then remembered the floating note. She rubbed her arms, a sense of desperation growing inside. Who had brought her to this place and why? Where had that person gone? What if Jermaine came out the door and found her still there? She straightened, unable to resist the urge to flee. I have to get away in case he comes out.
Right.
Sweet Drew. He took her at her words.
To the gardens, then.
Drew took her elbow again. Like a pair of thieves, they sneaked down the corridor. His concern took away some of her feeling of abandonment. She appreciated how seriously he was treating her concerns and kept checking over his shoulder until they rounded a corner and went down another set of stairs. When they finally stepped into the sunlight, he let out a deep breath at the same time Lily did. It almost made her laugh.
We should make haste.
He placed a hand lightly on her back and guided her to a busy walkway filled with people, some dressed in expensive fabrics. Others wore more modest clothing, and a few had on garments made of a heavy, rough-looking material. Everyone seemed to recognize her and bowed or curtsied. It made her feel even more like she had been cast in a weird fairy tale. Who had the role of Wicked Witch? Black spots edged her vision. Was it Jermaine? Drew, who had dropped his hand from her back, must have seen her involuntary shudder because he took her elbow. The barely there touch calmed her. He acknowledged the people on the pathways, but kept her moving when a couple of them looked about to speak to her. Silently, he eased her beyond the crush of people until the busy path split. He maneuvered them onto a narrow, less traveled one. A sudden lightness filled Lily. They had gotten away. She shifted her attention to the gardens, remembering how she had wanted to check them out. The shrubbery did create walls and made little rooms with flower beds and benches. She had thought the garden looked charming from the balcony. Up close, they were even more so, and each room was different. The one they stood in had a single raised flower bed in the center. At the other end, through a graceful arch, stood some kind of topiary. Was that the one the workers had been making that morning? She turned back to find Drew watching her.
Do you wish to speak of Lord Jermaine?
He asked, his voice soft. Once again, her feelings about Jerry came to mind, and she couldn't separate them from this Lord Jermaine. I can't even, she said. Why don't you tell me about the test you were studying for? He eyed her for a second, but finally said,
It's for my 3rd level magic practical this week. With that out of the way, I will begin my intensive training. I must own that it will be a relief to concentrate my energy on mastering my skills rather than learning new ones.
What kind of magic do you do?
I'm a matter manipulator.
His expression brightened at her interest. What's that? When he frowned, Lily added quickly, I mean, what kind? She rubbed her temple. Please let there be more than one kind of matter manipulator. Drew shifted his feet, looking doubtful, as though he suspected her of making fun of him.
I'm a trickster.
Lily blinked.
I suppose the nobles don't name us such. Tricksters do this.
The corner of his mouth twitched up, and he was gone. Drew! Lily cried. Then he stood before her again and laughed.
Now you know why they call us tricksters.
Where did you go? Lily had to fight to keep back her excitement. He'd been right next to her, and she hadn't been able to see him.
You've studied this.
He frowned again.
I went nowhere.
Lily let out a breath. That would come in handy for hide and seek. Maybe I didn't study that.
Now you are trying to hoax me.
Drew crossed his arms.
My father is a very thorough tutor.
He didn't teach magic today. Nor does he. Drew dropped his arms.
He may not be your magic instructor, but he has taught you the history of magic. Your parents hired the best tutor in Orthedale, and I don't say that merely because he is my father. It's the truth. I'm sure you also have the best magic tutor as well.
She hadn't even thought about the princess doing magic. As if just masquerading as a regular princess wasn't hard enough, Now Lily was supposed to pretend she was magical too? Okay, she said. Let's pretend I'm a visitor from a place where they can't do magic. How would you explain what you just did? Drew studied her again. His voice was soft when he spoke, almost a whisper.
You seem unlike yourself today, ma'am.
Lily glanced away. So, she was failing as a princess already. If everyone saw through her as easily as Drew did, she was in trouble. Fake it until you make it. She pointed toward the other arbor and stepped toward it. Explain to this ignorant royal about your magic.
As you command, ma'am,
He said with a shrug and followed her.
we tricksters change the matter of our bodies and clothing to take on the appearance of surrounding objects.
Like a chameleon, Lily said, remembering how he'd been there 1 second and then gone.
I'm not familiar with that.
Another word difference. She sighed. It's a Liz, a small animal that can change its coloring to blend in with its surroundings.
The chameleon.
Drew gave it a French-like pronunciation.
As a trickster, I am almost invisible as long as I hold still. Masters can turn invisible even when moving, though it requires much energy and concentration. Even they cannot hold it very long while in motion.
Nice. Lily struggled a little to get her head around all of this. What kind of job uses trickster magic?
A spy, of course.
You have spies here? Confusion and suspicion again crossed his face.
I know you are shamming it now, ma'am. With all the tension with Theronia, you would have done more than study about this.
You're right, of course. Lily turned away, pulling a face he couldn't see, and walked into another garden room, this one with vine-covered stone walls. How could she talk to people if everything she said had the potential to give her away?
This is one of my favorite places.
Wearing a soft smile, Drew turned in a slow circle, stopping to study a section where climbing roses intertwined with ivy. It's beautiful. Lily went up to one of the 3 planting beds full of colorful flowers. Some looked like petunias, but with pointy petals.
My grandfather helped design these gardens.
Drew came to stand beside her.
Until your father became king, none of our family could see his work, since the gardens used to be closed to commoners.
That's just stupid. Lily's sense of injustice flared. Don't the commoners pay taxes? And aren't those taxes used to pay for these gardens? If everyone's paying for them, everyone should get to enjoy them.
According to my grandfather, that is almost exactly what your father said when he was crowned.
Drew grinned.
Like father, like daughter, eh?
From the way people had reacted to her as the princess, Lily didn't think so. It made her think of her own father, and homesickness hit her. I just want to go home. To add emphasis to the word, she kicked a rock, forgetting how thin the fabric of her shoes was. Ow! She tried to lift her foot to look at it and stumbled on the long skirts. She landed on her bum with a grunt, the skirts leaving her lower, unstockinged legs exposed almost to her knees.
Ma'am, are you harmed?
Drew had reached toward her, but stopped, like a character from a cartoon who'd been hit with a freeze ray. Lily burst out laughing at his expression, forgetting the momentary pain in her toe. I hate dresses anyway. She covered her shins and looked up at Drew. Well, help me up.
Now that is the princess I know.
The corner of his mouth twitched. He clasped her hand and pulled her to her feet. They stood only a few inches apart. Lily's heartbeat sped up. He looked so much like trustworthy and dependable Andy. Hot Andy, who she dreamed about being her boyfriend. She wanted to reach up and straighten the strand of hair that had fallen across Drew's forehead.
What kind do you do?
He asked softly, still holding her fingers in his. What kind of what? Lily managed to get out. Drew moved a little closer, and his gaze dropped to her mouth before lifting again.
What is your high magic?
Her mind didn't even register his words. His closeness and the way he was looking at Lily reminded her of when she and Andy had stood by his Jeep yesterday. She didn't know what to do. Was she dreaming or not? Was Drew really Andy, and this was her chance to get the kiss she might have missed yesterday? What did you say? She whispered, lifting her chin. He leaned in, but then his eyes darted behind her. With a swift move, he stepped back, his ears turning a bright red. "Jermaine?" She spun around and gave a little groan. "Nope." Mr. Kellerson stood at the entrance to the secluded garden room. The man didn't try to hide his displeasure.
Ma'am.
Drew bowed deeply.
Thank you for allowing me to accompany you on your walk.
"Thank you for saving me," Lily whispered.
How did I save you?
Drew asked softly as he straightened. "You got me away from creepy Jermaine." Drew choked back a laugh, covering the sound with a cough as his father approached. Mr. Kellerson bowed to Lily.
Your Royal Highness, I hope your walk went well.
To Drew, he said,
We have one more stop to make before we return home. Make haste. Yes, father.
Drew smiled at Lily and said in a low voice,
As Lord Jermaine would be dressing for dinner by now, you should be safe. Are you able to return on your own?
As a matter of fact, she wasn't, but she couldn't exactly tell him that. Mr. Kellerson watched the two of them with narrowed eyes, so she nodded. "I'm fine." Drew bowed again and turned to leave with his father. Lily let out her breath. She couldn't decide if she wanted it to be a dream or not. Except for the dress and creepy Jermaine, it was nearly perfect. The last of Drew's coattail disappeared around the trellis entrance, and she remembered she didn't know how to get out of the garden by herself. She hurried after them, careful to keep them in sight, but trying not to let them know she was following. She hoped they weren't headed in the opposite direction from where she needed to go. When she recognized the entrance to the gardens, now nearly empty, with the castle beyond it, relief flooded through her. From the corner of her eye, she saw a flash of something white. Spinning her head, she found another imaginary strip of paper, similar to the magical one she had received earlier.
Come to your room. A visitor awaits you.
Chapter 10. Kawaii. As Liliana looked at the boy who had caught her arm to steady her, she narrowed her eyes. He seemed familiar. Maggie's brother. Drew, wasn't it? Liliana was about to dismiss him when the girl at his side spoke. "You okay, Lily?" She watched Liliana with concern, and the boy waited expectantly for a response. "Good day, Maggie." Liliana nodded, her tone formal.
Oh!
The girl took a step back and put her hands on her hips. "What did I do to irritate you? Call me Maggie again, and I'll smack you silly." Shock at the effrontery of the girl to speak to her in such a way stole Liliana's angry response. But the idea of so petite a young woman smacking anyone was laughable. Anger fought with humor, and humor won. Liliana fought to suppress a mocking laugh. But it was a stark reminder she was not at home, but in a foreign dimension, surrounded by strangers who thought they knew her. She had a role to play, much like those she performed in court. The charade wearied Liliana already. With a sigh, she forced one of her practiced smiles and faced the other girl. "I could not help but tease you. You and Andy and your jokes. I swear." Meg scowled at her with disgust. "My best friend and my brother should not be so irritating. I'll leave you two to get to class. I have to change for PE anyway." Andy. Andrew. Drew. Like the children's names at the McGregor home. The young man, Andy, grinned at his sister and then turned expectantly to Liliana. Something in the intensity of his gaze made her feel as flushed as she did after a country dance back home.
We never got to finish our talk yesterday.
His warm hand was hesitant as it moved from her elbow down to her hand, and he slowly laced their fingers. "What talk?" An odd sensation sizzled up her arm, distracting her from asking him what he meant. How odd. Never before had a young man touched her outside of a dance, or offering her his arm as they walked. None of those had ever been done with such kind concern and something almost alive. Speechless, she let him lead her toward the school's doors. She should chide him for the presumption of touching her, but she found she rather liked it. Once they had entered the building, crowded by other youths, Liliana's wits returned. This young man obviously meant something to her double. Could she glean information about the girl from him? Liliana searched her memory of what she knew of her tutor's son. He was older than she, perhaps a year. It was a shame she had not paid better attention back home. She let him guide her to the back of a room set up with a desk where several other youths already sat. He took a seat next to two darker-skinned boys, only releasing her hand when she slid into the chair next to him.
I'm glad you didn't argue about sitting back here.
Andy gave her a crooked grin as he opened the bag they called a backpack and removed a book.
You can slum it today.
What does that mean, slum it? My father once took me near a dreadfully squalid place where filthy peasants lived. It was disgusting. He called it a slum, but I don't understand how one can slum it. This doesn't resemble that place at all. The two boys shot looks at Andy and he shrugged. To her he said,
I just know you prefer to sit up front with the other brainiacs.
Liliana had no idea what that meant, though she thought it must have something to do with the mind. Was her twin an outstanding scholar? Except in math, Liliana had never truly applied herself. She searched for a way to open her own backpack, but couldn't find one. With a soft chuckle, Andy took it from her and did something. With its open maw, it resembled a little greedy beast. He plopped the bag back on her desk. "Humph," she said. A woman approached the front of the room and began her lesson. During what turned out to be a history class, the instructor rambled on about a group of colonies fighting against a tyrannical king. She blathered on about taxation without representation, and Liliana had to fight not to laugh aloud.
What's so funny?
Andy whispered, leaning closer. How ridiculous to waste workers in a fight against such a power. Liliana rolled her eyes. The monarch had every right to press the peasants to support the war efforts. It was their duty to die for the king. He merely asked them to work a little harder and pay a few more taxes. They should have considered themselves fortunate. He could have conscripted them. Instead, they betrayed him.
Did you really just call them peasants?
Andy asked, his expression unsure, as though she might be hoaxing him.
The early colonies weren't serfdoms filled with the uneducated and unskilled. They were the descendants of people who'd risked everything to make a dangerous sea voyage in primitive ships.
The way his face lit up as he spoke, his voice growing louder, captivated Liliana. It struck her that the peasant boy's bearing had somehow turned noble as he spoke so passionately. She listened, bemused, remembering a time when it might have been her speaking such.
Those people came here to get free from rulers who threw people into prison just because they couldn't pay their bills. Many even indentured themselves.
He paused at Liliana's look of confusion.
They became temporary slaves. And why? For a chance at a new life, to make their own decisions and not have to follow the whims of some power-hungry king.
Andy accented the last words by slamming his fist on the desk. His speech impressed Liliana, despite her disagreeing with him. He glanced around the room. Everyone was staring at him. His face flushed, and he slid lower in his seat.
Well said, Mr. Cullen.
The tutor considered the group at the rear of the classroom.
My most stellar history student said that very well. Perhaps Ms. McGregor would like to come up front and make her case.
She smiled at Liliana.
I assume you were taking the side of the Tories?
Liliana knew nothing of these Tories, but supposed they were the other side in this war. Not knowing how to answer without showing her ignorance, she shrugged.
Would you like to share your point of view?
Liliana shook her head.
You got me going.
Andy nudged her.
You owe it to me.
She shook her head again, mimicking his behavior by sliding lower into her seat.
All right, but this would make an excellent debate for our next class.
The tutor gave Liliana a sympathetic smile and then used her hand to show a split down the middle of the room.
This half will have the assignment to make the case of the Tories.
And this side, she pointed to the portion of the room where both Liliana and Andy sat,
will argue the side of the revolutionaries.
Complaints from the scholars drowned out Liliana's groan. No, the tutor raised a hand, palm up, silencing the class.
I won't hear it. If you agree with the position, it will be easy to come up with convincing reasons. If you don't agree, it's always good to learn to look at things in a different way. You'll have to convince me. The losing side gets to do an extra credit assignment.
The bell rang, and the students gathered their belongings. A girl dashed over to Liliana's desk.
Lily, you have to help us. What were you saying to Andy?
No way.
He rose and came to stand behind Liliana.
She's on our team.
But it's not fair, Kellen. We're all taught to have a slant against the Tories. Whatever she said got you all riled up. I'm not asking her to write it for us. Come on, Lily. Andy took her hand again in that familiar, tingly way and led her from the classroom, leaving the other girl behind them still complaining. Once clear of the room, he continued to guide her until they were in a less populated corner of the hallway. He faced her, leaning in and keeping his voice low.
Were you setting me up?
Andy's closeness set her heart racing, but not in a threatening manner. An energy radiated from him, almost as though he could do magic. Liliana inhaled. He smelled like soap and sunshine and something she couldn't name. No, I was not. She had to force herself not to meet his gaze. Never before had she noticed how striking her tutor's son's blue eyes were. How intense. How compelling. At home, people rarely met her gaze. Except for her parents, and recently her grandmother, no one had challenged what she said. Well, her maid Maggie had. For reasons Liliana had refused to examine too closely, she had let the girl do it and actually enjoyed it. Liliana swallowed. I truly feel that way. The fierce emotion in his eyes changed to hurt.
You think the early colonists were peasants?
Unexpectedly, it troubled her to have wounded him.
Why?
You remember I had ancestors on the Mayflower, right?
He leaned so close the heat from his face warmed her skin and made her breath catch. She frowned, confused. What did a plant have to do with colonials? Why did she have such a powerful urge to touch his face? Dancing at balls had not prepared her for this.
You're teasing me.
He brought his hand to her cheek, soft and gentle, almost a caress. Oh my! The blood pulsed in her ears, shutting out all the surrounding sound. Even the noble young men back home had never presumed to look at her with such intensity. When she had been younger, she fancied a few of them. Once Lord Germain had become her secret mentor, he had discouraged it, saying none of them were worthy of her. Now, on the rare occasion one of the young men of her father's court would meet her gaze, a quelling look from Liliana would end it. The only person her age who had done so recently was Tutor Kellerson's son, and even he had looked away after a quick glance. Andy's blue eyes held hers captive. Somehow, she read in them that this peasant boy, this noble peasant boy, meant to kiss her. And she wanted him to. Suddenly, he pushed into her with a grunt, and a voice from behind them chortled,
Get a room, Kellen.
Andy spun to face a large youth with a spotted face. Andy moved as though to confront the boy. Freed from the power of his proximity and appalled that she had almost allowed a peasant boy to kiss her, Liliana slid to the side. Clear of the crowd which had gathered at the angry words, she broke into a run and burst through the doors to the outside. She ran as she hadn't run since her mother had first let her put up her hair and lengthen her skirts. Liliana had no idea how long she fled, though it likely wasn't far. Shaking and breathless, her clothing soaked, she slowed to a walk. The school sat in the distance. Once, she had taken joy in running. For the first time, she considered skirts a prison. Why had she been in such a hurry to grow up and lose that freedom? Leaning against a strange-looking tree, she slid to the moist ground and rested her head on her knees. Something was happening to her, which she didn't understand. This place unsettled her. These people confused her. She wiped her eyes, thinking back to her response to Andy. Her grandmother had lied. They did have magic here, a magic where a young man's blue eyes had the power to make her lose herself in them, to want things she never had before. Oh yes, this place had a magic her tutor had not trained her to combat. A dangerous magic indeed.
Chapter 11.
Liliana didn't know how much time had passed before she heard someone approaching her. If it were Andy, she couldn't face him and his potent gaze. She rested her forehead on her knees. Whoever it was sat beside her. Since the person didn't exude the same energy she had experienced with him, she risked a peek. Maggie. Meg. Liliana pressed her forehead to her knees again. The girl didn't speak at first, but maintained a companionable silence. When Liliana didn't move, Meg patted her back. I saw you run outside, she said. What happened? I don't know, Liliana sighed. What a ridiculous situation to be faced with, mooning over a peasant boy while she should search for ways to thwart her grandmother. Andy said I should check on you. At the mention of his name, Liliana lifted her head. He watches out for you all the time, you know. Meg smiled softly. When I caught him doing it once, he said it's because you're too nice. He knows guys who would take advantage of you. Though Liliana would have liked to know more, she couldn't ask because she was choking back a laugh at the idea of her being nice. She couldn't remember a time of late when someone had described her in such a way. Admittedly, Andy's concern was for her doppelganger. Andy. Liliana recalled his forceful speech in class. She couldn't recall anyone who spoke with such passion for peasants, except perhaps her father. Would Andy approve of her plan to overthrow a king? She thought not, since it would only replace one monarch with another. Oddly, she found it important to her that he not lessen his regard. Why should she concern herself with what one peasant boy approved of? She rubbed her face and straightened. So, it's going to be one of your quiet days, is it? Meg sighed. Fine. We're late for second period. I wonder if we could explain to the office that you were having an emotional meltdown and needed my support. She grinned as she stood and brushed off her shorts. We haven't used that one before. Liliana frowned, unsure of the meaning of some of what Meg had said, but thought she understood enough. A bag of moonshine, then? A bag of moonshine? Now, I know you're feeling better if you're using slang from Nana's Regency romances. Yes. Nonsense. Meg looked relieved. Come on. As my mother is fond of saying, let's go pay the piper. Not understanding the reference, Liliana followed meekly. How odd they'd had the semblance of a conversation without understanding what the other had said. It seemed they shared the next lesson, so she sat at the desk beside Meg's. Without Andy to distract Liliana, she found herself watching the students. More familiar faces. One could only be Lord William of Brookstone, recently come into his title as Viscount upon the death of his father. Liliana had danced with him a few times, but found him a little tiresome. She waited until the tutor had turned her back to the scholars before tapping Meg's arm. What is that boy's name? Liam? Interesting. Liliana nodded, studying the young man. He wore the same collarless shirt as the other students, but the quality of his neatly pressed trousers marked his higher status as above the other children. What an odd world where nobility consorted with peasants. What is his family name? Brooks. Meg shot Liliana an irritated look. Why are you acting like you don't know? The tutor turned around then and began a lesson about agriculture. As it proceeded, the pressure in Liliana's head continued to grow until it commanded all her attention. Her temples pounded. Are you sure you're feeling better? Meg asked at the end of the lesson. You're still acting a little off. I hate to leave you. No, I was simply fatigued and will be fine. If you're sure. Meg collected her book bag, her expression still concerned. Text me if you need anything. I'll see you at lunch. With a frown, she left the classroom. Liliana let her go without commenting and turned her attention to Liam Brooks. A girl beside him said something, and he laughed. Almost as though he sensed someone watching him, he glanced over his shoulder. Liliana met his gaze as she would have his doppelgangers. Surely, he must recognize her. Taking in her shirt and simple short trousers, Liam gave her a condescending glance. Smirking, he turned back to the girl and put his arm around her. They left the room together. For a second, Liliana wondered how many times she had looked down at people in that exact manner, dismissing them as beneath her interest, not worthy of her time. What else should she expect from a youth schooled with the masses? A twinge of pain in her head made her wince, and she rubbed her temple. Using the paper her grandmother had given her, Liliana found the next two classes. One spent the lesson time reviewing world religions, while the second was a choral group. Liliana, of course, didn't know the music, and the tutor made his disapproval clear. The pressure in her head continued to grow, and she was grateful the lessons passed in a blur. Her stomach growled, but the thought of food made her queasy. She stood by the classroom doorway of her last lesson before luncheon, unable to force herself into the river of bodies in the hallway. Perhaps, when they had passed by, she should seek the outside again. When Meg came into view, Liliana breathed a sigh of relief. "You don't look so good." Meg edged closer. "I have a headache." Liliana rubbed her temple again. "Do you need to go home?" No, until she had a plan to free herself from this outrageous bondage, Liliana had no wish to hasten another meeting with her grandmother. How could such an old woman be so crafty? Liliana resigned herself to taking the midday meal with Meg. As they were about to enter the large dining hall, Andy jogged toward them. Liliana almost didn't recognize him as he had changed to a khaki shirt, full-length black trousers, and shiny black shoes. The ribbons over his left breast pocket identified it as a uniform. Had she thought his presence noble before? Seeing him in uniform made her heart flutter like mad.
Are you okay?
Andy took her hand and laced their fingers, his brows creased as he searched her face. His soft regard, something she hadn't experienced in too long, made her eyes sting. "I am better now you are here," she said, surprised she meant it. It had been a long time since she had been glad to see anyone besides Jermaine, and her feelings for Andy differed greatly from those she had for her cousin. "You look quite dashing in your uniform."
Dashing, huh? Are you practicing for a play?
He asked with a grin. "Yes, I am. It's historical," Liliana said, pleased she could recall the word with how her head pounded.
It's cute.
Andy grinned.
I wish I could stay, but duty calls. I wanted to make sure you were okay before I left.
"Where are you going?" Liliana swallowed her unexpected disappointment.
Your headache must be bad if you can't remember that.
Andy put his free fingers to her temple and massaged it.
Remember, my unit's going on a tour of Barking Sands.
"I hate riding the bus." Meg made a face.
Can I pick you up for school tomorrow?
He asked. From the side, Meg gave a little snort, and Andy scowled at her.
Shut it, or you can ride the bus in the morning too.
He turned back to Liliana and leaned closer.
I gotta bounce, or I'll be late.
"See you in the morning." He dropped her hand, turned, and sprinted back down the hallway. "What is this unit he spoke of?" she asked Meg. "You mean his NROTC unit?" Meg rolled her eyes at Liliana's blank expression and spoke slowly. "Navy, Junior, Reserve, Officer, Training, Corp. What are you playing at? You mean his NROTC unit?" "I'm sorry. It's my head." "You mean his NROTC unit?" "I'm sorry too." Meg's sympathetic expression turned thoughtful, and she shot a smug glance at Liliana. However much the girl might tease her brother, she seemed to approve of his courting of this Lily. That usurper of Liliana's place didn't deserve him, and she gritted her teeth. She followed Meg into a large, bustling room, the low rumble of talking and laughter making Liliana's head pound even more. She waited while Meg selected some food, which she brought back on a tray. "Aren't you going to eat?" the girl asked when she noticed Liliana had taken nothing. Without waiting for a reply, she handed over a roll. "You'll feel better if you eat something." I have to tell that to my mom all the time. If she didn't eat because of a headache, she would never eat. The two young men who had sat beside Andy in class earlier joined them. The boys vied for Meg's attention, and Liliana wondered if the young woman cared for one of them. Taking a bite of the bread, Liliana scanned the room and identified a variety of romantic displays as students touched and even kissed each other. In public. Where were the chaperones? Would Meg behave like that with one of the two boys at their table? Disgusted at the behavior, Liliana worked through the fog in her mind, attempting to create a plan. What did her grandmother expect to happen by bringing Liliana to this place? It was laughable if Gran meant the false princess to stay in Orthedale permanently. Having spent the day being this Lily, and seeing how protective her friends were of her, Liliana had no doubt the girl must be lost back in Orthedale. To rule, one must be strong and confident. Lily was ill-prepared to take on the role of princess, much less queen. The thought brought Liliana a measure of satisfaction. But if their stay in each other's worlds was temporary, what was happening at home? Gran wasn't there either to do anything. The only goal couldn't be exposing Liliana to the counterparts in this dimension. Merely being around peasants wouldn't force her to care for them or rob her of her desire to assist Jermaine. Don't look at me like that, Nate. Meg suddenly jumped to her feet. She carried her tray to a large bin by the wall and stormed from the room.
She's been on a short fuse all morning,
The young man Nate said.
Lily, do you know what's bugging her today?
Liliana shook her head.
Could be her mom,
The other boy suggested. The young men exchanged a glance and nodded.
It's time for class anyway. Come on.
Nate stood and picked up his tray. As Liliana pulled out the class schedule, she noticed a folded paper on the floor. Had Meg dropped it? Or one of the boys vying for her attention? Would it offer a clue about Meg's sudden change in temperament? Could it be a love note? Intrigued, Liliana retrieved it from the floor, recalling Meg's earlier kindness. Had she been upset herself, yet come to Liliana to offer comfort and support? And the gesture had helped her own sour mood. It made her wish to repay the earlier kindness. Would the note help or make things worse for Meg? After the last bell rang at the end of the exhausting day, Liliana followed the student to the front of the building. She considered the large yellow monstrosity, its door gaping open like a seed-eater back home, swallowing the peasant children who laughed as they entered the maw. She suppressed a shiver and choked on the acrid fumes the creature belched. Having survived the school day, she had not expected to face a dragon. You coming on the bus, or is your mom picking you up? Meg asked from beside her, the girl's voice still dull.
Have you a sword?
Liliana pointed to the bus thing. To slay the freak. Meg chuckled, though weakly. I can't wait to see this play you're auditioning for. She then joined the queue, waiting to enter the behemoth. Liliana let out a breath and followed, but she allowed the other girl to enter first. The interior held rows of benches. Relieved, Liliana took a seat beside Meg. When the girl said nothing, Liliana retrieved the mysterious paper she had found at lunch and handed it to her. Meg scanned it briefly before hastily shoving it into her backpack. Her chin quivered, and a single tear trailed down her cheek. I did not mean to distress you with it, Liliana said, wishing she hadn't given it to the girl. Meg's eyes brimmed with fresh tears, and she turned to face the window. For the first time in months, Liliana experienced a spark of genuine pity, devoid of mocking or disdain. Please tell me how I may help, she implored softly. No one can help. They haven't figured out the cause. Meg turned to face Liliana, her eyes haunted. What if it's like Sage's mom? What if it's cancer? So, it wasn't about the boys. Recalling the earlier comment about Meg's mother suffering from headaches, Liliana's heart plummeted. She couldn't recall ever feeling such fear coming from another. A long-buried memory resurfaced of the weeks her own mother had spent in bed after Emmabelle's difficult birth. Liliana's throat constricted, and she blinked at the unexpected stinging in her eyes. Is it as serious as that? We don't know, Meg choked out. The insurance from my dad's new company doesn't kick in for another month.
We can't afford for my mom to have an MRI until then.
Insurance? MRI? Liliana's mind struggled to comprehend the strange words. It's hard not knowing. Meg wiped her eyes. I feel so helpless. I'm so sorry. Liliana gave her hand a squeeze, not knowing what other comfort to offer, wishing she could share some of her own strength. They rode in silence, each occupied with their own thoughts, until the bus came to a stop. The driver opened the door. Several scholars rose and departed. After 2 more such stops, Meg nudged her shoulder. Thanks again. It's been kind of a weird day for both of us. Meg nodded toward the front. See you tomorrow. Liliana took that to mean she must depart and found herself reluctant to do so. She felt a kinship with this girl and the friendship she offered. Liliana found herself jealous of something her doppelganger had. Being a princess provided limited opportunities for friendships. It was all about how best to position oneself socially. She wondered for the first time if any of the nobles she knew back home had genuine friendships, or if her parents did. As she stood, she recalled the note she had found during luncheon. Once on the street, she watched the bus leave. Standing in the scorching sun, she felt alone again, abandoned. How odd that she should be held prisoner with no guard, yet no way to escape. Even if she had not been brought to a dismal, magicless world, her grandmother had trapped her on an island. Liliana was no traveler, even if she knew where to go. Then something odd tickled at the edges of where her magic should be. Glancing up at the beautiful green mountains in the distance, finally settling in the direction of the McGregor home, she wondered again if it was truly magicless. Whatever was there, and Liliana was sure something was, she couldn't access it. Scanning the houses, a sense of unease settled upon her. Where was the McGregor house? She wished she had heeded her surroundings more closely that morning. The structures were much alike except for the color and a few variations in size. What if she became lost? Her pulse quickened, and her hands grew damp. Lily. At the sound of M's familiar voice, unexpected relief made Liliana smile. She waved with more enthusiasm than she should have as the little girl rode toward her, balancing on a 2-wheeled vehicle. How did she stay upright? This place had so many strange gadgets, from writing utensils to communication devices to transportation mechanisms. None powered with magic. You're home. The child hopped off, letting the vehicle drop to the road, and threw her arms around Liliana. She returned the embrace. The child's hair smelled like sunshine, and the warmth of the arms around Liliana's waist brought a surge of emotion, which almost made her cry. She recognized it as homesickness. What was wrong with her today? She couldn't remember a time in the last year when her emotions had hovered so close to the surface. Except anger. She sighed and reminded herself the child she was embracing was the peasant child Emmy, not Princess Amabel. Come on. The little girl wriggled loose. She picked up her vehicle and straddled it again. Liliana then noticed her grandmother, who watched a few paces back. Her young features made it difficult for Liliana to read her expression. Guarded? Expectant? What did she expect to see? That Liliana would make a public display of rejecting the child. Saying nothing, Liliana took the strap of her bag and walked beside Emmy. This time, Liliana made a mental note of the odd road names and unique features of the houses. As the little girl rambled on about what she had done at school, a sudden realization struck Liliana. She was growing comfortable in the strange, magicless dimension. And the thought terrified her. Are you all right, Lily? Emmy asked, her voice full of concern. Glancing back at Gran, Liliana muttered, I don't really know.
Chapter 12. Orthedale. Staring at the note floating in the air in front of her, Lily stood planted like one of the garden trees. The writer waited in her room? She had to go, if only to find out who had done this to her. And why? The note disappeared like the first one had. Rubbing her chilly hands together, she eyed the balconies in the distance, settling on one she thought was hers. Drew and his father must have turned down a side path because she could no longer see them. She finally decided there was no point in standing there like an idiot. Lily took a deep breath and headed in the direction they had been going. A family merged onto a larger path in front of her, so Lily waited to let them move ahead. She guessed the boy must be about 9, Emmy's age. He held the hand of a little girl who sang and danced with exuberance. Lily's eyes stung, and she blinked rapidly, doubting even a pretend royal should cry in public.
"It's the princess, Mommy,"
the girl cried in delight. The parents turned, and their eyes widened. They bowed and curtsied, even as they signaled to their children to do the same. Feeling awkward now as well as homesick, Lily wondered what she should do. Before they had moved to Hawaii, her family went to Disneyland every year. She'd driven her family crazy, pretending to be whichever princess was her favorite at the moment. Well, right now, she even wore the perfect costume. Time for a dress rehearsal. "Do you like the gardens?" Lily asked with her best princess smile.
"Oh, yes."
The girl lisped, her eyes bright.
Your Royal Highness,
Her father whispered from behind her.
"Your Royal Highness."
She repeated. "I like them too." Lily brushed a lock of curly black hair from the little girl's forehead. Funny how it felt so much more real to play the princess before these people. Like it mattered somehow. She smiled at the parents. "You have a wonderful family." With a graceful nod, worthy of one of the theme park princesses, she stepped away, hoping she looked to be gliding across the path. As she approached the archway, the mother's quiet voice reached Lily.
she's charming and not high in the instep at all. Those stories about her aren't true.
Lily pretended not to have heard and continued to walk. The next outdoor room had lots of people in it, way more than when she and Drew had first come out. Why had she thought the garden would be a quiet place? Now all she wanted was out of it. The mother's comment bothered Lily a lot. What did all these people think of her? It seemed like everyone was looking at her. "They're not talking about me. I'm not the princess." Lily was supposed to pretend to be her, even though it was against her nature. It might be a performance, but to the people Lily interacted with, it would be real. Somehow, she would have to play the role while still staying true to herself. Taking another deep breath, she continued to act her part, going out of her way to greet the people. They bowed or curtsied to her, and a murmur moved through the crowd ahead. Everyone turned to see her. She found it easier to stop and talk with the children. When a young man who looked only a year or two younger than her presented some flowers to Lily, her face went hot. "Stay in character. Be a princess worthy of the thoughtful gesture." "Thank you," she said. "You're very kind." Then, finally, she saw the castle through the large garden entrance. It didn't seem right to just walk away. But what kind of exit should she make? Lily turned back to the people and raised her hand in a gentle wave before blowing a kiss. She turned back, cringing internally. Why had she ruined it with the kiss? As she approached the castle, a sense of accomplishment settled on Lily. She had done it, taken on the role of princess, and talked with all those people. She would have to remember this moment. Maybe pretending to be someone else in her mind might keep her from turning tongue-tied back home. 2 guards stood outside the large entrance. In unison, they bowed and opened the doors. She needed to meet the mysterious note sender, but was Jermaine still inside? Her mouth went dry. After the brightness outside, her eyes had to adjust to the darker interior. The large room, with its cold marble and utilitarian furniture, reminded her of the large entrance hall at the state capitol, where they had lived before Hawaii. This place smelled old. Well, it was a castle. A few people nodded to her but didn't make eye contact. Where were her chambers? Drew had taken her outside using a back way.
She couldn't very well ask someone for directions to her bedroom. One thing the note writer had correct, she couldn't let anyone know who she was by showing she was completely clueless. A figure came into view, walking down the large, curving marble stairs. Lily recognized him from earlier, the guard who looked like Officer McWarren. Glancing at the flowers the boy had given her, Lily smiled. She was a privileged princess after all. With the same pretended confidence, Lily strode to him. "Excuse me, officer, guard." She hoped it was okay to call him that. He hesitated only a second, though his body had stiffened and his jaw muscles twitched.
Yes, Your Royal Highness.
It was starting to really bug her the way people did that. Because of her shyness, Lily was used to being invisible. This lame princess must be a real piece of work, what Nana would have called a shrew. If Lily and the girl ever met, she'd have a few choice words for the princess. "Please carry my flowers for me to my chambers." Lily held the bouquet out to him. An odd expression flashed across his face before he bowed and took the flowers from her. The gauntlet on his large hand practically swallowed the delicate blooms. He headed back up the stairs. Lily followed, struggling a little with her skirts. What she wouldn't give for a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. By the time she reached the top of the stairs, she had to wipe her face. The guard's armor looked and sounded pretty heavy. If she wore something like that, she would be sweating like a tourist on the beach. "Isn't that getup hot?" she asked without thinking. The big man paused and glanced back at her.
Do you speak to me, ma'am?
"There's no one else around." She grinned to take out any sting.
As you say, ma'am. Armor can be hot. We get used to it.
His speech was more formal, but he had a way of holding himself like Officer McWarren at home. How alike were they? Lily didn't think she and the princess shared much of anything except looks. She wondered again if people here were opposites of people back home. She shook her head. Jermaine looked just as creepy here as her father had described his cousin Jerry back home. "Are you married?" she asked.
I am, ma'am.
He started walking again, and Lily paid attention to which wing he turned down. "Do you have kids, children?"
Yes, ma'am.
The guard started to turn his head toward her, but snapped it forward again. "Do you have to call me that?" she asked. His eyes widened, and she sighed. "Never mind. What's your name?"
Simon Ward, ma'am.
"Oh, yeah." Lily remembered Maggie saying that this morning. "How interesting. Simeon McWarren and Simon Ward. How many kids do you have, Mr. Ward?" The guard paused in mid-step and then put his foot down.
Ma'am, you must not call me that.
Lily pinched her lips, sure the whole guard and ma'am thing had something to do with her twins' holier-than-thou attitude. "Look, I can't call you guard all the time. That's stupid." He blinked but said nothing, still staring over her head, his jaw set. "Well, can I?" She put her hands on her hips.
You always have, ma'am,
he said simply. Lily humphed. "Well, now I'm calling you Mr. Ward."
No, ma'am.
He gave her a fatherly glance, which reminded her of her dad. The guard said,
It would not be appropriate.
"How about I call you Simon then?" The guard glanced in each direction as though to see if someone was listening, or as though he thought the princess might be pranking him. And it ticked her off enough to say something. "This is just stupid," she said again. "Guard is what you are, not who you are." She almost smiled at the thought of how happy Nana would be to hear Lily quoting her. "You're Simon Ward. You've got a cute wife and 2 adorable kids." Simon Ward just happens to work in a castle and has to put up with a bunch of lame rules. I'll bet you think those rules are made by people who haven't got the brains God gave little green apples. Another Nanaism. The man choked back a laugh, followed by a shocked expression she could see even through his helmet. He sent a nervous glance up the hallway again.
You are funning with me now, ma'am. Please don't cause me trouble. I need this position.
"Seriously?" You could really lose your job. He nodded, looking out of his element.
Just how Lily felt.
She heaved out a breath, her anger at the spoiled princess heating.
That girl had to go.
That's wrong,
Lily declared.
If I can't call you Mr. Ward or Simon, what can I call you? She pinned him with a glare.
Not guard.
He shook his head.
What if I just called you Ward then?
After a pause, he gave a stiff nod and started walking again.
That's better, Lily said, jogging to catch up. Now tell me about your family.
He shot her another wary glance, but then spoke about his 2 kids. They sounded so much like the ones she would babysit back home she had to push down another twinge of homesickness. She hoped Officer McWarren wouldn't need a babysitter before she got back to Kauai. Lily clenched her fists.
The princess would be a complete incompetent tending children.
When he turned down a hall with a painting she recognized, relief flooded her.
Finally, something she remembered.
Ward stopped outside her door. Remembering someone was waiting inside Lily's room, her excitement drained away.
What if it was Jermaine?
She shivered, suddenly cold.
Ma'am?
Ward glanced at her and asked in alarm,
Are you unwell?
She stared at her chamber doors.
What could she say to him?
The first note had said not to tell anyone who she really was.
So, she wouldn't tell him that part.
But she couldn't bring herself to go into the room either, not when she didn't know who the mysterious note sender was.
Ma'am?
Ward studied the door as though trying to see what she was looking at. Lily suddenly wanted to confide in someone. Never in her life had she felt so alone. If she had been back home and in a similar situation, she wouldn't have hesitated to tell Officer McWarren. Her gut told her she could trust this guard. She took a deep breath.
I got a note, she said. Someone is supposed to meet me in my room.
His eyes narrowed.
Someone you know?
She hesitated. It didn't say who it was from. Ward's body tensed.
He thrust the flowers back in her hands and grasped the handle of his sword.
Wait.
Lily remembered how he'd heated her bath water.
He had magic. But what kind of defense would heating things up be? Make a weapon too hot to hold? What other kinds of magic did this place have? What had Drew called it? A high magic. But what did she know about the person in her room, whether a good guy or a bad guy? It might have just been a prank. How about you just come with me and check that everything's all right?
He had his sword out, and the door opened before she knew what he meant to do. Lily dashed after Ward into the chambers and almost ran into him when he stopped. With her hands on the back of his armor, she peeked around him into the room. A maid, who couldn't be more than a couple of years older than Lily and looked vaguely familiar, stood with a feather duster in her hand, watching them with curiosity. When she recognized Lily as the princess, the young woman curtsied. Ward didn't seem to see the maid as a potential threat.
I'll check the other rooms in your suite, ma'am.
Hang on a sec.
Lily stepped around him but kept a hand on his arm.
What kind of magic can you do?
I'm a discerner.
His tone took on a note of chiding.
As you very well know, ma'am.
What did a discerner do? Sense things his eyes couldn't see? Or penetrate magic like Drew's?
Her gaze stopped at the closed door to the bathing room. So, she asked, if someone's trying to hide in here using magic, you would know it?
Ma'am.
With comforting gentleness, Ward patted her hand.
And I don't brag in saying I'm one of the best in the kingdom. That's why I'm assigned to the royal family's wing.
Lily relaxed a little for the first time since she had wakened that morning. When he left her side to search the room, she still found it a little hard to swallow.
Would your royal highness like a vase for the flowers?
At the familiar voice, Lily spun around and stared at the maid. The girl's knowing smile sent an odd sensation through Lily, a bit like the one she'd had when she had first seen Jermaine.
Do I know you? Lily asked with a frown.
The maid winked. The twinkle in the girl's eyes was so much like Nana's when she didn't want Lily to tell on her.
No way.
There's no one hiding here, ma'am.
Ward entered the chamber again, still scanning the room with knit brows.
I would like to turn the note over to Counselor Bertram if you still have it.
Who was Counselor Bertram, and what did he have to do with anything? It just kind of evaporated. Lily waved her fingers in the air. I think it was magic.
Of course it was magic if it did that, ma'am.
He shot her an odd look before scanning the room again, his expression contemplative as his fingers tapped on the hilt of his sword.
I don't like that someone has contacted you secretly, and I am sure His Majesty won't either. He may wish to increase your security.
Lily frowned. She wasn't sure having more people scrutinize her performance as a princess could possibly be a good thing. Ma'am, the maid asked softly, holding her hand out for the flowers. Yes, thank you. Lily's hands trembled as she handed them to the young woman. Lily glanced at Ward. Thank you for checking. She followed him to the door where he paused.
It may be nothing, ma'am,
He said,
but with everything so unsettled, I don't think it wise for you to walk in the gardens anymore without a guard. I'll mention that to Counselor Bertram as well.
Ward bowed and left. Lily turned back to the maid, who had placed the flowers in a vase and set them on a table. The girl had her hands clasped in front of her, her expression expectant. It seemed wrong that this young woman could hold herself so much like Nana, minus the old lady bend. That face. Lily thought back to the calendar they had given Nana for Christmas, filled with pictures from when she'd been young. How could a young Nana be here? Too much had happened, and Lily's brain wanted to shut down. Well, the girl finally said, what do you think of my world, Lilybug? Overwhelming emotion washed over Lily at the endearment, and she blinked against the burning in her eyes. Only Nana called her that anymore. Did you send? Lily broke off, remembering the warning. What was the name of my first dog?
Good girl. Your dog's name was Crockett. He was a little cockapoo.
Oh, Nana. Lily burst into tears and covered her face. Gentle and familiar hands pulled her close. With her eyes closed, she could pretend she was home and everything was normal again.
This could get confusing, but you can't call me Nana here.
At the words, anger replaced the desire to be comforted. Lily opened her eyes, her jaw clenched.
I'm sorry I couldn't tell you.
Nana reached to wipe away Lily's tears. She turned her face and stepped back. Her grandmother had known about this and let it happen to her. Whatever it was. Lily's thoughts jumbled all over each other, and she found it too hard to make sense of everything but the hot emotion. Chapter 13. Lilybug. The girl reached toward Lily. She took another step back, keeping out of reach. How could Nana know who Lily was and yet be young? Out of nowhere, a memory of her grandmother's odd comments the night before came to Lily. Last night, when we went out to dinner, you knew, didn't you? She hissed. Please understand. Eleni insisted it would be better if you didn't know before the exchange. Nana raised her hand again like she meant to touch her. Lily took several steps back. When her legs bumped into the dressing table chair, she fell into the seat, the breath she'd held releasing with a heavy umph. Nana watched her for only a second before pinching her lips and signaling Lily to face the mirror. I think you'll understand I had to do what I did, but let me explain. Nana put strong hands on Lily's shoulders when she tried to rise. I have to get you ready for dinner. Turn around. Fine. Lily spat out the word and twisted on the seat. But considering this is a total betrayal by you, your excuse had better be good. Oh, it's good. Nana pulled loose the pins which held the curls in place. I didn't expect you to have to get through a day alone before I could explain, but I got caught last night after the switch. As old Eleni, they would have let me in without a question. Wait. Lily held up her hand. Who's this Eleni? My doppelganger. Nana continued. Neither of us dreamed we would be young again when we returned. I had to sneak back in and offered to take the place of the maid, who was supposed to clean the princess's quarters. It wasn't hard since the servants don't like her.
As it was, it took most of the day to get here.
I'm so confused. Lily rubbed her eyes.
Did I hear you right? You used to live here?
Yes. Nana set the last pin on the table before placing her fingers on Lily's temples. She slowly massaged the scalp. The familiar feel of those gentle hands eased the tenseness in Lily's shoulders, too. My mother was the daughter of landed gentry, and her father had the title of baron. She was a cousin by marriage to the queen and served as her lady-in-waiting after my father died. Nana picked up an ornate hairbrush and ran it through Lily's hair.
We lived in the castle. She was a servant? Not the way you're thinking.
A lady-in-waiting is a lower member of the aristocracy and serves as much as a companion as anything else.
She helps with dressing, but also things like correspondence. Anyway, I was a lot like you and spent too much time with my nose in books. All the time Lily had spent reading fantasies hadn't prepared her to actually be in one. When I was a little older than you, I came across a rare book of magic, some of it forbidden. I brought it to my room and sat reading it at my dressing table. I did something, I'm still not sure what it was, but there was my twin talking to me in the mirror.
Nana met Lily's gaze in the glass.
We think I undid something.
Like what? Lily found herself pulled into the story, her anger slipping.
There was a block on this kind of traveling. We think we disabled part of it. It's still there, mostly only allowing one set of doppelgangers to switch places at a time. This kind of traveling?
There's more than one kind?
Yes, my kind. I am a traveler. While many people can magic small objects very short distances, like from one room in their house to another, a traveler can go long distances and take someone with them. It's not common in the general populace, but more so in people with royal blood.
A traveler. Lily tried to get her mind around it. Like how Ward is a discerner.
Yes.
Nana set down the brush.
Ward is that guard? Yeah. He's why I couldn't just magic myself into your room. He would have caught me.
That actually makes me feel better. Lily's head was spinning a little again, trying to make sense of the new information. He heated my bath water this morning.
Do people have more than one kind of magic here? And some don't have any?
Because the maid Maggie couldn't heat the water. Ward had to do it for her.
It does happen. While we usually find the strongest magics in those with royal blood, there are plenty of powerful magic users with no connection. And the nobility has had its share of those born with no magic at all. Usually, though, if someone can't access magic, it's after some kind of trauma or overuse of their magic. They can burn themselves out.
Nana twisted Lily's hair into a complicated roll and pinned it into place.
Except for the magicless, everyone can do the lower magics, such as warming water, lighting a match, or moving small objects. Most people have at least one high magic, and some users have as many as 3 of those.
She paused and met Lily's gaze in the mirror.
There's something you should consider. Like you, Eleni came here from your dimension.
Oh, Lily breathed. She had to pretend to be you, but couldn't have magic either.
Yes, and let's just say, life isn't easy here for magical cripples. Fortunately, the magicless are rare.
A magicless Maggie. The thought of her friend without magic made Lily feel a little ill. She understood, since that was what she was here, magicless. Or was the proper phrase magically challenged?
Did they have political correctness here?
Considering Ward's reaction to following certain rules because of his station, she doubted it.
Is Maggie like Filch? Lily asked. As in Harry Potter? Nana gave a dark chuckle. It's possible, I suppose. Some magics don't manifest as early as others. How old is she?
She's Meg's doppelganger. Lily shot her grandmother a meaningful look.
So, just a few months younger than you.
That is rather late, though the older people are when they come into their magic, the more powerful they tend to be.
She could surprise herself.
Nana picked up a metal rod with a wooden handle. She made a motion with her hand and held a finger close to but not touching it. With a satisfied nod, she took a strand of Lily's hair and wrapped it around the rod. A magical curling iron. Lily's mind whirled at the possibilities. So, do people's trades have to do with their magic?
Yes, there are magic guilds for the different kinds. People don't have to belong to a guild, but like unions, they're able to negotiate higher wages.
Lily told her grandmother about the gardeners that morning.
Yes.
Nana smiled.
I'd almost forgotten about that. You saw a leaf singer linking with an artist. Linking. I don't know if I can come up with a good analogy to anything on Earth. Except maybe computers when, by connecting two of them, you get more computing power. Linking makes two magic users more efficient. Like those two in the garden this morning. They have greater stamina together too.
How many can link? Lily asked.
It depends upon who's in the link.
Nana used a comb to divide Lily's hair into sections and then went to work on the styling. If our dimensions are connected, why is Orthedale so different from Kauai?
It really isn't. Orthedale has a tropical coast much like the islands.
Oh, right. And when we lived on the mainland, it was a lot like here. Lily's thoughts drifted back to the gardeners. Where did those people get the energy to make that bush grow so fast?
What a deep thinker you are. We call that our affinity. Our primary affinities are either light or dark. Mine is light. It doesn't mean I can't perform my magic at night, but I'm stronger while the sun is shining. Someone with a dark affinity is more powerful when the sun's down.
Nana shook her head and picked up some hair decorations.
We don't have time to give you years' worth of instruction on magic. Besides, there are experiments with new uses all the time, so whatever I told you would be out of date with any advancements.
But what if someone hates their magic and doesn't want to work in that field? Lily asked.
There are some who feel like that, but they taught us to take pride in what we're born with and to make the most of it. Someone could do jobs with their lower magics, like lighting the streetlights. Those workers don't earn much, and teens usually do them, much like back home.
Nana peered at the hair and nodded before picking up a small makeup brush.
Most jobs require very specific magic.
Do you have any idea how freaky it is that my great-grandmother can teleport herself?
I haven't been able to in a very long time. Close your eyes.
Nana ran the brush over Lily's eyelids.
How far could you travel? Quite a distance, several miles, if it's just me. It takes a lot of energy, and I used to be able to eat like a horse. I didn't have to watch what I ate until I came to your dimension and couldn't do magic anymore.
Those words really hit Lily, and she opened her eyes.
Nana was from this magical place.
Did that make her an alien? Lily's head spun a little.
She was part alien. Are you all right, Lilybug?
Her grandmother rested her hands on Lily's shoulders again.
The decision to make you trade with Liliana was a hard one. I promise it's important for her not to be here and for you to be in her place.
A flash of irritation ran through Lily, and she snapped, "Brought me here without my permission. You basically kidnapped me."
I am sorry about that. If we could have a do-over, I would tell you.
Nana's expression turned sad.
But would you have agreed to come?
No, Lily said the word forcefully, giving in to her anger.
Even though your father's life is in danger?
Lily gasped. What? Her grandmother shushed her.
I'll explain while you change.
Nana went to work on the buttons at the back of the dress.
But first, tell me your impression of the princess based on people's reactions to you.
She's a brat and a stuck-up, mean girl. She's spoiled, yes.
Let's get you out of this.
At Nana's signal, Lily stood and stepped out of her dress. Her grandmother continued. Eleni said Liliana has always been bossy and as self-centered and thoughtless as most teenagers, but never mean until the last year or so. What changed?
First, do you trust me?
Nana asked, her gaze intent. Until today, Lily would have answered with a resounding yes. Now? Nana's confession about being an alien had tossed Lily's world upside down. That her grandmother would have thrown her into this situation with her psycho cousin without warning and no help was Lily's breath caught. "This has to do with creepy Jermaine, doesn't it?" she asked.
You've seen him?
Nana's eyes widened with excitement.
Did he tell you anything about his plans?
Just that he wanted to talk to me.
And?
Drew helped me get away from him. Nana's face fell.
Who's Drew?
He's Andy's twin. His father is the princess's tutor. There are interesting dynamics between the dimensions, Nana said as she went to the bed and picked up an even fancier dress.
I didn't pay that much attention when I first went over.
Lily backed away.
Can't I just eat in my rooms? There's no point in bringing you here and letting you hide in your bedroom. How many times have we watched Pride and Prejudice with your mother? You'll do just fine.
But you're here now.
Why do I have to go to this dinner? Because you're the heir and have to make a showing. We probably should have done your hair last.
Nana grinned.
I forgot. Here, pull your petticoats tighter around your legs, so you can step into it.
I still don't understand what you expect me to do or why my dad is in danger.
Eleni believes Jermaine has been using his power on the princess. Liliana's high magic strengthens someone else's magic when they link. Now she's out of his reach.
So, you want me to stay away from him? Lily asked, trying to make sense of her grandmother's conflicting comments. But you'd like me to find out what he's got planned?
Yes, that does seem contradictory, doesn't it?
Nana went to work on the buttons down the back. Despite herself, the beauty of the deep burgundy velvet gown impressed Lily. It weighed a lot and reminded her of the time she had tried on a firefighter's gear during a class visit to the local station. Not as heavy, but close enough. The women who had to wear these all the time must be stronger than she'd thought.
We know you won't be able to avoid him completely,
Nana said, straightening the dress's shoulders,
and he might tell you something you can use to protect the king.
Lily turned to face her grandmother. But why does the king have anything to do with my dad?
We think Jermaine's using the princess to bring down her father.
Nana arched a brow.
You see, our doppelgangers are linked. What happens to one, happens to the other. When my Ned dropped dead from a heart attack, so did Eleni's Edward.
The acid in Lily's stomach roiled, and she had to swallow back bile. So, my father's in danger too?
Yes. What happens to King Frederick will happen to Rick.
Nana signaled for Lily to turn around.
I have to lace you yet.
Her mind swirled with everything that had happened that day, like the odd sensation she'd experienced when she had seen Jermaine. But then Drew had spoken, and it had stopped. Lily shivered.
What?
Nana asked. After Lily explained, her grandmother said he might have been trying to reach the princess's magic. I'll bet it was an unpleasant surprise to him when he couldn't. But, Nana, he's going to figure out he can't tap into her power anymore, Lily said, wondering how she could feel so cold in such a warm dress. Then what?
I can't do anything. We're counting on his inability to draw on her magic to distract him. Jermaine's powerful, but probably not as much as the king. They would be at a stalemate. Taking away the princess's extra strength is important.
Nana stepped around to face Lily again and took her by the shoulders.
You can do this. You've pretended all day and no one is the wiser. I'm so proud of you.
Though Lily still harbored some anger, her grandmother's pride did give her a boost. If her father were in danger, she would do whatever she could to protect him. So you want me to find out what Jermaine? She'd barely taken a step before tripping on the long skirt.
Ugh. This is a dinner gown, so it's longer.
Nana shrugged.
It's a fashion thing. You'll need to pick up your skirts.
I could fall down the stairs in this thing, Lily grumbled, a tinge of panic in her voice.
Then be careful,
Nana teased, her eyes twinkling.
And you really look stunning, Lilybug. Think of this as a dress rehearsal for the ball.
What ball? Lily asked with a frown.
The Eclipse Ball. In 2 nights.
In 2 nights? Lily stopped short, clenching and unclenching her hands, her mind overflowing with too many images. A ball? Please tell me we won't still be here then. Unless we can thwart his plans sooner. Her grandmother said the words with confidence, but Lily could see the doubt in her eyes. A sense of desperation filled Lily. But how? How can we stop him? Nana sighed. I wish I could give you a solid plan. To be honest, we're just two old women trying to stop a maniac. It would help if we knew exactly what he plans to do. Because then you can create an actual plan? Lily asked dryly, and Nana winced, looking sheepish. I thought Eleni had a more concrete plan. She made it sound urgent for you girls to switch immediately. It appears now that what we need is time. All you have to do is get through the next couple of days. And attend the ball. The mental image of Lily trying to dance in an even fancier gown with some strange man sent an uncontrollable shudder through her body. But, Nana, I don't know how these people dance. Don't worry about it now. You must not be late for dinner, Nana said. The other children will be there for the first part of the meal. Names are similar between the two worlds. How? Eleni isn't anything like Helene. It's a variation of Elena or Helen. Our Sarah is Seraphina here. Emmy is Emma Bell, and Jack's twin is John. John, Seraphina, and Emma Bell, Lily repeated, reaching for the door handle. Just a heads up, though, Nana added, a touch of warning in her voice. Lord Germain will probably be at the dinner. Lily thought she might throw up. Chapter 14. Kawaii. Gran sat with the two younger children while Mrs. McGregor sorted clean clothing. It made a pretty little picture, reminding Liliana of days she had once spent with her own family. The longer she remained in this place, the more memories returned. It brought home how much her life had changed in the last year. It left her confused and uncomfortable. When the strange device Meg had called a cell phone vibrated once by Liliana's leg, she nearly dropped the book she held. Neither woman gave any heed to the phone noise. She picked it up. Watching Meg at school, Liliana knew generally how to use it. The screen showed a miniature image of Andy. He stood shirtless on a beach, his short trousers the bright, colorful ones which seemed to be popular in this place. At his side, he held upright a long board with rounded ends. He looked so handsome it made her feel overly warm. Did her tutor's son look as fine without a shirt? She mustn't think of it. Liliana read the message.
Can I see you tonight?
The words on the small screen filled her with anticipation. She had fled from him earlier, but she'd hardly thought of anything but him in his uniform all day. What would have happened if she hadn't run away? She had never imagined her tutor's son could be so engaging. Or was it simply this version of the young man? Would he still be wearing his uniform? Perhaps he would have on the colored shorts from the picture. Liliana pushed a button that made rows of letters appear. The odd order made her feel dim-witted, but she finally finished a reply and clicked send as she had seen Meg do. Yes, please. As irritating as the odd machines were, not as efficient by half as using magic, Liliana couldn't help a grudging respect for the clever people who had conceived of them.
I'll be right over.
Liliana smiled to herself. Perhaps the evening would not be so horrible after all. After having a headache for most of the day, the pain had finally receded a little. The family meal had turned into a lively event full of discussion, too animated for her to devise a plan. She needed quiet for that, and Gran had refused to let her go off alone.
Who was that?
Mrs. McGregor asked. Liliana glanced up and found the woman watching her. Andy. He will pay me a call this evening.
Is Meg coming too?
The woman stood and picked up a stack of clothes. I believe not. Mrs. McGregor's lips tightened a little, her posture disapproving, but she said nothing. Considering the flagrant amorous behavior of the students, the mother's response surprised Liliana. Evidently, some parents were stricter in this place than others. In Orthedale, a chaperone would normally accompany courting couples unless they were part of a larger group. Not many young men had expressed interest in her, something she now regretted, if only for the experience. "Read to me, Lily." Emmy held up a book. "I would, but Andy." Liliana broke off at the little girl's tragic expression. "Better to read than have to calm a tantrum." "Come then, but only a short book. Eleni may have to finish it." With a grin, Emmy hurried over and snuggled close. Liliana found it easy to slip into the role of storyteller, which she had once been for her brother and sisters. She was so engrossed in her performance that she didn't hear when Andy arrived. She glanced up at the end of the book and found him watching in the doorway. He was back in the brightly colored short trousers, and his appearance awoke the butterflies in her belly en masse. "Andy!" Sarah leapt up from the couch by Gran. "Is Meg with you?"
Not tonight.
He ruffled the little girl's hair.
Mom's not feeling very well, so Meg's keeping her company.
"So it's just you?"
Jack set his game controller aside.
Just me.
"Oh!" Sarah's expression brightened, her gaze darting between Liliana and Andy.
"Are you and Lily going on a date?"
As a matter of fact,
He swallowed nervously, but still met Mrs. McGregor's disapproving gaze.
we are.
Sarah squealed and clapped her hands.
"Sarah."
The mother signaled to the girl to come to her. As Liliana went through the door Andy now held open for her, she tried not to look at her grandmother.
"It's a school night."
Mrs. McGregor called after them.
Mom's already reminded me of that.
Andy said with a grin, and so did Meg.
"Where are you going?"
Mrs. McGregor asked, still not smiling. It reminded Liliana of her own mother when she played the controlling parent. This romance must have only recently developed. That might be something she could use to her advantage.
I thought we'd head over to Lydgate.
Andy replied, then glanced at Liliana.
Is that okay with you?
Of course. She knew nothing of this gate place, but anywhere alone with him would be fine. He nodded to Mrs. McGregor. With his hand on the small of Liliana's back, they left the house and walked to his carriage, which Meg had referred to as a jeep. Such strange names they had for things here.
Your mom seemed kind of hostile tonight,
He said, opening one of the doors.
She's always been nice to me before.
Perhaps she doesn't wish to admit that I am growing up.
I guess.
His expression seemed troubled as he helped her inside the vehicle. When the beast rumbled to life, oddly pleasing music came from the front. Andy remained quiet as he drove away from the house. Since it was an open carriage, her carefully brushed hair swirled around her. She gave it no heed and enjoyed the sense of freedom. There was much to be said for the more casual lifestyle of these people. I apologize for Serafina, Sarah, she finally said.
No problem.
Andy chuckled.
She's a cute kid.
Liliana didn't know what else to say, so she studied him instead. He seemed to have shaken the unhappy mood brought on by Mrs. McGregor. As they drove, he noticed everything, pointing out whatever caught his attention. Liliana felt a little jealous of his ability to savor simple things. A new song started playing, and Andy beat an accompanying rhythm on the wheel. He glanced at her and grinned before throwing his arms in the air and singing with the music. "Return your hands at once." Liliana shrieked as they swerved. With lightning speed, he grasped the wheel and straightened the carriage. Chuckling at her scowl, he continued to beat his hands, but kept them close. Her heart still thudded hard. What had he been thinking to do such a thing?
Was he always a risk-taker?
Andy continued to sing with the music, softly now. He didn't seem to expect her to make idle pleasantries. She tried to give her attention to creating an escape plan. The earlier pain in her head, though now only a dull ache, still made it difficult for her to think clearly. How long would it take to convince Gran that Liliana had changed and could be trusted to return to Orthedale? With the eclipse only 2 days away, did she have enough time? She leaned her head against the back of the odd chair, struck again at the strangeness of this captivity. Sitting beside a handsome young man without a chaperone seemed a boon and not a punishment. Liliana glanced at Andy from the corner of her eye. He returned it with a grin and reached over to take her hand. The warmth of his touch pulled her from her thoughts. Liliana had seen others of the aristocracy flirting, but she'd had little patience with it. For the first time, she understood the blushes of the young women when a man they fancied would hold their hands or dance with them. The rich, humid air lulled Liliana. With her elbow resting on the door, she let the soft wind flow through the fingers of her other hand. Such a fascinating place, this Kauai. She squinted at a sign. It had such exotic names, like Kamwalii Highway, apparently the name of the road they traveled. How would one go about pronouncing a word like that? She imagined it might flow off her tongue if she knew how. She liked the contrast of the lush green plants with the red dirt. Even as she wondered what it would do if it got on her clothing, they passed a shop that sold red dirt shirts. Perhaps the people wore bright colors to hide dirt stains.
You're even quieter than usual.
Andy gave her hand a gentle squeeze. What would you have me say? Liliana turned to face him. That you are a beautiful young man? Andy blinked and then laughed, his cheeks coloring.
That works.
He faced the road again, the corner of his mouth still twitching.
Not something I expected you to say, though.
So, her twin didn't use flattering language? And she didn't make idle conversation? That was one thing Liliana must share with her twin. Andy ran his thumb over the top of Liliana's hand. She liked the exciting way it made her feel, like her body was alive in ways she had never known before. His gentle touch made it easy to forget he was a commoner. It had been so very long since she had allowed anyone to touch her, except Maggie, when helping her to dress. Liliana hadn't known one could miss the touch of another person. Andy returned both hands to the wheel and turned onto a different road. She missed the contact. Once he had straightened the wheel, she reached over and touched his hand with her fingers. The corner of his mouth quirked as he took her hand again. With their fingers intertwined, a rush of warmth flooded Liliana again, making her forget for a moment the complexities of her situation here. She allowed herself to enjoy the adventure of spending time with this noble boy whose only interest in her was for herself. But when she glanced at Andy, a question wiggled its way to the forefront of her thoughts. Could she afford to allow herself to feel this way? Liliana lost track of how long they rode like that, her thoughts caught in a whirlwind of emotions and questions. Andy released her hand to turn his Jeep to where several other carriages had lined up between white stripes. A sense of peace settled upon her. If she must be a prisoner here, she meant to steal what pleasure she could from the experience. Then her gaze settled on the view of the beach with the ocean spreading out beyond it. She gave a gasp of pleasure. The breeze had increased, blowing her hair all around. Her heart thrilled with the pounding of the surf in the distance. It reminded her of Orthedale's tropical beaches. She had always wished her family could visit them more often. The soft caresses of this place's warm winds made her homesick for those times with her family. Andy opened her door and assisted her from the Jeep. He kept her hand in his as they walked to the sand. Once there, she gladly kicked off the odd sandals Mrs. McGregor had called slippers. Liliana squeezed the sand between her toes.
I'm surprised you agreed to come here,
he said, doing the same thing.
I know you're not fond of the beach, but I love this place.
How odd that her twin didn't like the beach. There was an obvious flaw in the girl's mind. Andy surprised Liliana by reaching over and putting his arm around her shoulders, gently pulling her against him. Why do you love it? She sincerely wanted to know.
Lydgate's rougher, like the ocean's raw and uncultured here. There's I don't know, a power to it, I guess. Not like some of the touristy places where they manicure the beaches and try to keep everything too tidy.
Liliana preferred nature to be kept tidy. Thinking of the sculpted gardens at home, she examined the rugged beach of this Lydgate place, littered with large rocks and driftwood, trying to see them as Andy did. She finally conceded it had a certain appeal to it. They walked in silence until the breeze took on a chill with the waning light. When she cuddled closer to him for warmth, he brushed her forehead with his lips. A little thrill went through her. Did that count as a kiss?
In some ways, I'm going to hate leaving here.
Andy heaved a sigh. When will you leave? Liliana turned to face him. Should she know about this?
In a perfect world, soon. In reality, probably just someday.
He shrugged and wouldn't meet her gaze.
But we graduate next month. I know we're planning to go to college here on the island, but anything could happen.
While she had no idea what he meant by the word graduate, she recognized his behavior as evasive. He was purposefully not speaking of something. Did he have a secret he was keeping from her twin? Perhaps Liliana could wheedle it out of him. She rather liked the idea of knowing something about Andy, which Lily did not. But did he mean for this to be a brief flirtation before he went away? Did the girl know he meant to leave her? Where will you go? Liliana asked. This time Andy looked at her, the setting sun making his blue eyes even more vibrant. He brushed away a strand of hair from across her face.
Anywhere. Don't you ever feel like we're prisoners here? There's so much more to the world than this island, and it costs so much to fly to the mainland. We used to go sometimes when I was younger.
He looked to the side at the waves breaking against the shore. She could sense his powerful longing. So, this common boy had an adventurer's heart. Liliana had to push back her own yearning. She was a princess and would soon be the queen. Her childhood dream of traveling to other nations to see how the people lived there was just that, a dream. Having learned something of the peasants in this place, she wondered about her own people. Did Drew and Maggie face the same challenges Andy and Meg did here? But now your mother is ill, Liliana said, though she couldn't keep the question from her voice.
Exactly.
Andy glanced down at her and pulled her closer. She inhaled his scent. So masculine. It filled her senses. A strange longing began in her belly and spread throughout her body. Ignoring the chill now in the breeze, forgetting about the other people around them, she raised a hand to cup his cheek, rough with scruff. Andy leaned closer, but then paused, as though giving her a chance to pull away. She didn't. His soft, warm lips met hers, and her longing grew, sending a tingle down to her toes. It was better even than when she performed a full link of her magic with someone else's. The touching of their lips filled her with the same sense of energy, but it carried a connection which was missing when she used magic. Liliana slid her arms around his neck and gave herself to this new experience.
That was amazing,
Andy said when he finally broke the kiss. It was. She found it difficult to breathe normally. This day had shown her so many firsts. Never before had Liliana understood the importance of chaperones. She liked kissing and lifted her chin, thinking to do it again. Then she noticed some youths watching them with interest. She remembered the undisciplined children at the school who had been all over each other in public. Here she was, just like one of the peasants. What was happening to her? She shivered.
As much as I'd like to stay here and do this some more, you're getting cold. I should get you home.
He took her hand and turned back toward their slippers.
I don't want to risk your mother's wrath. She's scary. Did you see the look she gave me?
Upon my word, I did. She does not approve at all.
It's cute, this old-fashioned talk you're using. You haven't broken character at all. Well done.
Liliana wondered for the first time if her twin's acting abilities had enabled her to fool the people back home. Had Jermaine not seen through it? They had reached the Jeep, and Andy opened the door for her.
You know, I've wanted to kiss you for a year.
Why did you not?
Because you're so shy.
He brushed aside another strand of hair.
And because we've been such good friends. I didn't want to ruin that.
He shrugged. obviously embarrassed.
Besides, what if you thought it was gross to think of me as a boyfriend?
Gross? He couldn't mean the unit of measure, a dozen. That made no sense. His expression showed it meant something else, something not good. Liliana didn't care if she was acting like a loose tavern girl. She raised on her tiptoes and brushed his lips with hers. How could anyone think you were gross? She slid into the seat. Wearing a silly grin, he shut the door. Chapter 15. Orthedale. Nana, Lily said, turning back, I can't do this. These are important people here, and I don't know any of them. She clutched her hands together like a prayer. They're going to know I'm not the princess.
I would go in your place, but I can't.
You've already proven you can do this. Her grandmother gave her a quick peck on the cheek and reached for the door handle.
Just be pleasant.
Nana.
All right. I won't force you.
Her grandmother shrugged.
We'll tell them you're sick or something. Let's get you out of the dress.
Suspicious. Waiting for an argument, Lily held her ground. Nana motioned for her to turn around, her expression turning thoughtful.
We'll think of some other way to figure out what Jermaine's plotting against the king.
Jermaine. Her dad.
Lily shuddered.
Back home, people had died because of Jerry, and now her father was in danger. She couldn't hide in her room. She had to go.
How should I act at dinner? That's my girl.
Nana gave Lily a hug. A few minutes later, when she slipped out the door, she tried to think positively. At least if she messed up, she could just throw a tantrum. It sounded like no one would be surprised at the princess doing something like that. Ward stood guard at the top of the stairs. Knowing he was there made her feel safer, just like Officer McWarren did back home. Hey, Ward, she said with a smile.
Your Royal Highness.
His eyes twinkled, and he dipped his head in acknowledgement. Lily realized he'd been there that morning too. She stopped in front of him. How long are your work shifts?
12 hours, ma'am.
Just like nurses in a hospital. My someone I know used to work long hours too. It was hard on him. How many days do you work in a row?
6.
Lily blinked. Are you kidding me? You have to stand in the same place for hours on end for 6 days in a row? That's so wrong.
No, ma'am.
Ward's eyes had widened at her outburst.
We train too, so it breaks up the day. And there are reports to write.
It's still too much. I'm going to speak to the king about it.
No, ma'am.
He reached out a hand as though to stop her, but paused before he'd touched her.
Please do not.
Don't worry. I won't mention you. She hesitated, unsure. You wouldn't mind spending more time with your family, right?
Of course not, ma'am, but I couldn't afford a lower wage either. This is how it's always been.
And that has to be the lamest reason ever to keep doing something. Sheesh. Lily sounded more like Nana every day.
Lame?
Ward's expression was both confused and amused. What? Lily asked, defensive. Does it fit? It's a feeble argument. Lame.
Yes, indeed. I simply have not heard it used that way before. You are not yourself today, ma'am.
He scowled.
I beg pardon. I did not mean to offend.
You didn't offend me. Lily reminded herself this was a role, but wished there was a way for her to be herself while she was acting it. I've been trying to change my public image. How am I not myself? Ward opened and closed his mouth. Finally, he said,
You have been known to give workers the rough side of your tongue when anyone presumed to so much as speak to you.
That's something I'm trying to change. I want to act more like my father. She let out a breath. Anyway, which way should I go for dinner?
Ma'am?
Humor me, Lily said with a sigh. He gave her some simple directions. She made it down the stairs, only tripping on the long skirt once. As soon as they came into sight, she recognized the doppelgangers of her siblings. With the younger princesses and the prince waiting outside a closed door, she knew she had found the right place. The young man, John, paused when he saw her, a sullen expression crossing his face. Seeing her brother, dressed in regal clothing, brought home how old he was getting. And tall. Had she really just been mad at Jack yesterday for teasing her? This boy didn't look like he'd teased his older sister in a long time. What had that idiot princess done to put a look like that on his face? Lily and her brother argued plenty, but they still liked each other. They even enjoyed doing some things together. "Hey, John," Lily said. The two younger girls edged closer to him, like they were afraid of Lily. That made her angry. "Hey, Serafina, Amabel." Knowing how forgiving her own sisters were, Lily extended a hand to the youngest. Their clothing reminded her of the year they'd all gone to Disneyland and had the girls made up as princesses, including fancy hair and ball gowns. Amabel remained where she stood, staring at the hand before glancing at John with enormous eyes. When he shrugged, she took a step forward and slipped her hand into Lily's. Homesickness flooded through her, and she pulled the girl into a hug, nuzzling her neck before tickling her like she would have done with Emmy. The girl burst into a contagious laugh, which even made John grin. Lily sat on a bench and settled Amabel next to her, wishing she had a book to read to her. Serafina came to stand beside her too and reached over to play with one of Lily's dangling earrings. She pulled the older girl closer and tickled her neck too, making her laugh. It brought home how big her own sister was getting. She'd be 14 in a few months. "What did you do today, Serafina?" With the same breathless hurry Sarah had, Serafina launched into a rapid description of her lessons, playtime in the nursery, and a walk in the gardens. John inched closer. Lily didn't look directly at him, but asked Serafina questions about the flowers. When John finally leaned against the arm of the chair, Lily reached up to sweep a blonde curl from his face. "And what about you, John? Did you like your classes?" He broke loose with a long description of one of his lessons. She smiled, happy. While Jack loved science, John seemed to prefer math like his older sister. Lily might have to ask for his help, unless confessing her lack of ability in the subject gave away her identity. John was still talking away when the door opened, and a servant motioned for them to enter the dining hall. Taking a deep breath, she took the girls' hands and walked with them into the formal dining room. Lily entered the large room slowly to give herself time to take it in. The elaborate decorations were like the ones she had noticed in the other public rooms. This one had a giant portrait of her great-grandfather, or rather, his doppelganger. The table must seat at least 20. Evidently, the king was having some kind of business meeting because the room was full of people. She shot a wary glance at the fancy place settings. What if she embarrassed herself? They would know she wasn't really the princess. Lily recognized the queen immediately where she spoke with two men dressed in frilly shirts and dark jackets, like something Mr. Darcy might wear. Her mother, who enjoyed dressing up in these kinds of clothes, would have loved visiting this world to look at the fashions. Lily had to blink at the sudden sting in her eyes. The queen glanced her way. When she saw Lily holding hands with the children, her face brightened. If Lily hadn't had the girls beside her, she would have run to her mother's doppelganger. At a nod from the queen, John took the younger girls' hands and led them to the far end of the long table. A maid came to help the children, and Lily wasn't sure where to sit. The king caught her attention then. She had thought he might wear a big, heavy crown, but like the queen, he wore a light golden ring that rested across his forehead. The only difference between the two crowns was the size of the stones at the center, the king's being slightly larger. Lily met his gaze, and the sadness in his eyes struck like a punch. She and her father were close. She could talk to him about anything. The king looked so much like her dad, except dressed for a Halloween party. Her heart ached for him, the constant irritation at that snarky twit of a princess growing until Lily thought she might burst. She had to do something. Reminding herself she was playing the role of a princess, she raised her velvet skirts to walk to him. It took more concentration than she had thought it would to glide with grace and dignity to the king. She did a deep curtsy and rose. That was when the wariness in his gaze killed her reserve. She threw her arms around his neck. Without hesitation, he pulled her to him in an embrace. "I'm so sorry." Lily wiped under her eyes when he finally released her. It infuriated her to have to apologize for the princess's list of wrongs, but when his eyes lit up, she was glad she had done it. King Frederick blinked rapidly and cleared his throat.
Well, we should begin.
He squeezed her hand and nodded for her to take the chair to his left.
May I assist you, Your Royal Highness?
Came Germain's tight voice behind her. Even without looking back, she recognized the voice from earlier and fought to keep from showing the chill which went up her spine. She turned to look at Lord Germain, his eyes black with anger. She had made Germain mad because of a hug? Well, too bad. Lily pinched her lips together to keep them from curling into a sneer. Pretend you're in a play. You can do this. Thank you, Lord Germain. She smiled sweetly and nodded toward him, but didn't quite meet his gaze. He might be like a vampire who could take control of victims by looking into their eyes. Besides not wanting to get caught in that, if he tried to draw on the princess's magic, he might know right away she was a fraud. It took all her willpower to sit in the chair he held for her. Having him tower behind her made her skin crawl, and she thought the goosebumps breaking out on her neck and shoulders must show. She couldn't shake the intense impression that he would like to strangle her, if he touched her. When Germain took the chair beside her, she cringed. A servant spread a napkin in her lap like they did in fancy restaurants. Far down the table, Emma Bell and Seraphina giggled together with John. Lily wished she could sit with them. She scanned the others, taking their seats, catching a few surreptitious glances. Many were wary, but some seemed approving. Others made a show of not looking at her. She had always tried to make herself invisible in a crowd, as much as Meg would let her get away with it anyway. But Lily found the slight by these people a bad sign. They thought she was the heir to the throne. What had that bratty princess done to alienate so many people? Was Germain behind it? She shot him a sidelong glance as he pushed back his lacy sleeves with a jerk and reached for his chalice. She totally believed what Nana had said about the guy. Why didn't all these people notice his sinisterness? Was it because everyone was used to him, so they didn't see it for what it was? What had he done to make the princess trust him?
I expected to see you.
Germain hissed in a low, tight voice, pitched so only she could hear.
After your stroll with that boy.
Lily took a sip of her fruity drink so she could gather her thoughts. She knew she was going back and forth. This might be a role, but she was also having to make it up as she went. She knew a lot of her own personality was leaking in. So, how would a bratty princess who was full of herself act? Snarky. Don't blame me. Lily heaved out a breath and set down her glass, grateful her hand didn't shake and give her away. My idiot new maid took forever getting me ready for dinner. Lord Germain considered her, his eyes inscrutable. It took everything Lily had in her to ignore him and scan the table with a bored expression. A trickle of sweat ran down her back as she took another dainty sip from her cup. She wanted desperately to ask him about his plan, but, considering the audience, knew it wasn't a good place. She didn't want to be alone with the guy, either. The man to his left mumbled a question Lily couldn't hear, and Germain turned away from her to answer it. She put down the cup before she dropped it. The people immediately opposite Germain joined his conversation. One of them said something he must have found amusing, because he chuckled. His manner reminded her of a comedian she had seen once on a broadcast talent show whose cutting remarks made people laugh. Was this how he was keeping the people from seeing what a sleazy jerk he was? Leaning back in the chair, she shifted her attention back to the others around the table. A few of the faces seemed vaguely familiar, so they must be twins of people she'd at least met back home. Nana had said each pair of doppelgangers had a connection. Somehow, despite the differences in each dimension, the same people back home still got together to create friendships and families like they had here. The king gave her a small smile, and something in his eyes seemed to glow with a happiness that had been missing before. The queen practically beamed at her. Lily couldn't get out of her mind how tightly the king had held her, almost like he'd thought her dead and found her alive again. How could his daughter be working against a father who loved her so much? Servants entered with steaming platters of meat and what she assumed were vegetables. It smelled good, and Lily's tummy reminded her she hadn't eaten since lunch. She was grateful the people gave most of their attention to the food, and the conversations died down. Not long after the servants had brought in the main dish, Lord Germain turned his focus back to her.
What was that little display about with your father?
He handed her a salt shaker she hadn't asked for. It's called deflecting suspicion, she said, forcing herself to look at him and hold his gaze. Germain glanced down at his food, his expression contemplative. She continued to watch him for a moment before taking another bite. Just before she looked away, the corner of his mouth shifted up, and he murmured,
Clever.
Lily took a mental sigh of relief. If she had any chance to keep her father safe, she couldn't do anything to raise this man's suspicions. But she also needed to get information if she could. I have a question about, she began.
Not here.
He didn't look at her, exhaling the words in a breath.
When we're alone.
Ew. No way. Germain had answered a question from a woman across the table, so Lily turned back to the king. He and the people near him were having a lively discussion, something about recent flooding. She perked up with interest. Kauai had dealt with a lot of severe storms over the last few years, including flash floods and washout roads. Their friend Kai wanted to be an engineer and had asked so many questions that one teacher had brought in a professor of engineering from the local college for extra credit and invited anyone interested to attend. Students had received a special project assignment to address some issues, and it had been all Kai had talked about. Listening to the king and his advisors, Lily found herself caught up in the suggestions they made. She even had to bite back questions since she didn't know if the princess got involved in this kind of thing. Did they use their magic to fix stuff? Were there magical engineers? It became clear to Lily that this storm, like the ones back home, had been unusual. Kai had described it as a 50-year event, one which could happen, but not very often. She remembered the news had said the island authorities had done more than enough to control rains and runoff for an above-average year. Lily leaned forward to hear better. From their suggestions, Orthedale must not have magical powers over water. At least not against a storm as large as that one had been.
The only thing we can do now is to clean up,
one advisor said in a bored tone. A couple of others nodded. Wait, Lily said, unable to resist. You can't leave these people unprotected. Couldn't you engineer some creeks or build some dry dams to help control future water flow? Everyone turned to stare at her, and her cheeks went hot. From the corner of her eye, she saw Germain turn toward her, but she refused to look at him.
Engineer creeks?
A man she thought must be one of the king's advisors said.
What are you thinking, ma'am?
Well, whatever you decide to do, you don't want to move the problems from one place to another. So, if you use dry dams to keep some of the retention upstream, you won't mess with the river's natural flow. Lily hoped she'd remembered Kai's comments right and that it made sense. The advisor had continued to stare at her, but she could tell he wasn't really seeing her. His eyes narrowed, and he nodded.
That's an excellent suggestion, ma'am. What is a dry dam?
The king asked.
Your Majesty, let me explain.
The advisor went into an explanation way more detailed than she understood. He sketched something on the map before him, and another man jumped in with a recommendation. Glad not to be the focus of attention anymore, she watched the entire discussion shift, all because she hadn't been able to keep her mouth shut. Back home, she would never have dared to speak up, but it made her feel good to have helped. As Lily sat watching, she felt the king's gaze on her. When she met it, he smiled, nodding his approval before he turned back and made a suggestion to the advisor. Lord Germain's hand waved in her peripheral vision as he held his glass up for the servant to fill again. His hooded eyes considered her. She resisted the temptation to tell him to get over himself. Having sat with him through the meal, she found herself getting a little more used to his mannerisms. His drama queen antics still irritated her but didn't creep her out anymore. But his criticism was getting on her nerves. "Lord Germain, what do you suggest?" Lily pushed away her empty plate.
"Upon my word, Your Royal Highness, you know what I think,"
he replied, keeping a touch of humor in his low voice. A pause in the conversation at the exact moment he spoke made his voice ring out clearly to everyone in their vicinity.
"And what might that be, Germain?"
asked the king. Lord Germain leaned back, his elbows on the arms of his chair, fingertips touching. Lily could see him taking just that posture as if he had been the king and sat on his throne looking down on those beneath him.
"Frederick, we've had this talk many times. I believe you spend too much energy seeing to the comfort of these people. By situating their homes so close to a floodplain, they've brought this on themselves."
Germain had a soothing way of speaking, even while disagreeing.
"It's not your responsibility to save them from their own foolishness."
Some of the people shifted in their seats, apparently bored. Lily had the impression the king and Germain must have had this argument before. What troubled her was how well the man snuck in some snark into his argument. The longer Lily listened, the madder she got. When she caught herself almost coming to the king's defense, she knew she had to get out of there. John seemed to daydream, and the two little girls were nodding off. Lily got the queen's attention and pointed from herself to the kids. The queen gave a wary nod. Was she afraid the old princess would come back? Lily quietly pushed back her chair and indicated to one of the servers to pick up Amabel. Others had joined the debate, and it was turning heated by the time she and the children slipped from the room. The nursery turned out to be one floor below hers. It was probably right under her own chambers. When they entered, the children's nanny woke. As soon as she recognized Lily, the woman freaked out, apologizing for having fallen asleep and not coming to collect the children earlier. "It's all good," Lily said. "I want to read them a bedtime story. Once they're ready for bed." "Will you?" Amabel mumbled, her eyes heavy. "It's been ages since you did." "Then it's about time I fix that." Lily took a book from a shelf and settled herself between the two girls. John stood behind Lily's shoulder, fiddling with a wooden gadget. Amabel fell asleep before the end of the first page, but Serafina lasted the entire book, a story reminiscent of Alexander and the terrible, horrible, very bad day. It reminded Lily a lot of today. She rose from the bed, only stumbling a little on the skirts as she stood. She found John watching her.
"Thank you for taking time with them,"
he said a little stiffly.
"They've missed you."
He spun and left the room. Lily glanced back at the two girls and brushed a blonde curl from Serafina's forehead. What if that beast of a princess was being mean to Sarah and Emmy? Chapter 16. Lily had barely closed the chamber doors when Nana pounced on her. "Was he there?" "Yeah, he was there." Lily rubbed her eyes. "He sat right next to me." "What did he say?" Nana was already undoing the dress's buttons.
"He said nothing about his plans?"
"He wouldn't even let me finish my first question." Lily described the meal. When she stepped out of the dress, she sighed in relief, letting Nana help her into a robe. "I think he wants to meet me alone." She gave a little shudder and sat at the dressing table chair. "This hairdo is giving me a headache." Nana opened her mouth to speak, but at a rustling sound from the mirror, they both turned toward it. Lily blinked, and an eerie sense of déjà vu settled on her. She had faced a reflection like this before, one that should have been her, but wasn't. When she bent forward to get a better look, the girl in the mirror leaned away.
It's the princess. Talk to her,
Nana urged. So many things flashed through Lily's mind, but none of them were very nice, and all of them included shouting.
Well, what have you got to say for yourself? She finally demanded.
At her words, the other girl's eyes narrowed. She inched closer to the mirror, her lips puckering like she'd just taken a bite of something sour. Lily already didn't like her doppelganger. Seeing her now only intensified her contempt. Another figure stepped into the mirror's reflection, a woman who had an uncanny resemblance to Nana. It must be Eleni.
It's nice to finally meet you, Lily, she said with a smile. Oh, fawn over the imposter.
The princess sneered at Lily, her eyes ablaze with resentment.
Make them change us back, or I'll.
As she fumbled for a word, Lily blinked.
Seriously? Was the princess really going to threaten her, through the glass? Or you'll what? She asked with a chuckle.
Liliana's eyes smoldered with a ferocity that drew Lily's grudging admiration.
She would have to remember it, even if she only ever used it in a play.
It must come so naturally to the brat because she'd spend her life bossing people around.
Or I'll what, you ask?
The princess's expression turned cunning, the corners of her mouth curving up.
Or I'll wreak havoc with your life here. Liliana,
Eleni cried, looking horrified.
Like how?
Lily snorted.
Fail a test. Have you forgotten a certain peasant boy named Andy?
A flicker of something crossed the princess's face, and she avoided Lily's gaze for a second. Suddenly cold, Lily forced her expression to remain neutral. She couldn't let this girl know how much Andy meant to her. Him, she scoffed. He's nothing more than a ride home.
Is that so?
The princess traced her lips with a finger, her sly grin widening to a smirk. And Lily knew then that Andy had kissed the princess, all the while thinking she was Lily. White-hot rage engulfed her, blurring her vision. If she could, she would reach through the glass and smack that smile off the brat's face. Nana's steadying hand on her shoulder brought Lily back to herself. She took a deep breath, regaining her composure. Mostly. Look, princess, Lily seethed, you get to come home when you're not a danger to your people anymore.
A danger to my people?
How dare you? The girl blustered, spittle flecking the glass.
Do you have any idea to whom you are speaking?
The princess launched into a tirade about the hovel she had to stay in, the rags she was forced to wear, her incessant migraines. Eleni nodded in the background, while Nana struggled to suppress a grin. But Lily had had a hard day too, and hers had included a scary evening with a power-hungry nutcase. And she had done nothing to deserve it. She usually worked hard not to lose her temper with people, but the emotional dam she'd been trying to keep in place was on the verge of collapse. So, when the spoiled princess started in on Lily's friends, she stopped fighting it.
Do I have to put up with this?
Her jaw tight, she glanced at Nana's reflection in the mirror.
You absolutely do not.
Her grandmother gave her a conspiratorial wink.
I am so done.
Lily slapped her palm on the tabletop, the sound reverberating like a gunshot.
Since we have what you want, I suggest you shut up and listen. Kawaii.
Liliana stilled, her expression freezing in an icy glare as she wrestled her emotions into submission. How had she allowed herself to lose control like that? It seemed the longer she spent in this wretched place, the less discipline she had.
Do I have your attention now, princess?
Her reflection taunted. With a disdainful lift of her chin, Liliana maintained a flat expression. The chit had the effrontery to address her so insolently, all the while draped in Liliana's own dressing gown. She vowed that should she ever meet her doppelganger in person, the girl would never dare to look like her again. The thought brought such a surge of adrenaline that Liliana's hands trembled.
The time had come to truly put her diplomatic training to use. Name your conditions.
Lily frowned, her gaze darting to her grandmother before facing the mirror again and saying, "You have to talk to my father." Liliana blinked, caught off guard by the strange demand.
Why?
He can explain what Jerry's really like. And who, might I ask, is Jerry? Your deranged Lord Germain. The pulsating pressure tightened around Liliana's temples as if a vice ensnared her head. How dare you malign him? She leaned forward, her palms pressed into the table. Behave. Gran put a firm hand on her shoulder. He has been my most stalwart champion, Liliana declared, though the once fervent flame of her loyalty now flickered dimly. Lily rolled her eyes, and Liliana's rage almost exploded, but a wave of dizziness washed over her, amplifying the pounding in her skull until it was almost overwhelming. She took a steadying breath and reminded herself these people held her captive. To negotiate, her composure was paramount. So, your requirement is for me to speak with your father, Liliana said. I'm curious what great enlightenment you expect him to reveal to me. He and Jerry were close, like brothers, when they were young. The girl's sad expression seemed sincere, almost pitifully so. She was very good at wearing a mask, or she believed what she was saying. Dad can tell you best because he loved Jerry. You'll be able to see how much pain he's caused. You and I may look alike, but we are quite different. Liliana weighed her words carefully. Have you considered that your Jerry's wicked behavior does not necessarily reflect the same on Lord Germain? Oh, please, Lily retorted, her tone tinged with disbelief. Anybody who's been in a room with your Germain can tell he's a creep. And you reached this conclusion upon your first meeting? Liliana made no effort to keep the scorn from her voice. A meeting, I imagine. You went into already prejudiced against him. When Lily grimaced, Liliana had to restrain a triumphant smile. I have a counter-proposal. Gran stepped closer, her expression etched with concern, but she remained silent. Lily glanced at her grandmother again, as though the girl was incapable of independent thought. What do you want in return? Lily asked. You must speak with Lord Germain, provide him the opportunity to prove his worth, allow him to show he is not at all like his counterpart in this dimension. Gran snorted derisively. I've seen plenty of him. Silence, Liliana commanded, one finger raised for emphasis. She met her twin's gaze. You have based your decision on the ramblings of one old woman. Am I correct? Lily's expression closed, her shoulders lifting in a non-committal shrug. Inside, Liliana purred with pleasure. She had them now. I know you wish to do what is right, Liliana said in her most sincere tone. I believe my grandmother has misled you with her senile imaginings. Her delusions have led your grandmother to take this drastic action. She brought her hands to her chest in supplication. Please believe me. Once you learn the truth for yourself, you will see my grandmother Eleni has duped you both. Lily glanced back at her grandmother, who wore a troubled expression. What had Gran called her own twin? Helene. Liliana sensed that swaying either of them would be difficult, and they had done a thoroughly good job of setting Lily against Lord Germain. Did you enjoy playing the princess today? Liliana asked, changing topics. Keeping one's opponent off balance was a useful tactic. Well, when I walked in the gardens with Drew, I found out your people don't like you. Lily arched a brow. It took more control than Liliana liked to school her features, but her voice emerged in a measured drawl, touched with a bit of condescension. In your ignorance, you fail to understand it is not my responsibility to make them like me. When I ascend as queen, I will be required to make difficult decisions. Emotional detachment will be a necessity. I feel sorry for the people of Orthedale if you ever sit on the throne. What you don't understand is that a leader is a servant first. You're too full of your self-importance to see how little it costs you to just be nice to others. An image of Andy speaking so nobly in the lesson flashed through Liliana's mind. He would agree. She wondered again if he would regard her with similar disgust should he know her true identity and plans. Would he be sorry he had kissed her? The merest thought of him turned her stomach into a bowl of fish, swimming around in a dizzying swirl. Did every girl feel this way after her first kiss? She started to press a hand against her hot cheek, but quickly lowered it, lest she give away too much.
What was wrong with her?
If the blasted headache would go away. She must not lose control during an important negotiation. Were her diplomacy tutor to see her now, he would chastise her severely.
But it was too late.
The other girl had seen.
What happened with Andy today?
Lily hissed. Satisfaction mixed with chagrin at the lapse. At the girl's expression of horror, Liliana replied with a smug grin. If she's messed up things with Andy, Lily muttered.
Oh my, no.
Liliana let out an only slightly exaggerated sigh. I would hardly describe what I did as messed up. She ran a finger lightly over her lips.
I must say, he kisses divinely.
She's playing you, Lily. This isn't relevant, the girl's grandmother said. It is to me, Lily shot back.
So, have we a bargain?
Liliana asked, sensing she had regained control. In exchange for me speaking with your father about his cousin, you will become better acquainted with Lord Germain. Put on your prettiest manners. You do have pretty manners, don't you? Be pleasant to him. Allow him to prove to you he is a great man.
A great man,
Gran hissed. He's a traitor who's scheming to overthrow the king.
So you say.
Liliana scowled. You are the one now poisoning people against him with your vile lies. He's the one who poisoned you against your father, Gran growled. Don't interrupt me again, you old. Liliana didn't quiet her voice. Crazy woman. Gran's eyes had gone as hard as they'd been earlier in the day.
Need I remind you that you're no princess here?
And without our cooperation, you never will be again. A stab of alarm hit Liliana, but when Lily flinched at the comment, she forced down her glee at the reaction, removing all expression from her face. Andy would provide the means to break down the girl, a task to which Liliana looked forward to. Do we have an agreement? She asked again.
Fine. I'll talk to Jerry, Lily said. But what will you do with Andy?
That, my dear twin, depends upon you. I will either nurture your budding little romance. Liliana gave a coy smile, playing up her flushed cheeks by fanning herself before letting her tone grow hard, or I will obliterate it.
Don't you dare.
Gran tried to grab her arm, but Liliana batted her hand away. Don't I dare? She twisted in the chair.
You have the gall to say that to me after what you've done?
Wait, Lily interrupted. I'll give Lord Germain a chance if you won't ruin things with Andy. Her expression turned fierce.
But you have to promise me you won't kiss him anymore.
It is not my fault he prefers a princess over a peasant. Liliana sat quietly, a part of her relishing the sickened expression on Lily's face. Yes, Andy was the key to manipulating her twin.
That is enough.
Gran pulled her from the chair then. Liliana allowed herself to be towed away from the mirror. When she glanced back, the connection must have ended because it was only a mirror again. You're despicable, Gran stated, disappointment powerful in her gaze.
That poor girl had no more idea about this exchange than you did.
Lily hadn't known either? The pulsing in Liliana's head had increased, but she folded her arms and donned the haughtiest attitude in her repertoire, ignoring a twinge of guilt. That is your problem, she said. You brought me here and involved her.
Go to bed.
Gran left, almost slamming the door, but catching it before it made any noise. As Liliana sat alone in the too quiet room, unbidden thoughts of Andy continued to press on her. His words in the schoolroom echoed in her mind as he had passionately spoken of his ancestors. Recalling her own handling of Lily's tender feelings left a bitter taste in Liliana's mouth. For the first time, doubt about something she had done crept in. What if, as far as her twin was concerned, Liliana was the villain in their story? Liliana didn't know how long she had stood in the small, empty sleeping chamber. If only the pain in her head would stop, she could think clearly and not get lost in morose contemplation, unable to find her way out. Sinking onto the bed, She rubbed at the ache in her temples, emotionally drained. The memory of Lily's hurt expression wouldn't go away. Her fear had been real. The girl cared for Andy. Andy. Liliana understood now why some of the other royals, especially the young men, enjoyed dallying with commoners. She gave a rueful laugh. Her own father had married one, after all. Liliana had never bothered with such activities herself. Was Maggie's brother Drew anything like Andy? She sat still and considered the surprising sentiment. There was more to it than the thrill of kissing a young man for the first time. Liliana sighed and went to the chest of drawers in search of bedclothes. Something was happening to her in this place. She also couldn't deny her genuine enjoyment of the time she had spent with Meg, and especially Andy. When Liliana returned to Orthedale, might he pine for her? The idea appealed to her, but he would have Lily again and would never know he had once held a princess. He wouldn't miss her. The Queen had hinted the time had come to begin looking at political alliances. With unrest in the neighboring kingdoms and Thoronia having adopted what her father called acquiring ways, Liliana might have to marry for politics. As the heir to the throne, whomever she married would have to come to Orthedale. It would have to be a younger son who would settle on being consort and not king. No outsider would ever rule Orthedale. She thought of Andy again. How unfair. Her father had married for love, but it had been during a time of peace. She sighed. None of the Orthedale nobles had caught her attention. Her mind drifted to Tudor Cullerson's son. Now that she knew where an intense look could lead, she understood a few she had intercepted from him. Drew. He fancied her. His father was a wealthy landowner, but untitled, like her mother's people, except Tudor Cullerson was also a member of the academic gentry. Hadn't Lily said she had walked with Drew in the gardens? A desire to thrash the girl filled Liliana. What had that little tart been doing with him? Had he kissed her, believing her to be Liliana? And why did she care what Lily did with the Tudor's son? Liliana couldn't put the image of Andy speaking so passionately from her mind. Did Drew have the same depth of character? Someone tapped on the door, and Mrs. McGregor peeked in.
Dad has another flight, and I have to make a quick run to the store. Keep an ear out on the kids, okay? And send the girls to bed in a few minutes.
Of course. Liliana had no idea what a flight was, but it meant she couldn't speak with their father about his cousin. She couldn't decide if she was relieved or not, even though the delay could mean she must stay there longer. She went down the stairs to the parlor, where Jack sat on the floor before a sofa, staring into a screen with moving pictures on it. The girls cuddled together with another device, doing something similar. "You want to play my new game with me?" Jack asked, glancing at her before turning his attention back to the screen. There was something so appealing about the lad that Liliana smiled. She wished her own brother John didn't choose to be grumpy. He rarely spoke to her now and actually avoided her. "I think perhaps I should pass on it this time." Liliana scanned the room. "Where's Eleni?" "She's in Nana's room." Jack did something intricate with the device in his hands and then yelled. "Dead again." "Dead?" she asked weakly, unable to imagine how he could have killed someone with a small device. "In the game. Now stop distracting me." "Read to us, Lily," Emmy said. "Please." "All right." Liliana sat next to Sarah, and Emmy moved to Liliana's other side. This family enjoyed spending time together. It had been over a year since her own family had done the same. Comparing the two made her feel the loss keenly. Liliana's headache, after becoming almost unbearable during the negotiation with Lily, had finally receded a little. It left in its place an odd sense of something missing. Had the exchange to this world caused the strange feelings she had been experiencing? How could she make plans to return home if she was forever distracted? Boys and headaches, and now homesickness for a family life which had been absent for months? She read a chapter from a book about a boy who had discovered his father had magic. Liliana found it interesting that this non-magical world still dreamed of using it. She closed the book. Mother, she only stumbled on the name a little, said you must go to sleep. Emmy tried pouting. When Sarah whispered something in her ear, the two girls hurried off to their bedroom. Jack, Liliana finally asked after watching his nonsensical game for a minute. Yeah? He did not shift his attention from the motion on the screen, his fingers flying over the device he held. How would you explain Father's profession to someone? She needed to discover how long Mr. McGregor might be gone so she could fulfill her promise to speak with him. Why did the mere thought of doing so make her so nervous? Was she truly afraid of what she would hear? Huh. Jack looked at her and then back at the game. He groaned. Not again. With a sigh, he turned off the power. What are you talking about? I simply wondered today how one might explain what Father does. At his expression, Liliana smiled. The boy truly reminded her of John. What if he met someone who knew nothing of our world? How would you explain it? Who hasn't heard of a life flight nurse? He yawned and scratched his bum. You mean trying to explain it to someone like Mr. Weasley? Liliana had no idea who Mr. Weasley was, but she nodded anyway. Well, just tell him Dad is a healer. Someone got really sick. Our hospital couldn't handle it. Dad's watching over a critical care patient while they fly to another island with a better hospital. She thought of the objects in the sky she had seen several times over the course of the day and which Meg had called planes. If they had horseless carriages here, it did not surprise Liliana that these people had discovered how to make machines to fly too. Will he be away long? She asked. You know, it could be a few hours. Jack yawned again. We'll probably be asleep a long time before he gets back. Liliana sighed. She must be patient then. Perhaps she should work on the school assignments she had received that day. She had nothing else to entertain her, so she climbed the stairs. A while later, she heard the carriage room door open. Not long after, Mrs. McGregor entered the sleeping chamber where Liliana sat on the bed, working through the schoolwork.
Thank you for watching the kids.
The mother sat on the side of the bed. Her resemblance to Liliana's mother still struck her, even more forcefully than the other doppelgangers she had seen that day.
Are you all right?
I'm well. Liliana closed the book and feigned a yawn. Simply tired.
What do you think of Eleni?
Mrs. McGregor asked, her voice cautious. How do you mean? Liliana found it difficult to read the woman's expression. Worried?
She reminds me a little of Nana.
Mrs. McGregor stared at the wall as though she could see through it to where Eleni slept.
It's weird how she got dumped here, just when Nana had to leave. And it makes me nervous that Nana's not answering her phone.
Are you suspicious of Eleni? Liliana bit back a smile, rather enjoying the image of her grandmother being tossed from this refuge.
No. Nana has vouched for her, and she's been a lot of help around the house. I don't know what's off about her. Please don't mention it to Eleni.
Mrs. McGregor rose, and her tone changed.
There's something else I wanted to talk to you about. Andy.
Yes, Liliana asked, now wary.
You know your dad and I got married right out of high school.
Her own parents had married young, so Liliana didn't know what was bothering the woman.
It was hard because we were so young and we missed out on a lot.
Mrs. McGregor let out a breath.
We're happy, but I think both of us would have waited if we had known then what we know now. It was a risk because so many young marriages don't last.
I don't believe he is looking at marriage, Liliana said, thinking of his comment about leaving.
Well, I should hope not, Mrs. McGregor said. You both need to go to college first. Grow up and experience life a little before you settle down. Good night.
She bent over and kissed the top of Liliana's head. Good night. When Mrs. McGregor had departed, Liliana pushed the lesson book to the floor and lay back. She was such a jumble of emotions today. Twice now, the woman had kissed Liliana. It had been a very long time since her own mother had kissed her and bade her good night like that. And it had been Liliana who had pushed her mother away. She wiped at her eyes. And what a fascinating contrast between the two women. While Mrs. McGregor counseled against early marriage, Liliana's mother had begun the process of arranging one. Assuming she finally returned to Orthedale, what if Liliana refused such a union?
Chapter 17.
When Liliana woke the next morning, the headache which had plagued her the entire previous day had passed. It was almost as though a terrible weight she'd not known she carried had been lifted from her. It left her with a sense of freedom. Andy would also come to drive her to school. Energized, she bounced out of bed and hurried to dress. "Good morning," she said brightly as she swept into the kitchen. Seeing Mrs. McGregor was trying to talk on her telephone while gesturing to Emmy, Liliana hurried over to help the girl with her lunch. "Let me assist you." Grant eyed her from the dining room where she and Sarah were setting the table. Liliana felt wonderful and refused to let anything mar her mood. Rather, she winked at her grandmother. Let her wonder what that was about. Liliana hurried the children along, tickling and laughing with them, all while keeping an eye on the odd clock. At the appointed time, she heard the sound of a horseless carriage. It must be Andy. She grabbed her backpack and practically flew to the door.
"Where are you going?"
Mrs. McGregor called after her. "Did I not tell you? I am riding with Andy this morning." The mother shot her a warning glance, which made Liliana think of the comments the woman had made the night before about growing up. The more Liliana thought of it, the more she liked the idea. What would her mother do if Liliana refused an arranged marriage? She hurried out the door. As soon as Andy saw her, his charming face seemed to brighten. Her heart did a funny little leap at his twisted grin. Meg sat in the back as a chaperone, and Liliana gave a soft sigh of disappointment she wouldn't be alone with him. Andy held open the door for her and took her bag. She had prepared to ride in the open carriage by braiding her hair. As she passed by him, she inhaled deeply. How had she never noticed how delicious a man could smell? She exchanged a glance with him that made her go all tingly inside. Liliana had never actually promised her doppelganger anything when it came to Andy and would very much like to be kissed again. "You go, girl," Meg said softly from behind, and an odd combination of pride and embarrassment filled Liliana. After Andy had merged his Jeep into traffic, he reached over and laced his fingers with hers. The beautiful mountains seemed somehow greener, and she broke out in song.
"Nice,"
Andy said when she finished.
"I've always loved listening to you sing, but I've never heard that one before. What's it from?"
"It is," Liliana broke off. The music she had heard from this dimension was very different from that of Orthedale.
"Was that song from a Broadway play?"
Meg mused. "It seemed kind of familiar. Have you sung it before?" "No, it is new," Liliana said. "Sing it again." Meg nudged Liliana's shoulder. "I will teach you another instead." By the time Andy stopped the Jeep at the school, the three of them were singing the chorus of the Orthedale national anthem. Students turned to stare at them. Andy leaped out, opened both their doors, and indicated the girls should join him. Sensing a bit of fun, Liliana did. The three, as one, gave a bow. If she were going to be here long, she would need to teach them how to do it properly. Even that dreadful peasant woman in the throne room the other day had performed better. Liliana found herself laughing as the surrounding students applauded. The two boys who had been vying for Meg's attention at lunch the day before approached. They immediately stood in front of her, each shoving the other out of position. "Knock it off, you guys," Meg growled. "I wish you would just stop it." Liliana could only remember the name of the boy, Nate. While the other young man laughed, Nate didn't. A hurt look flashed across his face as he watched Meg join the other students who were gathering near the school's entrance. Did Meg not know Nate's suit was sincere?
You coming?
Andy asked, still holding out his hand to Liliana. Upon my word, Sir Andrew. She pulled herself from her musings and accepted it, putting a teasing note in her voice. I never dreamed you had such flair.
Sir Andrew? I like that.
Grinning, he slung her backpack over one of his shoulders before twining his fingers with hers again. She looked up at him. An image of him defending the position of his ancestors in their fight for independence flashed through her mind. With it came a sense of connection to him, its potency more powerful even than their kiss the night before. The truth came to her then. This boy, this young man, was no peasant at heart. No matter the circumstances of his birth, he held within him something noble. The idea struck Liliana to the core, and she stopped. Andy turned to face her.
You're different,
he whispered, leaning over to touch his forehead to hers.
I wish I'd let you know how I feel about you a long time ago.
You're going to make Lily late for class if you keep mooning over her like that. Meg had returned and took Liliana's free arm, pulling her toward the school. Andy dragged along behind because he refused to release her hand. Once they had come to a classroom, he had to leave them. Liliana held back at the doorway, let Meg move inside, and watched Andy jog down the hall. When the male tutor called the class to order, she had to hurry to slip into the seat beside Meg. The man went into a review of the materials that would be covered in something called finals. Liliana paid it no heed, trying instead to make sense of her confusing thoughts. A noble boy. A noble, common boy. A noble peasant. Why did it seem familiar to her as a term meant to mock? She didn't have that feeling about the description at all. An image came to mind of walking with someone in the castle gardens while pretending they weren't together. Jermaine. She couldn't remember what he had said about a noble peasant. In point of fact, she could no longer bring to mind a single one of Jermaine's adages. Instead, the image of Andy dressed in uniform and valiantly defending his ancestors consumed her. Her father's voice whispered in the back of her mind, words which had eluded her for months, words about the king's responsibility to his people. A monarch's duty to them, not their duty to him. Lily's words from last night came to mind, a leader is a servant first. Liliana clutched her head in her hands, trying to squeeze out the voices. Was this why Gran had brought Liliana here, to expose her to this subtle magic with the ability to turn her worldview upside down? The way her thoughts bounced back and forth made her feel dizzy. What did she believe anymore? Liliana's mind had turned into a battlefield of conflicting emotions. Had it only been yesterday when she felt driven to oust her father and install Jermaine as her chief advisor? She found it hard to find the passion now. And what was she to do with this new concept of noble peasants? Or was it new? Liliana searched her memory for a specific definition of a peasant. All that came to her were negative feelings of stupid, lazy people who were beneath her. She glanced at Meg, who was writing with her wooden quill as the tutor spoke. She was so like her brother. How would you define a peasant? Liliana whispered. What? Meg glanced up, confused. I must know for another class, Liliana hedged. Shh, Meg hissed, her gaze darting to the tutor. She pointed at the unopened book on Liliana's desk. Save it for later unless you don't need my help with those. Meg pulled her phone from her bag. Liliana listened to the tutor, but he was reviewing math she could work in her sleep. Here. Meg handed Liliana her phone. She took it. The words on the small screen gave a definition for a peasant. A poor farmer of low social status. Liliana considered that as the tutor droned on. Did this place allow poor farmers to own land and yet consider them to be peasants? She thought back to the woman who had come to ask for aid. An uncomfortable sense of injustice settled over Liliana. Before judging the supplicant, she should have known if she had been a tenant sharecropper or a landowner. And should it make a difference in how they were treated? The bell rang and Liliana handed the phone back to Meg. "Great," her friend said sarcastically, turning around. "P is next." There was something ominous in the way she said those two letters, as they proved to be. Liliana spent the next hour making a cake of herself, running around a large green field and kicking a small white and black ball. She was relieved when she was finally able to drag her exhausted body into the cafeteria. "You're having another strange day, aren't you?" Meg set her tray of food on the table, an exceptional day at math and an exceptionally bad day at soccer. She poured some kind of red sauce on the pommes frites and picked up one. "You want some of my fries?" "No, thank you." Liliana chose a piece of fruit. "So, do you prefer Nate?" Meg choked. "What?" she asked when she got back her breath. "I saw the way you looked at them." Liliana used a napkin to polish the fruit. "I merely wish to know which young man has captured your heart." "You make it sound all serious when you say it like that." "Captured my heart." Meg sighed. "It's Nate." "Oh, that is excellent, because I believe he wishes to court you." "No way." Meg's expression went from hopeful to hopeless. "It doesn't matter." "But why?" "Duh. I can't choose Nate when his cousin Kai likes me too." You do not wish to disrupt the status quo." Liliana took a bite of the fruit and watched as Meg glumly ate her food. "Do consider this, however," Liliana began cautiously. "You are already cross about the flirting." "True enough." Meg pushed away her tray and folded her arms. "You know, I'm kind of getting used to this new way you're talking. It fits the way you've been the last couple of days. I think you're ready for the audition, though." "Meg, do not attempt to deflect the conversation." "I believe Kai is merely flirting with you." Liliana caught and held her friend's gaze, while Nate's suit is sincere. "Do you think so?" Meg dropped her arms and leaned on the table. "But how do I know for sure?" "You must ask him directly." Liliana's father had cautioned her on more than one occasion about her forthrightness, but she had never been one to sit quietly. "I can't risk it." Meg put her hands to her cheeks. "You must decide if Nate is worth fighting for," Liliana said with a shrug, "or if he is not." She pushed Meg's tray back to her, and the girl picked up her fork and started eating again. Liliana pondered how different they were. Though they were both almost 18, one worried about courtship while the other plotted to overthrow a king. Overthrow a king. The meaning of those words struck her then in a way they never had before. Not simply overthrow a king, overthrow her father. She set down the apple, her appetite gone. Why was she in such a hurry to rule? She loved her father. While she did disagree with him on how to rule, Orthedale was a prosperous country. If someone asked what her deepest wish was at this moment, it would be to mend her relationships with her family. What would it be like to seek a life like the one she saw Lily living? She could enjoy leisure time with friends. If she'd had friends back home. "They're here," Meg whispered. She closed her eyes, seemed to concentrate, and greeted Nate and Kai, who took a seat on each side of her.
You okay today?
Andy asked as he scooted a chair closer to Liliana and sat in it. Their legs touched. "How do you mean?" Liliana was still surprised at the sudden warmth which shot through her at his proximity.
I watched a couple of minutes of your PE class.
Andy chuckled.
You were a little off your game today.
I would rather forget. Liliana didn't try to suppress a groan. So much for feeling superior because her doppelganger was a poor math scholar. On the field, Lily would likely be able to run her into the ground. But not in a gown. Liliana bit back a smile.
Do you think your mom will let me see you again tonight?
He bent close and brushed her temple with his lips. Liliana found herself leaning against him, and he put his arm around her shoulders.
You're not going to start making out right here, are you?
Kai asked.
I'm happy for you two and all, but that'd be a little awkward. Shut up, Kai.
Andy didn't sound angry, but he did drop his arm. Liliana sent a glare at Kai, already missing Andy's touch. How could the mere closeness of her noble peasant send such a rush of unfamiliar feelings through her? Or how the memory of the soft brush of his lips left her heart racing, her mind reeling? Might this be the beginning of something more? Something important? Something she craved more than she could have ever dreamed? Still reeling at the thought she could develop true feelings for Andy, Liliana caught a surreptitious glance from Nate to Meg. She wondered how long the five of them had been friends. They must find a girl for poor Kai to court soon, or he would feel left out. Liliana bit into her fruit. Something about this place and its people lulled her internal conflict. In a far corner of her mind, the raging passion to become queen sat docile, like a courtier's pet napping on a cushion. The energy to act had disappeared. If that had been Gran's intent, at the moment, Liliana cared not. With a gasp, Meg leapt from her chair and dashed across the room to embrace a girl with long, straight hair and dark circles under her eyes. She let Meg drag her to the table while Nate and Kai pulled another chair and made room for her. They each pushed something from their lunches toward the newcomer, muttering she needed to eat something because she looked so thin. Liliana watched with interest. Perhaps Kai could court this girl. I can't believe it, Sage. Meg rubbed her hand up and down the girl's back as though in comfort. They sent her home? My dad called hospice, the girl said in a soft voice. Nate and Kai went still, and Meg's eyes glistened. Hospice? Liliana didn't believe it had anything to do with hospitality, or why was everyone so glum? The hospice people have been great. Sage shrugged. They think she could last a week. Liliana went cold, understanding. Someone close to the girl must be dying.
I hate cancer, Kai said. It killed my grandfather, and he was only 50.
Nate elbowed him, and Kai muttered,
Sorry, Sage.
My dad says we have to accept it. The girl shrugged again. He wants us to make Mom's last days as normal as possible. That's why I'm at school. Her voice broke. We have to move in with my grandma, so I'll be changing schools.
Won't the hospital take payments?
Nate asked. As the friends offered comfort and suggestions, Liliana's mind drifted back to the woman who had requested assistance from her father. What had her particular needs been? Would she, like Sage's family, lose her home? If the people here could not approach their king for assistance in times of need, where did they turn? Liliana lost her appetite. If she and Lord Germain succeeded, petitions to the king, or queen when she was in charge, would stop. Her people would be as helpless as this girl's family. Andy's hand on Liliana's shoulder pulled her from her unhappy thoughts. She became aware the others had risen and were gathering their belongings.
You're really distracted today,
He said.
You up to creative writing?
She wasn't sure what he meant, but she nodded anyway and followed everyone from the room. Andy stayed with her, and she felt a little thrill. They must have this creative writing lesson together. As they entered the room, he stopped at one of the front desks, seeming to wait for her to sit. She did.
I figured since you sat in the back with me yesterday for history,
He said with a grin,
I can sit in the front with you for English.
The tutor instructed the scholars to move the desks in a circle. Once they had done so, he handed books titled Jane Eyre to everyone, saying the students would take turns reading aloud. Andy was quite proficient at it. Liliana tried to focus on the page, but found herself turning to watch him instead. Every time she caught his eye, his performance became more animated, as though she and she alone were his audience. When he finished, he gave her a challenging look. Never one to let someone do better than she, Liliana read her section as though to Sarah and Emmy. The others nodded approval, and she flushed with pleasure.
Well done.
Andy whispered, leaning over and lacing their fingers.
I know it's hard for you when you're not on stage.
Without thinking about it, Liliana caught herself using her thumb to stroke the back of his hand as he had done to hers earlier. She froze, giving him a sidelong glance. Andy stared ahead, but the hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. She began the motion again. When class ended, he released her hand to assist with returning the desks in rows. They walked from the room together. When a student had to squeeze past on her other side, Andy reached his hand to her shoulder and pulled her out of the way, leaving his hand there. Reflecting upon how much she liked the contact, Liliana was surprised at how quickly she had grown accustomed to people touching her. How different would her life have been had she not been born a royal? She didn't notice they had reached her next class until Andy paused outside a door. He turned to face her, his hand still on her shoulder, his fingers toying with a strand of her hair.
You never answered my question about tonight.
The look in his eyes froze the breath in her lungs, all while making her body flush. He leaned down until his lips just barely brushed hers. The bell rang, and she jumped. He chuckled.
I'll call you.
Turning, he sprinted down the hall and slipped in a door just before the tutor closed it.
Miss McGregor, would you kindly grace us with your presence?
Asked the older woman who stood near the door. Liliana's face burning, she entered the room, only then realizing she recognized no one. She took a seat at an empty table. The art lesson provided a brief respite, and Liliana spent the period sketching a tall youth with blue, twinkling eyes and a lopsided grin. Was she ready to confront the truth about her growing feelings for Andy and what those could mean for her future? Chapter 18. Orthedale. Lily woke to the sound of hushed voices. With all that had happened, she hadn't expected to sleep. After all, she'd had dinner with a king and his court. She had given them an idea for something that might help a bunch of people. And she hadn't fallen on her face in a fancy dress. Not such a lame day after all. She had expected to have nightmares about how the princess had stolen Lily's kiss with Andy. It still made her mad, but not like she would have expected it to. Not like someone had stolen her boyfriend. That thought made her uneasy, because what did it mean? She recognized Maggie's voice. She was arguing with Nana. Lily peeked through the bed curtains. "It's my duty to care for Her Royal Highness," Maggie said with a sniff. "If I cannot do even this..." Her words broke off in a choked sob. "I am not here to replace you, my dear." Nana put an arm around the girl's shoulders. "With all the unrest and the preparation needed for the eclipse, I am here only to assist you. Now, dry your eyes. You don't want your lady to see you've been crying." Maggie hastily wiped her face. "Hey, you two." Lily pulled back the bed curtains and slid from the tall bed. Both girls curtsied. "I'll get the bath water warmed." Nana turned toward the bathing room. Maggie sent her a grateful nod and hurried over to the bed. "You look well rested this morning, ma'am." "Surprisingly, I am." Lily knew the routine now and quietly submitted to being cared for. The whole process did move along more smoothly when she didn't resist everything and with two helpers. The princess must have scared everyone else away. Poor Maggie, having to put up with that girl, all so she didn't feel worthless. Lord Germain asked after you last night, Maggie said, her eyes cast down. Her jaw muscles worked a little. If not for knowing Meg so well, Lily wouldn't have recognized it from Maggie stopping herself from saying something she desperately wanted to get out. Tell me what's bothering you, Lily said. It's not my place, ma'am.
What if I command you?
Lily crossed her arms.
Maggie gave a Meg sigh. I don't like the way he looks at you, ma'am, when you're not aware.
She glanced up, her expression full of concern.
Please be wary of him.
The concern showed in every part of the girl's demeanor, from her tone of voice to the way her jaws tightened like she was mentally preparing to fight someone.
How does he look at me? Lily asked softly. Like he's a predator, and you are his prey.
Maggie dropped her gaze, her cheeks flushing. She was probably afraid the princess would jump on her for attacking Germain. Lily knew about predatory guys, even though Andy had hinted a few times he thought she didn't.
She wasn't stupid, but there were different kinds of predatory guys. Which was Germain? I will be careful, Maggie.
I promise.
She didn't look up but nodded before pointing to the table where a breakfast similar to yesterday's waited.
You should eat before lessons, ma'am. Knowing Maggie recognized Germain as a danger brought unexpected comfort to Lily. At least someone here besides Nana's doppelganger did. While Lily ate, she wondered why Germain was watching the princess.
Was that how he controlled her? Did any of her brattiness come from him?
Lily wished she could talk alone with Nana.
But sending Maggie away might make the girl feel even more threatened.
After eating, Lily glanced back, but Nana and Maggie had gone into the dressing room.
I'm leaving for class, Lily called.
She stepped from the chambers, wondering what she should do about Germain. After sitting next to him at dinner the night before, she thought she knew his value already and didn't care what the princess wanted.
But obviously avoiding him might give them all away.
From the sounds of it, he had been grooming the princess for a year.
What would he do if he realized his puppet wasn't working with him anymore?
May I assist you with something, Your Royal Highness?
A familiar voice asked. Startled, Lily jerked back and bumped into the door. Ward hurried over from his position near the stairs.
I'm okay. You just startled me.
She held a hand to her chest, as if that would calm her pounding heart.
She had better pay more attention. That could have been Germain sneaking up on her.
Are you sure, ma'am?
It's all good. I just had a lot on my mind. Has Tutor Kellerson arrived yet?
At that moment, the clatter of feet rang up the wide stairs, and Drew's dad appeared. He paused when he saw her and bowed, his chest heaving.
I beg pardon, Your Royal Highness,
he gasped.
I hope I've not kept you waiting.
Not at all.
She leaned to the side a little to see behind him, hoping Drew had come with him. He stepped around his father and performed a bow worthy of the nobility she had seen last night. When Drew straightened, he grinned. If he'd been Andy, he'd have added a wink. She gave a tiny curtsy to both men with a "shall we" then, and turned toward the schoolroom. Lily wondered for the first time why the king's children weren't educated together. In the historical novels she'd read, English families of quality did it that way. Nana might know. The day proceeded much the way the previous one had, though Drew took the table nearest hers at once. He provided a lot of help with her math work and complimented her on the other subjects. As the time approached when Germain had appeared the day before, Lily lost her ability to concentrate. If he came again, she didn't know what to do.
What if he invited her to walk with him?
Alone? What if he did his voodoo magic on her and turned her into his pawn? It wouldn't do him any good to take her into his power, but it gave her chills to think of anyone controlling her.
Ma'am,
Drew whispered from behind his textbook.
Are you unwell?
Lily glanced up, and he pointed to the agitated tapping of her foot. She stopped it and shifted to doodling to distract her. It didn't give her any ideas of what to do. What excuse to give? She looked at the wall clock and then the door. Her foot went at it again. Behind her, the door creaked open. She jumped to her feet, her breath catching.
Your Royal Highness,
Jermaine oozed as he swept into the room.
it's time to relieve you of this tedium. You have earned a breath of fresh air.
His gaze went from Tudor Kellerson to Drew as he said the last, his lip curling. Jermaine bowed to her.
I have come to escort you on a stroll of the gardens.
Lily looked at Drew.
Her Majesty was just complaining of having the headache,
He said, stepping beside her.
I believe she should rest now. You believe?
Jermaine sneered.
What does it matter what you believe, boy?
Tudor Kellerson coughed, and Jermaine shot him a scathing look. The man said nothing.
Come.
Jermaine took Lily's elbow.
I believe that's for the princess to say.
Drew took Lily's other elbow. Standing between the two, she wanted to cry. No, she did not want to go with Jermaine, but she also didn't want Drew and his father to get hurt defending her. How humiliating that a nice man like Tudor Kellerson had to put up with Lord Jermaine. But the king's cousin had too much power over a simple-landed gentleman and his son. Maybe, Lily cleared her throat. Maybe I do need some fresh air. Drew dropped his hand like she'd struck him. He gave a stiff bow.
As you wish, Your Royal Highness.
He stepped back, but the muscles in his jaw twitched. With a smirk, Jermaine held out his elbow. Lily hesitated but took it. He had taken a single step toward the still-open door when a woman glided into the room. She made such an abrupt stop that the musicians following her had to scatter to the side to avoid running into her.
Why are you here, Jermaine?
The heavy-set woman asked, with an accent that sounded slightly French. She signaled her group, and they started moving the furniture. When Jermaine began to explain, she gave a peremptory wave of her hand.
No, that won't do. You may not take the princess anywhere. I most certainly will,
he said with his usual arrogance. No, you will not. The woman shut off his protest with another hand wave.
The queen has decreed the princess will have another dance lesson before tomorrow's ball. Off with you now.
She pulled Lily from his side.
Go stand over there, child.
Jermaine began.
Out!
Guard.
Escort him to Her Majesty.
The woman gave Jermaine a push toward the approaching ward.
If he wishes to argue with the queen, take him to her at once.
The woman didn't wait for him to move before signaling to Tudor Kellerson.
Off with you too. Of course, Lady Penderin.
He gathered his things.
Stay where you are, young
Drew, she said when he moved toward his books, still spread out on a table.
I need you to partner the princess. I would be happy to assist you,
Jermaine said, turning back.
Don't be ridiculous,
the large woman said with a snort.
She has need of a young partner, not an old man.
A little dizzy at how quickly everything had changed, Lily stood beside Drew and watched as Lady Penderin bullied Jermaine from the room and organized her stringed quartet. She's a force of nature, Lily whispered, unable to stop watching the woman.
Give her no reason to wring a fine peel over you,
Drew said, keeping his voice low. Ring a what? She frowned.
Scold you.
He eased a little closer.
Why did you tell Jermaine you would walk with him when it was clear you didn't wish to?
He would have punished you. Lily didn't look at him, even though she could sense his gaze on her. I didn't want you or your dad hurt because of me.
So, you rescued me?
Drew turned to face her, his tone wondering.
Perfect,
Drew, Lady Penderin said.
Take her in your arms now.
Lily's face went hot. The corner of Drew's mouth twitched, but he did as he was told and slid one arm along her shoulder blades. He held his body in a rigid, formal dancing position, close to hers. Like, really close. So close she felt the pounding of his heart. Or was that her own? When she didn't move, he took her other hand in his, holding it out to the side. The quartet began to play an unfamiliar song, but Lily recognized the timing. A waltz. She had done the 1-2-3 box step with her dad a few times and gotten pretty good at it. When Drew moved, however, it was not the box step. He did what seemed like a complicated move with his feet. Too late, Lily recognized he was doing the Viennese waltz step. She stumbled.
I am so sorry, ma'am.
Drew apologized, his face turning white.
I'm such a buffoon.
No, it was my fault. Lily straightened her skirts, grateful they didn't include a train. He took the position again, and she placed her hand in his. She tried to remember the steps her father had shown her last year before her parents had gone to a New Year's Eve masquerade ball. She and Jack had practiced it. Definitely easier to do in shorts and not an ankle-length dress with 3 sets of ruffled petticoats underneath. I think I remember it now. Child, Lady Penderyn chided after they had made 3 clumsy spins on the newly cleared floor.
Let him lead. Drew, press your hand more firmly on her back. Remember, a waltz may allow you to be close to your lady, but it also offers more opportunities for mishap. She must trust you not to lead her astray on the dance floor.
He didn't look down at Lily, but his ears had turned red, and a bead of sweat formed on his brow. It's okay, Lily whispered. He sent her a quick, grateful glance before shifting his attention above her head. When the music started up again, he mouthed the beats and pressed her upper back at the right time. Lily focused on that pressure and didn't fight him, willing her feet not to get tangled in the skirts. When they made it around the cleared area, Lily thought he would stop, but he didn't. He swept her around twice more before Lady Penderyn stopped the music and went to the door. That was epic. Lily clutched her hands to her chest rather than throwing them around Drew's neck like she wanted to. You're a good dancer. I've never felt so graceful before.
No, ma'am. I have seen you dance before.
Drew said, his tone disbelieving, but he grinned.
Very good.
Lady Penderyn advanced on them, having returned with Ward, who wore a wary expression.
She said, we will now do a few country dances. My lady, I cannot.
Ward pointed to himself.
If you have need of another dancer, I will see if I can fetch Lord Germain.
No, Lady Penderyn shook her head for emphasis.
I cannot abide the man. Take off your helmet and gauntlets and join us.
Ward heaved a deep sigh but did as instructed, even removing his breastplate. Lily wondered if it was magic resistant but didn't dare ask. Then began a torturous 2 hours. She knew about country dances from the Jane Austen movies she and Meg, and sometimes Andy, had watched, but she had never dreamed of actually learning how to do any of them. For the first hour, Lady Penderyn ranted about the princess's forgetfulness and complained about Ward's clumsiness. Only Drew managed not to get yelled at, but the stress of avoiding a reprimand showed in the sweat running down his brow. Fortunately, the weaving back and forth, up and down, in and out finally began to make sense. The first time they made it through the song without any mistakes, Lily almost cheered. Until Drill Sergeant Penderyn proclaimed them ready for the next dance.
Very good, then, the woman finally said. You may go. Thank you for your assistance, Simon. You must take your wife dancing soon. I might at that.
The big man grinned. He and Drew bowed before gathering their things. Lily watched a little wistfully as they followed the musicians, especially when Drew sent her a glance before stepping out the door.
I know you are able to perform these steps. I wish I understood why you insist on behaving this way,
Lady Penderyn said, apparently not trying to keep the disdain from her voice.
I would keep you longer as penance, but your mother insisted you rest this evening.
The woman began to pace. She paused, tapping her chin as she studied Lily.
I imagine you have been with your tutor all day. Were you informed the Theronian ambassador arrived this morning with his entire entourage?
Lily shook her head.
A full week early.
Lady Penderyn started pacing again.
He plans to attend the Eclipse Ball, so you will be on display.
On display? Me? Lily's voice squeaked.
Why?
She glanced at the door. When would Nana finish with her other responsibilities?
Lady Penderyn scowled. Just as your mother feared. You intend to be difficult.
She clasped Lily's shoulders.
Must I reinforce again the importance of an alliance with Aronia? Your father wishes very much for Prince Jasper to visit later this summer. You must present well tomorrow, so the ambassador will take back good word of you.
Oh my gosh.
Lily stepped back. Are you talking about a political marriage? Of course I am.
Lady Penderyn pinched her lips, radiating disapproval.
But I'm only 17. You will be 18 in 2 months. The same age your parents were when they wed.
Lady Penderyn picked up her bag.
Enjoy the quiet evening in your chambers. Your dinner will arrive soon.
She pinned Lily with a glare.
It's a shame so much rests on you.
She spun and marched from the room. Ouch! But an arranged marriage?
Lily actually felt sorry for Princess Liliana.
A chill went down Lily's spine, and she shivered. She would be gone by then, wouldn't she?
Lily peeked out the classroom door.
The last thing she needed was to run into Jermaine while she was alone. Ward must have gone because a guard she didn't recognize stood near the top of the stairs, not far from her chamber doors. He didn't look at her as she approached, so she slipped into her room. She listened for sounds of anyone else in the suite, but heard nothing. Now what? She hadn't seen either Nana or Maggie since that morning. The entire staff must have been enlisted to work on preparations for the big eclipse party the next day. The room echoed with loneliness. Lily would have liked to visit the princess's sisters again, but didn't want to risk running into Lady Penderyn. It would have been nice to bathe after the dance session, but Lily had no idea how to get herself out of the dress or heat the water. Besides, if someone showed up with her dinner, she didn't want to be caught in the tub. She hoped they would send Nana with the food. As Lily wiped off her face with a wet washcloth and removed the makeup, she contemplated the amateurish, not quite a plan the two grandmothers had come up with. Keep the princess away from Jermaine. That was it? They had gotten her away from him fine, but now what? At some point, and it had better be soon, Lily and the princess would switch back. If they didn't find a way to neutralize Jermaine here, he would just get his claws in Liliana again. Or was Lily not giving the grandmothers enough credit? Jermaine had been kind of over the top when he had insisted he be allowed to walk with her. How could this have been going on for a year without someone besides Eleni noticing? Was it getting close enough to the evil deed that Jermaine didn't care anymore? Or had losing access to the princes made him reckless? Lily liked that idea. Was that what the grandmothers had wanted, to make him frantic enough to show himself? A crazy, power-hungry man driven by desperation to do something stupid? Somehow, the thought didn't make her feel any better. The suite door opened, and Lily froze, the wet cloth on the back of her neck. Was it Jermaine? Her pulse pounded in her ears, making it difficult to hear. What if it was Nana? Lily forced herself to peek through the crack in the door. A harried maid was setting a tray of food on the table. Lily let out her breath. Once she was done cleaning up as best as she could, she went to see what had been provided for dinner. It was some kind of meat pie with a flaky crust. The deep red veggies tasted like carrots. It was kind of cool, though she wondered what kinds of minerals it took to grow different colored vegetables. As she ate, she worked through what she knew, which wasn't much. The promise she'd made to the princess came to mind. Lily could kick herself. Why had she been stupid enough to agree to that? She always prided herself on keeping her word, but how could she put herself in that man's company? Alone. As soon as he tried to tap into magic she didn't have, he would know something was up. Or would he? Nana's doppelganger had managed to convince everyone she had suddenly lost her magic. If Jermaine noticed, Lily might be able to claim the same thing. Finally, she pushed away from the table. The emptiness of the room had turned oppressive. It made her feel alone and vulnerable there, but where else could she go? With a sigh, she opened the door to the balcony and went outside to look at the gardens. In the distance, several families were strolling through the garden rooms. Twilight had settled, bringing with it a chilly breeze. A worker clutched a cloak around her shoulders as she made her way along the walkways, lighting the lamps. Lily tried to see if the girl used magic. There wasn't any obvious flame in the girl's hand, yet each light burst into flame as she waved her arm at it. Lily forced down a twinge of jealousy, reminding herself that magic hadn't done anything for the princess except turn her into Jermaine's pawn. Lily had an overwhelming desire to be somewhere else. With the king having to deal with the sudden arrival of some ambassador, he might be having another one of those business dinners. One that would keep Jermaine busy. Lily looked over the balcony at the lighted gardens and considered the trellis. Wearing jeans, she could probably climb over and make her escape, but not in a dress. She studied the gardens again. Drew had taken her there through a servant entrance. No one would expect the princess to use it. It was chilly enough, she could wear a cloak and no one would recognize her. Hopefully, the guard wouldn't give her a hard time about going out without a maid. As it turned out, he didn't question her at all. It took longer to find her way than Lily had expected. When she entered the first garden room, a family was disappearing through an archway. Standing there alone, the garden didn't feel quite as comforting as it had appeared from the balcony. Listening for voices, she decided to go where people were. She thought she heard some through an archway up ahead and went to investigate. Unlike the garden rooms full of flower beds she and Drew had visited yesterday, this one held giant topiaries. The shapes reminded her of the mythological creatures at home, but with a twist. A griffin had what appeared to be a bear's hind end. Another looked like a winged centaur, but creepy like Mothman. The huge elephant had small ears and a bushy tail, and a really bizarre one looked like a boar with dragon wings. She wished she could bring Jack and the girls here. They would love it. Still following the sound of voices, she walked from one room to the next, wishing she had a sketch pad to capture it all. As she was about to step through another trellised archway into a new garden room, a sickeningly familiar voice spoke from the other side of the foliaged wall.
Of course, I understand what's at risk here.
Jermaine. Lily froze, clapping her hands over her mouth to smother a cry. She'd been trying to avoid getting caught in her room, so she'd walked right into his hands here? Stupid.
What game is she playing?
Another deep voice asked, this one with an odd accent.
2 days ago you say she humiliated her father at dinner, and then last night she was sweetness and light to him. How long will you put up with her? You understand nothing.
Jermaine paused, his tone taking on a powerful hunger which made Lily's skin crawl.
I cannot even begin to express what it feels like to tap into her power.
He chuckled, deep and dark.
She has no idea I'm using her, and I intend to keep using her. In many ways. It's a shame you're related. You could have married her once the king is dead.
A cold shiver ran down Lily's spine. Jermaine didn't mean to kill the king. Her breathing turned shallow. She had to do whatever she could to stop him.
Have no fear, friend. While it has not been the custom of the last generation for first cousins to wed, few old-timers would frown upon it. And we're even first cousins 1 generation removed. Do, pray tell.
The other man's voice had taken on a condescending tone.
Explain how she would have you. Oh, she will have me.
Ew. Serious? Ew. Lily shuddered. Who was Jermaine talking to? She took a step closer, hoping to catch a glimpse through the foliage. A twig snapped under her foot.
Did you hear that?
The sound of the men's rustling cloaks moved in her direction. Lily spun around and smashed into a chest. Chapter 19. Lily turned to run from the new threat, but arms immediately surrounded her. Her body tingled like a mild charge was running through her. She tried to cry out, but a hand had covered her mouth. She bit it.
Stop.
Lips pressed against her ear and a familiar voice hissed,
They'll see us if you're not still.
Drew. The tension in her eased. Her knees went weak with relief, but she forced herself to stay upright. Drew must be using his trickster magic to hide them. She focused her thoughts on remaining unseen and blending in with their surroundings. A stronger tingle went through her entire body, like someone had connected a 9-volt battery to a tooth filling. Drew gave a soft grunt. Everything grew hazy, and the soft glow of the lights seemed to dim. Lily held her breath, willing with all her might that they wouldn't see her and Drew. The shadows of the two men passed by them, and they didn't even glance in their direction. When Drew finally spoke, she had no idea how much time had passed.
I think they're gone,
He said, his voice shaky. Lily's knees wobbled again, even worse than before, and she could hardly hold herself upright. Drew wasn't much better, and they clung to each other.
What was that?
He breathed. Psycho Jermaine and a friend.
Not who.
He glanced in the direction the two had gone, his eyes narrowed.
Though I heard what they said about you. That was why I knew to hide you from them.
Thank you, Lily said. I've never been so scared in my life. Drew eased his grip on her, watchful as she tried to stand on her own. When she did, he stepped back but staggered himself. She grabbed him. What's wrong with us? She asked with a giggle.
Ma'am,
You must know. He frowned, but the light of the moon appearing over the garden wall made his blue eyes gleam with mischief. I don't, she said, wary, but I'm guessing you do.
did you not feel it? There was just a touch when I first seized you, but after I told you to stop moving. It was like,
Even in the dim light, Lily could see his ears darken.
well, it was like nothing I've ever experienced before. It was almost as though
He dropped his gaze to the ground and rubbed his forehead before looking up again.
I suddenly felt more powerful, like my magic was not simply making us blend into our surroundings. It was as though we were invisible.
I thought you said only masters could do that.
That's correct, and there have only been a handful of documented cases of those in history. It requires a great deal of personal energy, like traveling does for more than a short distance.
He pulled a strand of hair from her cheek.
I am honored you linked with me.
Linked? No. Lily didn't have magic. He'd done it all himself. More than anything, she wanted to tell him everything. She had to confide in him. Drew,
Your Royal Highness.
Ward appeared in one of the arches, pinning Drew with a glare. Her grandmother pushed past him, looking relieved. Oh, Nana. Lily ran to throw her arms around her. Shuh, don't call me that. Her grandmother held Lily back and examined her. What were you two doing out here? Alone. Lily wanted to laugh. What would Nana and Ward have said if they had seen them a few minutes ago when they'd been clutching each other to stay on their feet? Psycho Jermaine, Lily began, but Nana made it sound. Lily snapped her mouth shut.
Simon.
Drew stepped up to the guard.
I must report a crime.
What happened? Nana's gaze darted around the garden room, as though checking to see if anyone lurked in the shadows. No one will believe us, Drew, Lily said. It's his word against ours, and we didn't actually see him. We only heard him, and I have no idea who the other guy was. Drew bristled.
Your word carries more weight than one at a time.
Ward raised his hand.
What happened?
Her grandmother shot Lily a meaningful glance as she took her elbow. The princess needs to return to her chambers. We can tell them the truth, Nana. With a jerk, Lily ripped herself free and moved to stand beside Drew. I trust them both.
And by chance,
Ward said, scrutinizing Nana with a frown.
Who do you think you are to command Her Royal Highness in anything?
She's my grandmother, Lily blurted. Nana groaned and Drew's eyes widened, but Ward moved swiftly. He placed a gentle but firm hand on Lily's back.
Let us return you to your chambers and have a healer see to you.
Arms encircled her, and her vision shimmered. For an instant, Lily felt that wonderful tingly sensation she'd experienced with Drew. Then, for a second, she felt nothing at all. When her sight cleared, she and Nana were a good 10 feet away from where Ward stood frozen, his arms still wrapped around empty air. "Wow!" Lily cried, her heart pounding. "You just traveled us. That was better than apparating. I didn't feel the least bit queasy."
What have we done bringing you here?
Nana breathed, staring at Lily with a look of horror. Ward had growled and was striding toward them, reaching for his sword.
I demonstrated to you that I'm a traveler, Nana said.
Be warned that I'll travel us elsewhere, out of your reach.
Don't fight, please. Lily tried to raise her hands, but her knees buckled as they'd done before. Nana tightened her grip.
Wow, Lily giggled.
Okay, maybe not better than Harry Potter.
Release her.
Ward pointed his sword at Nana.
The princess is obviously unwell.
I'm just dizzy. Honest. While the adults were glaring at each other, Drew offered Lily his arm, and she accepted it. He covered her hand with his, positioning himself close to her side, as though he understood how unsteady she still felt.
Will you stop touching her?
Ward stepped between them, forcing them apart.
Simon, we overheard a plot,
Drew hissed. To overthrow the king, Lily added.
When?
The guard glanced between them, wary.
By whom?
Let's get her back to her rooms and discuss it there, Nana said.
What if he's there?
Lily's voice came out small, scared.
Who is this man you fear?
Ward practically shouted. Jermaine, Lily said at the same time Drew said.
Lord Jermaine. The king's cousin?
Ward guffawed.
One of his best friends? Simon, you have known me all my life.
Drew faced the guard, standing rigidly straight, his hand over his heart.
I give my oath of honor that I speak the truth.
Me too. Lily moved beside Drew again, and his fingers found hers. She said, we overheard Jermaine saying some really creepy things to someone.
Who?
Ward asked, more worried than wary now.
I didn't recognize the man's voice. We didn't see them.
Drew glanced at Lily, and she nodded. But the other guy had an accent, she added. A gasp from the entrance made everyone spin around to face it. Ward put himself in front of Lily, his sword raised.
Great, Nana said with a groan. Anybody else we should invite to the party?
Lily peeked around the big man and found Maggie gaping at them. As soon as she noticed Lily, the girl dropped a curtsy. When she straightened, she scowled at her brother.
What are you doing here?
Maggie asked him.
I could ask you the same thing,
he snapped, sounding like Andy when he and Meg argued. Ward made a swift move with his hand, and everyone quieted.
If you overheard a conspiracy,
Ward said,
you must report it.
We just did, Lily said through clenched teeth. To you.
You are sure?
Ward asked, pinning Drew with a steely gaze.
Yes,
Lily and Drew said emphatically together. Something rustled in the bushes off to the side, and everyone jumped. A cat peeked its head through the foliage, but pulled back when it saw them.
We must not dally here then, but I have nowhere to spirit you all.
Ward broke off, thoughtful.
We do have a guard shack we use for trainees. There should only be a couple on watch there at this hour. It's not a long walk, but it may be wise to utilize Drew's trickster skills to hide the princess.
I believe I can get all of us there.
Nana glanced at Lily and nodded.
With your help, we should be able to transport 5.
My help?
It never occurred to either of us that you might have inherited magic from me.
No, that was all you.
Lily's hand had gone clammy. You felt it too, Lilybug. It's what made you so dizzy.
Lily blinked and pulled her hand free, shaking her head.
Don't look at me like that. I felt it too.
Nana reached toward Lily, but she stepped back. Her grandmother hurried on.
Listen to me. Eleni said the princess is the most powerful enhancer in generations. If this is the first time you used your magic, I'd say you're a close match for her.
Lily remembered the feel of Drew's arms around her, the tingle of something coursing through her body. She had felt it again with Nana, though a smaller amount. And both times Lily had felt weak afterward, like something had sapped her energy. But shouldn't the magical ability have been diluted by so many non-magical ancestors? Understanding of the implications struck Lily like a blow. If she could do the same kind of magic as the princess, Jermaine could use her to kill the king.
And Lily's father back home.
Kawaii. When Andy drove up to the house, Gran was waiting outside.
Who's that?
He asked when he opened Liliana's door. A guest. Liliana took his hand and let him guide her down the step. She stayed close to him, and he took the invitation to put his arm around her. She said, "She is an acquaintance of my great-grandmother."
She looks like she wants to talk to you.
Andy shifted uncomfortably before looking down at Liliana.
Do you think your mom will let you go out 2 nights in a row? I can see if Meg will come, so it won't seem like a date.
I don't know, Liliana said, recalling Mrs. McGregor's hesitancy from the night before.
I'll come by after dinner then, and maybe we can go for a walk.
He kissed her forehead and stepped back. I look forward to it. If Gran hadn't been watching, Liliana might have stolen a kiss. Circumstances limited her time with Andy, and she was determined to take advantage of other opportunities to kiss him without a hovering chaperone. She joined her grandmother and turned to wave farewell to Andy.
That was touching,
Gran said dryly when the jeep had disappeared from sight.
Did you find it so?
Liliana glanced at her, surprised to notice for the first time a look of her father in the young woman's face. Liliana didn't want to think about the king. She turned to open the door into the house, but Gran didn't move out of the way.
You look better today, she said,
ignoring the question.
How do you feel? Is your headache gone?
Yes, it's gone. Liliana tried to brush past her.
But how do you feel?
I feel much better.
What do you want from me?
Liliana asked with a heavy sigh. I want to know if his hold on you is broken, Gran said, her voice soft.
Whatever do you mean?
Wait, Liliana said abruptly, holding up her hands. I know of whom you speak, and I grow weary of your accusations against Jermaine.
Have you asked yourself why?
The almost tender tone in Gran's voice was unsettling, especially when she ran gentle knuckles down Liliana's cheek. The familiar gesture had an unexpected response. A sudden flood of memories with her family seemed to break her last resistance. The pressure of emotions held in check too long burst free: fear, anger, frustration, grief, loneliness.
Why must you torture me so?
Liliana sobbed. A deep wrenching tore at her chest and gut and squeezed her lungs. Her muscles spasmed, choking her, and she gasped for air.
Oh, baby, Gran cried and pulled her close.
When Liliana next became aware of her surroundings, she found herself on the sofa, her head on her grandmother's lap. She stroked Liliana's hair as she had once done years ago, whispering words of comfort.
Have no fear, Gran whispered. The others went to the store. You're fine, my love.
Liliana's body finally calmed, except for hiccups. She looked up at her grandmother's young face. I don't understand. I feel so confused. I know, my dear. Gran brushed away the damp hair from Liliana's face. Did you know this? Place would do this to me?
This place has done nothing to you.
But then what happened? It put you out of Jermaine's reach and finally broke the mind web he was using to control you.
Mind web?
Liliana had heard of such a thing, but she refused to believe someone had used it on her. Someone she had trusted. It couldn't be. She shook her head. Gran simply watched and waited, though understanding and compassion now softened her features. Liliana forced herself to examine the memories. As she did, she saw how, time after time, Jermaine had fed her rebelliousness and resentment. It almost felt as though she were watching herself in a play where the audience knew of the villain's machinations, yet she could not. Seeing how he had twisted her thoughts and feelings, she saw herself for a fool. And he had likely used her own magic against her. She had treated her family dreadfully, especially her father. Jermaine's intent became clear to her, and now her rattlebrain behavior had put her father's life in danger. The darkness of Liliana's accountability threatened to swallow her, but Gran spoke again. "You're free of him, my love. Don't give him power to hurt you anymore." Liliana closed her eyes, the soothing words of encouragement acting as a balm. "Thank you." Liliana opened her eyes and reached up to touch her grandmother's young cheek. "It's not safe for me to return yet, is it?" "No. We dare not risk it." "Gran, I hope you are correct, and he won't succeed without me." Liliana let out a breath. "This has left me fagged to death. I would be exhausted too if I had cried as hard as you did." Her grandmother chuckled. "But don't let your mother hear you use such common cant. Maggie uses it." Liliana yawned. "Most of the time I pretend to ignore her, but sometimes she makes me smile when she says things. I believe that's why she continues to do it. She's a good girl." "Was that her twin in the Jeep this morning?" "Yes, Meg. I really like her." Liliana yawned again. "Why are she and Lily such good friends in this world, yet Maggie and I are not in ours?" "I believe you two would have been friends if Jermaine hadn't gotten you in his claws first." Liliana tried to recall the last year or so. Her memories with Jermaine seemed distant, as though the events had happened to someone else, as though she had watched a play of another girl's life and could no longer recall all the story. It was as though her family memories and those with Jermaine had traded places. The more she tried to reach for them, the more drained she felt. But she remembered one thing vividly. "Gran," she whispered, "will my father be safe?" Her grandmother's hand paused mid-stroke, her face pinched with worry, before brushing again. "Oh, my dear, let's pray he will." Tears stung Liliana's eyes again. What had she done? Chapter 20. Kawaii. Liliana woke to a tantalizing smell, and her stomach growled. She vaguely remembered Gran saying she should rest, that the McGregors were due back soon. Listening, she heard the sounds of the family talking as they prepared a meal together. After freshening up, Liliana joined them downstairs.
"Are you feeling better?"
Mrs. McGregor asked, concern coloring her tone. "Much better now." Liliana exchanged a glance with Gran, who was setting the table with the little girls. "Is father here?"
"No, he's on another call, but he'll have 8 days off starting tomorrow."
Mrs. McGregor handed Liliana a bowl. "Can you put this on the table? I'll bring the bread." Liliana listened to the others talk as she ate the simple meal, unable to shake her unease. If she let her imagination run free, she would see her father die in her mind's eye, followed soon after by her brother and sisters. The only thought she permitted herself was that if anything happened to any of them, the fault rested with her. After the meal of something called taco soup, while she worked with Jack to load the dishes into the cleaning machine, voices came from the door. Only then did she remember Andy had mentioned coming to see her. "I can finish these," Jack said. "Thank you." Liliana kissed his cheek, and he stepped back, his eyes wide. "You owe me now." He wiped his face but grinned. "Whatever." As she hurried into the living room, she thought she was getting used to the way the people here spoke. "Hey," Andy said. "Hey." Liliana stepped beside him and took his hand. "It's a good thing we like you, Andy." Mrs. McGregor glanced between them and sighed.
Yes.
Ma'am, he agreed, his expression neutral.
No Meg tonight either?
Mrs. McGregor asked.
She decided to stay with Mom again. I'm sorry. Is she sick again? Still,
He said.
she just can't seem to shake this headache. Is it all right if I take Lily out for a drive?
That's 2 nights in a row, Mrs. McGregor said to Liliana.
All right.
Liliana didn't know what else to say, worried the woman might not allow the outing.
Be back before 9,
The mother finally said with a sigh.
You haven't been feeling well either.
Thank you. Liliana pulled Andy out of the door before Mrs. McGregor changed her mind. Only once they were in the Jeep and driving down the road, Liliana's fingers twined with his, did Andy speak.
I was thinking maybe we could get a yogurt at the mall.
Anywhere with you is fine, Liliana said, with feeling. He shot her a quizzical but pleased glance. She watched Andy as he sang along with the music on the radio and wondered if Drew were anything like Andy. Liliana speculated about how the others were doing back home, and a sick feeling filled her. What if Lily went through with the promise and did attempt to speak with Jermaine alone? At least the girl had no magic for him to manipulate. Either way, Liliana must speak with her twin to warn her. With a soft sigh, Liliana glanced at Andy again. It was a shame she couldn't take him back with her when she returned home. And return home she must. She knew in her heart she could never have made the decision Gran had to come to this magicless world and stay. Besides, Liliana had responsibilities. With Andy's passionate words imprinted on her heart, she wanted to be not only royal, but noble like he was. The king was correct. As rulers, they had a responsibility to protect their people and see to their needs. Unlike her father, however, she was not an insider powered by light. His very magic gave strength to the land, helped it and the people living on it to thrive. Whomever she wed must have a magic which would make life in Orthedale better when enhanced by her magic. She couldn't recall what power the Theronian prince had. With her new resolve to champion her people, she would refuse an arranged marriage unless she trusted her groom and knew that together she and he would work to make her people stronger.
I'd say you're quiet tonight, but you're always quiet,
Andy said as he parked the Jeep. I am merely contemplating my future. An odd expression crossed his face. He opened her door and helped her out. What are you thinking yet not speaking? Liliana finally asked when he said nothing.
Just wondering if you'd be open to.
Andy's phone rang.
Hang on.
He released her hand to answer it.
Yeah, Meg.
As he listened, his face paled.
We're at the mall. We'll be there in 10 minutes.
He shoved the phone in a pocket and grabbed Liliana's hand again.
Something's wrong with my mother. We've got to get to the hospital.
Liliana scrambled back in the Jeep and buckled the seatbelt. He drove in silence. She wasn't sure what a hospital was, but from the way he clenched and unclenched his hands on the steering wheel, she knew something serious had happened. Was a hospital the place where their healers tended the sick? The image of her mother came to mind again after Emma Bell's birth. The difficult pregnancy had left the queen poorly for weeks after the delivery. The king had been by her side at every possible moment. Has someone called your father? Liliana asked.
Meg left a message for him at his hotel room.
Liliana vaguely remembered a comment about their father being at that mainland place, but she had no idea where that was or the distance from the island. Is he very far? Andy shot her an odd look.
Everything on the mainland is far, and he's on the east coast besides.
He drove the rest of the way in silence, his hands clasping and unclasping the wheel, his body tense. They approached the entrance to a white building. He parked outside a large glass door with a giant emergency sign above it. The double doors opened without assistance, and 2 people came outside. At the door, Andy pulled Liliana into a quick embrace, his face grim.
Thank you for coming with me.
His cold hand clasped hers again. When they entered the room, she saw Meg to the side, sitting hunched in a chair, her face buried in her hands.
Meg.
Andy called, tugging Liliana along with him. His sister launched herself from the chair and into his arms. Liliana took a step back when he released her hand, unsure what to do. She could almost feel their fear, and her eyes filled with tears. 2 years ago, when Grandmother Lorena had suddenly collapsed, the king had allowed Liliana to merge her magic with the healers. Even with her powerful enhancement, they had failed to save her. In this magicless place, she could not even offer them that.
How bad is it?
Andy asked. Meg lifted her face from his chest, wiping her eyes. They think it's an aneurysm. Liliana couldn't recall having heard such a word before, but Andy's pale face told her it must be something terrible.
When will they know?
He asked. When they get the CT scan back. Meg turned to Liliana. They're pretty sure, so they've already phoned your father's company. Is he on call this week? He is until tomorrow. As Liliana watched Andy and Meg, it was as though their pain were her own, as though the woman who lay on the edge between life and death somewhere in this building were her mother. For the first time in a very long time, Liliana wanted her mother to hold her and tell her everything would be all right. And she recognized the same desire in their eyes. Andy and Meg were alone, their father thousands of miles away and their mother possibly dying. The job of her father's doppelganger took on new meaning. Life flight. They would have to fly her somewhere else in an attempt to save her life. Liliana needed to distract them from their fears. She took both of them by an arm and pulled them over to a sofa, one on each side of her. She clasped each by the hand. I was a sneaky little girl when I was little, she said, always curious. One day I was riffling through my mother's jewel case. Liliana caught herself before adding a comment about it being a huge offense. Locked away with some of Mother's expensive bracelets, I found the tiny relic of a toy. I could hardly make out what it was. Liliana glanced at each of them to make sure she had their attention. Did she catch you? Meg asked. She did. I expected severe retribution, for she had warned me away before. Instead, she sat me down and told me her grandfather had made it. He had been a master toy maker and had allowed her to watch him work his magic on it. He permitted her to choose the colors. When I found it, most of them had rubbed off, but the hint of a few remained. He had died within a year of gifting it to her, so it meant a great deal to her. And she gave it to me. I think it's still in my jewelry box at home.
How big was it?
Andy asked. Liliana held up her thumb. But twice as wide. I believe there were once wings because it's a chamrosh. What's a chamrosh? Meg asked. A mythical creature, a blend of a wolf's head and a bird's front claws and wings. My mother isn't known for her sensibilities. At Meg's confused expression, Liliana added, she is not very romantic. I found it rather sweet that a practical woman would save this odd little toy that she'd loved so much she had worn it smooth. Liliana wondered for the first time what kind of girl her mother had been at 17. What must it have been like to be the daughter of an untitled gentleman who caught the eye of the heir to the throne? Had it been necessary for them to fight for their love? Had her mother always been the confident woman she was now, or had it been difficult for her to take on the role of queen, always under the scrutiny of people who would see her as inferior? Had her mother been excited to become queen, or had she only done it out of love for father? Liliana's eyes burned. She wanted very much to know their love story. A man entered the room wearing a one-piece blue uniform and carrying a bag. Liliana knew him in an instant, and her heart leapt. She scrambled to her feet, still clutching Andy's hand.
Mr. McGregor,
He said as he stood.
Lily, what are you doing here?
Her father's doppelganger asked. He even sounded the same. A lump formed in her throat, enough to choke her. If this hale and hearty man stood before her, it meant her own father was still well. She released Andy and threw herself into his arms.
Hey, what's this?
Mr. McGregor put an arm around her and stumbled a little when Meg squeezed into his embrace too. Liliana glanced at Andy, who stood stiffly, his hands in his shorts pockets.
Oh, no.
Mr. McGregor let out a deep breath.
It's your mom.
Andy nodded.
Where's your dad?
He had meetings in New York, Meg said with a sniff. I called him, and he's going to get here as fast as he can.
Tell him to go to Oahu,
a voice said from behind them. They turned to find a woman had entered the room. She looked at Mr. McGregor.
You know the family, Rick? Are you okay with taking this flight?
She must be a healer.
I'll be fine. You going to explain to them what's happening?
She nodded, glancing at Liliana.
This is my daughter, Lily. She's friends with Mrs. Kellen's kids here.
Mr. McGregor glanced at Andy.
If you can reach your dad, try to include him in the briefing with the doctor.
You'll help her, won't you, Mr. McGregor? Meg pleaded.
We'll do our best to keep her stable so the doctors can.
When he met the other healer's gaze, she nodded. He hugged the girls again and clapped Andy on the shoulder before picking up his bag and striding away.
Lily, you'll have to wait out here,
the female healer said. She indicated Meg and Andy should follow her. As Liliana watched them leave, her heart ached with a desire to help. But what could she do? Full dark had settled outside. Mrs. McGregor must be wondering what had become of them, but Liliana hadn't brought her phone. While last night the idea of causing trouble for Lily had been appealing, the thought now fell flat. If Andy and Meg's father went to that Oahu place to be with their mother, would the children go as well? With her head leaning against the glass window, she stared at the tropical shrubbery in the faint light from the building. A steady stream of people came in and out. After a while, she stopped jumping every time the door opened.
Lily.
Liliana jerked around to find Andy standing in the doorway, Meg behind him to the side. Liliana's heart twisted at their red, blotchy faces. Had their mother died?
It's your mom.
Andy held out his phone.
I'm sorry, I didn't think to call her.
Did you see your mother? Liliana whispered before she took it from him. Andy nodded and sat beside her. She put the phone to her ear. Hello?
Are you okay?
At the sound of her mother's voice, even knowing it wasn't really her mother, Liliana closed her eyes, trying not to cry. Nothing would come out of her throat.
Lily, what's going on?
Mrs. McGregor's voice had gone sharp. Andy took the phone and did something, which made it so they could both hear Mrs. McGregor's voice.
She's here, just emotional,
he said. Did he tell you what happened, Mother? Liliana leaned her head against Andy's shoulder.
Yeah, Andy's going to bring you home.
But who will care for them? May they stay with us?
That's nice of you, Andy said, but I think we'll be fine at our house. Do any of your mother's relatives still live on the island?
Mrs. McGregor asked.
Not anymore. Her brother lives in Arizona now, but they've never been very close. I'm sure, under the circumstances. No, really, Mrs. McGregor. I'm 18. We'll be okay.
They'll know better in a day or two, won't they? Liliana squeezed his hand. Once the heal physicians have tended her?
Yeah,
he said, his response hopeful even though his face was still tight with worry.
When will your father get in?
Mrs. McGregor asked.
We've already talked to the doctor here and got Dad in on the call, Andy said. He's going straight to Oahu, but we won't really know any more until after the surgery.
Everyone went silent.
I think Lily's right,
Mrs. McGregor said.
I'd feel better if you two didn't spend the night alone at your house.
Please, Andy, Meg spoke up for the first time. I can't face going home. There's space in my room. Liliana swallowed and made an offer she would never have considered a day ago. She can sleep in my bed. Meg hugged her.
Yes,
Mrs. McGregor said, as though the decision had been made.
we have a blow-up mattress you can use in the living room, Andy.
Please, Meg and Liliana said together.
Your father will have plenty to handle with your mother,
Mrs. McGregor said.
He doesn't need to worry about you and Meg too. All right.
Andy's shoulders slumped, but Liliana thought it came from relief.
But just for tonight. Dad may have other ideas tomorrow.
By the time they returned to the house, Mrs. McGregor had the air mattress ready for Andy. She had shifted the furniture to accommodate it, though it took up most of the remaining space. Sarah and Emmy threw themselves at the Kellans, and Sarah burst into tears. Andy had to hug her to him before her sobs would stop. Liliana thought how much alike Sarah and Serafina were in things like this. Tender little Serafina. Liliana's throat, already tight, nearly choked her.
Come on, girls. Time for bed,
Mrs. McGregor said.
I'm sure you'll want to get cleaned up.
Gran handed Meg and Andy each a towel.
There are 2 showers.
Filled with a desire to help, Liliana went into her bedroom with her grandmother to change the sheets for Meg. Gran, Liliana whispered when they had almost completed the task. If we're linked to our doppelgangers, does this mean Tutor Kellen's wife has suffered this
Aneurysm.
Yeah. I don't recall having heard of this illness. Liliana straightened, pausing to listen for the sound of running water in the bathing room next door. Will our healers know how to help her?
I don't know.
Gran ran a jerky hand through her hair. The technology here is quite sophisticated now, compared to when I left, but our world has magic. She said it as though she had been born there.
But only if they know what is wrong.
Which means we must contact Lily so she can tell Maggie and Drew. If she dies there. Gran indicated the mirror.
I'll know when Helene is near a mirror.
Thank you. Liliana tilted her head and considered her grandmother.
You gave all this up to come to my world.
She smiled, bemused, and repeated, our world. Did you ever regret your decision? Wish to come back here?
I did.
Gran sighed and sat on the bed.
Only once.
For a few minutes, right after my Edward died. She closed her eyes.
I had stayed because of him, and then he was gone.
Did you find it difficult to no longer be queen? Compared to losing the love of my life?
No.
I was there for him, not power.
Gran glanced at Liliana.
You must also remember that Edward's mother never liked me. She thought he could have done better. She insisted it was his duty to marry for Orthedale and not to a lowly second cousin who worked as a lady-in-waiting. Her grandmother's face took on a dreamy expression.
But he wanted me.
Before I accepted his proposal, I told him the truth about where I was from. We had no idea if I might make our children magically weaker, which it didn't in the least. But he was willing to risk it. I wish I'd known him better.
I think you would have liked each other.
Gran heaved out a sigh. Let's put the sheets on the air mattress now. They had finished when Andy came from the bathing room. Liliana wished there was something she could do to heal the pain in his eyes. He looked so lost. She took his hand and led him to the sofa. Sitting beside him, she rested her head against his shoulder.
Well,
Gran said after a while, I think it's time everyone went to bed.
Can we get you anything?
Liliana asked. Andy shook his head, and she kissed his cheek before following her grandmother. Liliana paused and glanced back. He had dropped his head to his hands, and her heart broke even more for him. She hated the sense of helplessness. As Liliana entered the bedroom, she thought about how differently she had felt about everything only yesterday. It seemed like a lifetime had gone by rather than a day. Meg came into the room, a towel wrapped around her head, her eyes still puffy.
Do you know when your father will arrive?
Liliana asked. Andy said he won't wake me until he has some news. Meg slipped into the bed. Lily, I'm scared. Liliana hesitated only a moment before sitting next to her friend and putting her arm around the girl's shoulder. She held her while they both cried. Liliana wondered if her doppelganger were comforting Maggie. She hoped so. Once Meg fell asleep, Liliana eased from the wide bed and went to sit at the chair of the dressing table. So much had happened to her, and she felt an emotional wreck. It was almost as though two people had inhabited her mind and controlled her body. As she stared at her reflection in the dim light, she wondered who she was anymore. If Jermaine succeeded without her, it could be her people who would be offering sympathy to Liliana. Her mind went back to that last dinner and the horrible things she'd said to her father, the look of pain on his face. Laying her head on her hands, she cried some more. Chapter 21. Orthedale. You'll need to lead, since you know where this building's at, Nana said. Lily, describe what you did with Drew. He grabbed me from behind to keep me quiet. Lily didn't look at Drew even when Ward made a low growling sound. He told me to be still, and I realized he was trying to hide us. I kept thinking over and over again that they must not see us. I guess it would work. All right, I need you to do something like that with me. Think about me having the power to move 5 of us. It's important because we don't want to drop out of the magic partway there. We could do that? Lily grimaced, imagining them falling from the sky to their deaths. I did it more than once in my training. Don't worry. Nana held out her hands, but it's easier if we touch. As soon as they joined hands, the now familiar tingling sensation spread out from Lily's chest up to her head and down to her toes. Worried, she put all her thoughts into a picture of Nana making them apparate, like Dumbledore had done with Harry. Everything went hazy and, for the count of 4, Lily couldn't breathe or feel the hands she hoped she still clutched. Then a dark shape appeared in front of her, and her knees gave out. She hit the ground hard, surprised to find herself on dirt instead of the garden room's grass. Nana sank beside her, breathing heavily. You okay, Lilybug? I'm so tired. She leaned her head against her grandmother's shoulder. Drew dashed over to them and tried to help Lily to her feet.
You don't take the princess. Help her.
Ward nodded toward Nana while he bent to pick up Lily. The guard carried her into the building, and 2 young men jumped to their feet, their card games scattering. 2 other figures, one in a dress, tried to scurry behind them. John and Serafina. What Lily began, but Ward abruptly plopped her into a chair. He turned to the boys Lily now recognized as Nate and Kai's doppelgangers.
Nathaniel and Ko, consider yourselves on report.
Ward gave the prince and princess each a stiff bow before saying to them sternly,
Your father will not be pleased to know you have sneaked out to come here.
John glanced at the boys before sending Lily a pleading glance. Ward, she began.
Not a word from you, ma'am. It took too much out of you to get us here.
Are you unwell? Serafina had hurried to Lily and taken her hand. John followed and took up a position on her other side. If my father would not approve of us being here, the prince said, I wonder what he would think of my sister being here as well. Nice try, Lily mumbled, sending him a flat look like she would have given Jack. She shifted her gaze to Ward, though the motion took almost all the energy she had. I need to know how to use my magic if we're going to stop Psycho Jermaine. The brother and sister gasped.
There is much you do not know,
Ward said. We need restoration first, Nana said with a groan.
Nathaniel, get on it. Ko, get a couple of blankets,
Ward commanded. Maggie hurried over to help Nathaniel at a small stove, and Drew followed.
What is this?
John asked softly. We're trying to stop a conspiracy against the king, Lily said. The prince straightened with a frown, but Seraphina nodded like she believed it. Had she seen or heard something? Ko appeared at Lily's side. He bowed before spreading a blanket over her shoulders. When Nathaniel brought a tray with 2 cups, Maggie followed with a small jar of what looked like honey. "Simon, the water is ready," she said.
I have it.
He opened a packet and sprinkled the contents into the cup she held.
Ma'am, be generous with the honey.
Maggie made a face which so reminded Lily of Meg that she laughed. The girl looked pleased. "What's in the powder?" Lily asked as she added a spoonful of honey to her tea and stirred it. "It helps with recovery when we've done a lot of magic." Nana drank hers and made a face.
They still haven't fixed the taste.
"Drink up, Lilybug. You'll feel much better." "No offense, but how do you know what it tastes like?" Lily asked Maggie. "They thought it might help to bring on my magic." Maggie shrugged. "It didn't." "I'm sorry." Lily took a big swallow and gagged, but managed to get it down anyway. The honey barely touched the bitterness. She put in another spoonful of the sweetener and tried a sip. Finally, she just plugged her nose and chugged the rest without breathing. "Why do you have this here?" she asked, handing the cup to Maggie.
For training.
Drew moved a chair beside Lily, his hand finding hers again.
Sometimes we exceed our strength.
Ward stepped in front of the room, a furrow between his brows. He shot the guards and the royal siblings a stern glare.
I believe we might have need of you, or I would send you away. This is of utmost importance. You will say nothing, and I mean nothing, about what you are about to hear to anyone outside of this group. Do you understand?
Yes, sir,
Ko and Nathaniel said together as they jumped to attention and saluted. John and Seraphina glanced at Lily, and she nodded. "We promise," the siblings said at the same time.
Everyone, take a chair.
Ward began to pace, his arms behind his back. He finally stopped in front of Lily.
Ma'am, it's time for an explanation.
"We think Lord Germain has been controlling the princess," she said simply, not looking at her grandmother. "Why do you speak as though you aren't the princess?" Maggie asked, frowning.
Because she's not.
Drew raised their clasped hands and held Lily's shocked gaze.
Are you?
Her whole body went cold, but she shook her head. And she didn't release his hand. Before she could ask him how she had given herself away, Seraphine cried out in shock. "But how?" The girl stared at Lily.
It would explain a great deal.
Ward's voice turned threatening as he asked,
Where is Her Royal Highness?
"She's safely out of Germain's reach in another dimension," Nana said, her voice calm. A myriad of emotions crossed the big man's face, with disbelief and anger seeming to battle. Finally, anger won.
What nonsense is this?
Ward growled.
you will keep a civil tone in your voice, young man.
Her grandmother rose, no longer wobbly, and faced him.
Do you, or do you not, want to know what's happened?
They could hear his teeth grinding, but Ward finally gave a curt nod.
Sit down then. You're making my neck hurt.
Nana took her chair and pulled the blanket around her shoulders again.
It's very old magic, which Eleni and I discovered when we were young women.
Nana indicated herself.
This age, in fact.
Elderly Lady Eleni, the king's grandmother?
Ward scoffed.
I did think you seemed familiar.
Drew broke off.
She looks just like the picture of the young Queen Eleni in the Royal Gallery. Look at her.
Why, yes.
I've helped in there before, Maggie said, her voice a little odd. She is the spitting image of her.
That's because I am her.
Nana told the same story she had shared with Lily.
Helene and I started talking and became friends. Later, we found we could do more than just talk through the mirror.
You traded places, John said, his expression now alive with excitement. But you're so nice. Seraphina leaned closer, peering at Lily as though the real princess were hiding inside.
You're not from this world?
Drew asked Lily. No. Where I come from, there's no magic.
Your Highnesses must not believe this,
Ward said, sounding disgusted.
If this young woman is from this non-magical world, how could she have done magic?
Don't be a fool, Simon.
She inherited it from me, of course, Nana said.
Please, may I explain the rest?
Do so then.
Ward glared at her with his steely gaze. To make a long story short, Nana said with a sigh, we traded places, fell in love, and chose not to trade back. If you look back at history, it was at this age that Eleni lost her ability to do even the most elementary magic. Oh, Lily gasped as understanding struck her. You gave up your magic to stay with Grandpa Ned.
Yeah.
Nana gave her eyes an impatient wipe. Eleni and I had to trade names as well, obviously. We've remained friends all these years. When she discovered what Jermaine was up to, no one would believe her. She asked me for help and I agreed. We thought it best to remove Liliana from his clutches. Eleni was sure it would only take time and distance to get the girl free. She shot Lily a meaningful glance. It's worked. Just before I came out to the gardens to find you, Eleni reported the princess is confused and scared, but she's herself again. Eleni is sure she can trust her? Lily asked, doubtful.
Yes, this is incredible, John cried.
If he was anything like Lily's brainiac brother Jack, the prince's mind was already working on ways to use the mirror magic.
Do I have a twin too?
Serafina asked. I would like to meet her. The prince made a derisive noise.
I don't wish to meet mine, but I would enjoy seeing this other dimension.
Be serious, you two, Nana said. Remember, there's no magic there. Jermaine is going to try to use my magic the same way he meant to use Liliana's. Lily shuddered, and Drew edged closer. I'm so sorry, Nana said.
We obviously didn't think this out well enough.
Everyone went silent, contemplative. Even Ward.
I believe you,
He finally said.
I have a vague recollection of my granddad talking about the war which led up to this old magic being banned perhaps 200 years ago. They don't teach about it anymore.
He looked at Nathaniel and Kao.
Will you help us protect the king?
We would die for King Frederick.
They jumped to their feet and slapped their clenched fists over their hearts.
Let us hope it doesn't come to that.
Ward signaled them to sit again.
For now, we merely need to keep him safe. Our problem is we don't know who Lord Jermaine has working with him. You've said he was speaking with someone. Someone with a Theronian accent,
Drew added. Ward grunted.
Does Princess Liliana know what Lord Jermaine plans?
She said he only disclosed to her it would happen during the eclipse. Nana tapped her fingers on the table.
I find it rather telling that he's kept so much from her.
What do you mean?
Ward asked. He hasn't trusted her with all his plans, Nana said, her expression turning thoughtful. He's either cautious or he thought she was fighting him subconsciously. She has spoken highly of him for a good year, Maggie said. Yes, you would know, since you two are close, Lily said. I would not describe it as that, Maggie said cautiously. But you must like her, at least a little, or you wouldn't have put up with her for so long. Lily sighed. Back home, your twin is my best friend. I have a twin? Maggie asked. And you and she are friends? BFFs. Lily wished Meg was there. What is that? Maggie asked. Best friends forever, Lily said, glad to see Maggie's cheeks flush with pleasure.
You noticed a change at a specific time?
Nana asked. Yes. She had attended a party where he was present. Which was nothing unusual, but as I helped her undress after the event, she spoke at length about his grand ideas. The next day she mentioned speaking with him while walking in the gardens. From then on, the ideas were hers, not his. She had criticized her father's rules on occasion, wishing he wasn't so strict. After the party, she started to complain more often and about other things. She turned more temperamental and demeaning. I know Lady Pandaren believes it to be merely her age, but the more the princess spoke of these ideas, the more critical she became of the king. Maggie's expression had turned thoughtful. It is only in looking back now I see it. The change was gradual.
Was she ever alone with him?
Nana asked. I could not say for sure. Maggie scrunched her eyes, thoughtful. You know court functions. Everyone who is anyone attends. I imagine they would have been able to speak without anyone thinking anything of it. Especially if they both made sure to chat with others as well, Nana said. There's a nasty bit of magic which was outlawed 100 years ago or so. It's called a mind web and goes along with comfort magic. That's where the practitioner goes into someone's mind and tweaks a few things. At Lily's confused expression, Nana explained, think hypnosis, but more powerful. When people have been through a severe trauma, their minds sometimes need help separate from the pain until they can cope with it. In our past, some of the people who could perform this magic became pawns of a faction that wanted to use it to control the populace. They used it to isolate key power brokers and get them to do what they wanted. It wasn't until one particularly strong person was able to fight the control enough that it came to light.
You're suggesting,
Ward said, running his fingers through his short, stubby hair,
that Lord Germain has used this mind web magic on our princess. We overheard him say he's been drawing on the princess's power,
Drew said, and Lily nodded. Well, the record said it took time to build a mind web strong enough to control a person, Nana said. Just like with a spider web, it must be laid one strand at a time, and the creator has to do something every day to keep it strong. The princess takes walks in the gardens with Lord Germain every day, Maggie said. I saw them once and found it odd that they walked together yet worked hard to give the appearance that they were not together. So I started watching whenever I had the chance.
And you never mentioned this to anyone?
Nana asked. Only Drew. Maggie shrugged, glancing at her brother. That was part of why he has pestered our father to bring him to her lessons. To watch out for her.
And what did you observe, Drew?
Ward asked.
I couldn't find out anything in the lessons, so I decided to use my magic to follow Lord Germain. That's why I was in the garden tonight.
You've been practicing being a spy. Lily wondered if the princess knew how much her servants had been watching out for her.
It is good that I have been,
Drew said, his voice somber.
I hate to imagine what Lord Germain might have done to you had he caught you listening in on him tonight.
Me either. Lily turned and said to her grandmother, I want to go home. The look of hurt which crossed Drew's face made it real to Lily that she would have to leave him. Her chest tightened. Drew might look like Andy, but they weren't the same guy. She couldn't deny the draw she felt to Drew, but she didn't dare trust it. The two guys did share the same appearance and mannerisms. How much of what she felt for Drew was because of her crush on Andy? Not that it mattered anyway. She and Drew lived in two different worlds. Literally. You'll get to go home soon, Nana promised.
Were I Lord Germain and thought I might have been overheard, I would be on my guard,
Ward said.
Is my sister in danger from him?
John asked. We must warn her, Serafina cried, clutching his arm. She should be fine at my home, but it's a good idea to talk with them. Lily had a lot more sympathy now for the princess. Nana, can you contact her with any mirror, or does it have to be a big one?
I haven't tried.
A compact might work, Nana said. A magical cell phone. Lily chuckled softly. What is a compact? Maggie asked. A small mirror with a top and hinge, so a woman can carry it around in her purse to look at herself when necessary, Nana said. Please don't give these to the noble women here. Maggie pulled a face. They're vain enough already. Ward's body suddenly went stiff, and he waved a hand to silence them. He looked like he was reading something in front of him, and Lily wondered if he had received one of those magic messages. She hadn't realized when she'd gotten the ones from Nana that no one else could see them. He turned to face the group.
It seems the princess is missing. We've all been called in to search for her. Chapter 22. Orthedale. At Ward's declaration, Seraphina gasped and exchanged a guilty look with John. Just the princess? Not these two? Lily asked, jumping to her feet. Do you sneak out often?
I'm a traveler.
John shrugged. And you're able to come this far with your sister already? Nana asked with interest. I'm an enhancer like Liliana, Seraphina said. When John coughed, she flushed. But it's not my high magic. I can only help John a little.
What is your high magic?
Nana asked. I'm a color chromist. This time Seraphina's chin lifted with pride. Color chromist? Lily asked. She draws, John said disdainfully. A color chromist does much more than draw. Nana began, but Ward approached.
I must report in.
The guard said to the prince,
Sir, if you can get the two of you back to your rooms in the castle, it would help. And you must say nothing until we know who Lord Germain is working with. Only if you agree to keep us informed.
John had straightened, his appearance now quite princely, his expression stern.
Of course, sir.
John then met Lily's gaze.
We must protect my father.
Yes, and mine too, she agreed. Seraphina took her brother's hand and closed her eyes. John narrowed his in concentration, and then they were gone. A chill went down Lily's back. Ward had put on his helmet and taken a step toward the door but paused. He bowed to her and departed into the night. I have to get back to the castle too, Lily said. Are you steady yet? Nana asked. Lily blinked, surprised to find she was. I am.
I might be able to get her in, Drew said.
How? Lily asked. Ward said the king has discerners among his guards. They'd see through you.
Not if you help me.
His expression held so much confidence that, for a second, Lily believed him. No, Nana said, you can't use her again so soon. Don't talk about using me. Lily shivered, remembering the tone in Germain's voice when he talked of using the princess. It's freaking me out. If I'm really an enhancer, I'm the one who's giving the power.
Not you taking it.
Whatever. Nana huffed. But you've still given power to two of us tonight. Lily hesitated before shaking her head, unsure how to explain what her instincts were telling her. I'm not sure how to describe it. With Drew, I was thinking about not being found the entire time he held me. She glanced in his direction and a warm flush washed over her.
She is correct.
She is giving power, Nathaniel said.
And how do you know?
Nana asked, irritated. Because my cousin and I are also enhancers, Ko said. Really? Nana asked. It must be more common now. It is how we can get back to the castle. Maggie pointed to the twins. They're weak alone, but together they make a formidable enhancer.
What about our duty here?
Nathaniel asked.
Your assignment here is merely a training exercise,
Drew said with a nod.
I'm sure if anyone tries to report that you've deserted your post, Ward will say he gave you another assignment. Good job, Mags. This is the perfect solution.
Are you strong enough to go again, Nana? Lily asked.
It helps that I'm fully trained. I'm powerful if a little rusty. It's like riding a bicycle. We should go, Nathaniel said.
Everyone clasped hands. Maggie and Drew, there's no reason for you two to come, Nana said. You can go home. But I should be there to help her undress. Maggie shot Lily a pleading look. I must be there, Nana said kindly. The brother and sister exchanged glances, but dropped out of the circle.
Be careful.
Drew held Lily's gaze, and her heart did a funny flip-flop.
Ready, Ko said.
Lily mouthed see you later as the curious feeling of sensory deprivation washed over her. It lasted longer that time. She opened her eyes and found they were in a small room with a single twin bed. Nana swayed, and Lily put an arm around her. Well, cousin, Nathaniel said with a groan, I think we may have just seen the limit to our combined powers. Ko nodded, his eyes drooping. Did anyone think to bring some of that restoration stuff?
Lily asked as she eased Nana onto the bed.
We shouldn't have rushed. I forgot to bring it. So stupid of me.
Nana lay back, her eyes closing.
Lilybug, you go make an appearance so everyone knows you're not missing. Where are we?
Lily asked, but found the three had fallen asleep. It seemed she was on her own. Heaving a sigh, she found some blankets and covered the three with them. Lily glanced around the austere room, unimpressed. Did all the servants sleep in the palace? No, Maggie and Ward didn't. Now to figure out how to find the princess's chambers and not come across Psycho Jermaine on the way. As Lily reached for the door, she recalled the remark about the mind web and the question of who else Jermaine might have used it on. Like some of the guards? Hopefully, discerners like Ward would have picked up on it. Biting her lips, she peeked out the door. Seeing no one around, she slipped into the corridor. It stretched in both directions. Should she go right or left? Lily had a 50-50 chance of getting it correct whichever direction she took, so she turned right and crept to the end of the hallway. She made her way down a couple of flights and cracked open the door at the end of them. From the little she could see, the decor had changed substantially. At least she seemed to be going in the right direction. Lily stepped out and closed the door behind her. She tried to stroll casually down the hallway, hoping she didn't look like one of those tourists back home who drove erratically while they checked out addresses. A door burst open, and she had to jump out of the way to keep from getting hit by it. An unfamiliar guard stared at her for a second and then grasped her wrist.
His Majesty will be relieved to know you've been caught.
His tone was disrespectful and not at all like Ward's. Unhand me, unless you would like to explain to my father why you bruised me. Lily forced herself to meet his gaze, trying for Nana's intimidating tone. He blinked and dropped her hand. She continued to glare at him, since she had no idea which way to go. The man swallowed and nodded down the hall.
This way, Your Royal Highness.
He sounded appropriately chastened. Go, Nana. Lily would have to remember that in case she ever needed it again. With a dismissive flip of her hand, she headed in the direction the guard had indicated. She kept her head high as she thought the real princess would have. As she turned a corner, she found herself approaching two large doors with guards posted outside. One of them opened it for her, and she entered a large, unfamiliar chamber. The king and queen spun to face her. A myriad of emotions passed over their faces, ending with anger.
Where did you find her?
The man who looked so much like her father asked.
She appeared to be coming from the servants' floor, Your Majesty,
the guard who had caught her said. The king waved toward the door, and the guard left.
Is that right? You have been visiting a servant? Who have you been seeing? How long have you been sneaking out to see him?
With each question, he advanced on her.
Was your little show at dinner meant to put us off?
For the first time, Lily sensed something radiating off him. It made her feel lighter, and the residual weariness from using her magic had gone. Was it a delayed effect of the restoration drink, or did it have to do with the king's magic? She wanted to put her hands close to him like she would a warm fire. If it were him, why hadn't she felt it when she'd been at dinner with him? Were you seeing someone? The queen asked, her voice concerned. In the historical books Lily had read, the nobles were always being shown fooling around with the servants. There was no way she could bring herself to pretend to have done that. But what else could she say? I wasn't meeting a man. I was checking out their living conditions. I need to know about that kind of thing if I'm going to be the ruler someday. The king grunted and shot her a disbelieving glance. It reminded her so much of her father that her eyes stung. She blinked and hurried on. Have you ever seen the rooms upstairs? They're cold and bare. How come some of the servants live here but others have homes away? Is it a benefit, a perk of the job, or do you charge them for living here? Lily didn't have a lot of work experience, but she knew what the adults at McDonald's, where she'd worked for 2 years, talked about. Do they have access to healers, and do they have to pay for it? How about tuition reimbursement?
Enough.
The king's single word came out hard. Lily shut her mouth, trying to look curious and not defiant, though the princess probably played that attitude a lot. What would they do? Could a princess get grounded? That would seriously limit her ability to do what she needed to save him. The king exchanged a glance with his wife and started to pace, his hands clasped behind his back. He paused for a moment to consider Lily before taking it up again. The queen stood in place, looking very much like she wanted to believe her daughter. If he had been Lily's dad, she could have turned to him for help, but the princess had seriously messed up this relationship. What would the king think if she told him about Jermaine? But Eleni had tried, and he hadn't believed her. There was no way he would trust the word of a daughter who'd worked so hard to alienate them from each other. I should have told someone where I was going, Lily finally said. I'm sorry. I won't do it again.
I wish I understood you.
He raised his hand and caressed her cheek.
I wish I could believe you.
She did too. I accept whatever punishment you think is fair. Please let him be reasonable, like her dad. He glanced at his wife again.
Perhaps restrict her to her chambers with an additional guard,
the queen suggested. The king nodded, his expression still wary.
As you wish.
Lily let out a relieved breath. But really, you should check out the servant quarters. They're bad. If I were a servant and had to pay very much to live in one of those rooms, they do get food, too, don't they? Well, anyway, I really would feel like I was being taken advantage of. The king blinked, and the corner of his mouth quirked up.
I will consider what you have suggested, daughter.
He looked at his wife.
Who do you suggest be given additional duty to watch over her?
Simon Ward, the queen said without hesitation.
He's a good man.
Simon? Yes.
Excellent suggestion.
The king turned a contemplative gaze on Lily. Her pulse quickened. How long had she been wandering the hallways? Had Ward even gotten to the castle yet?
Please request that he be sent to join us.
Lily hesitated for a second, unsure how she was supposed to make a request like that. Maybe the king meant she should have one of the guards go get Ward. She opened the door to find more guards gathered outside, and one of them was him. Simon Ward, His Majesty wishes to see you. She gave a tiny smile, and the worry line between the big man's brows eased. He followed her back into the room. Before the king, Ward dropped to one knee, his right arm across his chest with a clenched fist, his head bowed.
Your Majesty, I know you're a family man, and I apologize for taking you from them for a time, but I have need to provide Princess Liliana with more supervision. I'm assigning you to take the night shift. Her tutors can keep her busy during the day, but I will require she have a guard at her door and another at the base of her balcony every night.
He shifted his gaze to his wife.
She hasn't suddenly developed traveling magic, has she?
Not according to her magic tutor, she said.
You will escort Princess Liliana to her chambers and see that someone is assigned a position outside her balcony,
the king said.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Ward rose and strode to the door. He opened it and stood waiting for Lily. You will look into the condition of the servants' quarters, won't you, father? The king hesitated only a moment.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Lily ran to kiss him on the cheek and then gave the queen a quick hug, wishing desperately she could do so with her parents. Probably because of the other guards in the hallway, Ward said nothing until they reached her chambers where the night guard stood.
The king has ordered a change in the princess's security.
The other man nodded, and Lily expected him to leave. He didn't.
I believe your maid has gone home for the night.
Ward opened the door, his eyes twinkling.
If you have need of assistance, I can send for someone.
I'll be fine. She swept into the room, but left the door open a crack and watched Ward give instructions to the other man. He snapped to attention and saluted, made a crisp turn, and marched to the stairs. Ward took up position near her door. Nana and the boys are in her room in the servants' quarters, Lily whispered through the opening. They were so exhausted they fell asleep as soon as we got here. The only response from Ward was a slight nod. I'm so sorry you have to put in extra hours.
It is no bother if we succeed in protecting the king,
He breathed with lips that barely moved. Lily shut the door and leaned against it, hating the feeling of helplessness. She appreciated his encouragement, but they didn't have much time to figure out how to save the king and her dad. They had so much they still needed to talk about, but how could they, with Nana sleeping off her magic hangover and Ward forced to stand guard? He couldn't exactly sneak inside so they could plan, especially not after the princess's parents thought she'd been consorting with the help. It had been a mistake to send Drew and Maggie away. If only Lily could send them a magical text message like Nana had. Straightening, Lily glanced around. The big room felt as uninviting as it had earlier, worse now full dark had come. She had no idea how to start a fire using magic. She would have to rely on the matches again. Guided by the dim light from the open curtains, she found Maggie's matches on the nightstand and lit the lamp. Tomorrow she would have to thank the girl for needing them. Lily managed to undo the hooks at the top of her dress, but couldn't reach the ones in the middle of her back. Frustrated, she sat at the dressing table and began tugging at the complicated hairdo. As she struggled with the pins, Lily thought she heard someone crying. She went still and listened. Yes, someone was definitely crying, and the faint sound seemed to be coming from the mirror. Was it the princess? She'd had a breakthrough, according to Nana. Lily's heart went out to the girl. If Lily had discovered she had been manipulated in an attempt to kill her father, she'd have been devastated. Nana had wanted to contact the princess, but everything had happened too fast. Could Lily do it? She focused on her reflection, listening for the soft sound of crying. When it came again, the mirror seemed to shimmer out of focus and then sharpen again. Lily recognized her bedroom. Home. She'd done it. Her throat tightened, and her eyes welled with tears. She wiped at them. A soft sob drew her attention to a form hunched over the dressing table. Liliana, Lily said. The girl lifted her head. Something in those red-rimmed eyes sent a shiver up Lily's spine. Something bad must have happened. What's wrong? Lily asked. Liliana glanced over her shoulder toward the bed. Don't wake Meg. It was a school night. Why was she there? Before Lily could ask, the princess looked at her with a meaningful gaze. Andy is sleeping in the living room. It's their mother. She had something called an aneurysm. Oh no. Is she alive? Lily struggled to keep her shaky voice low. Your father went with her to that other island. They life-flighted her to Oahu. Lily clutched her hands to her chest. Where's their dad? He is traveling to be with her. This is bad, so bad. Lily leaned back in the chair. She had heard her father talk about enough medical things that she knew how deadly an aneurysm could be. Their mother was probably lucky to be alive. What would this mean for their family? She gasped. If the doppelgangers were linked, then Drew and Maggie's mother must have had one too. Did the healers here know how to treat aneurysms? If she died here, Mrs. Kellen would die there. I'll be right back. Lily hurried to the door and cracked it open. She checked to make sure Ward was alone before speaking. Ward, you need to get word to Drew. His mother has a condition that can cause bleeding in the brain.
How can you know this?
The princess told me in the mirror. You have to hurry or Mrs. Keller's son could die, which means my friend's mom will die too.
Yes, ma'am.
Lily closed the door and hurried back to the dressing table. "Where did you go?" Liliana cried. "I had to tell the guard to send word about it to warn Drew and Maggie." She put her elbows on the dressing table. "Now, I need to tell you about some things we've figured out. I already understand Lord Germain has been manipulating me with a mind web. Gran told me. Nana said it's really old magic that's been banned. We think he was using your own enhancer magic to bind you to him." "That snake." The princess's face grew so red it was visible even in the other room's dim light. "He is vile, absolutely vile." "Did the fights with your parents get worse around your 17th birthday?" "No, perhaps." Liliana nodded, looking thoughtful. "Yes, but why drive a wedge between my father and I?" "Because Germain plans to use your power to kill the king." "No," the princess said, shaking her head. "He promised my father would be debilitated for only a short time, so we could prove to my father that my ideas—" Her words faded off. "You mean his ideas?" Liliana went still, looking sick. "Yes," she breathed. "He's been patient for a long time," Lily said. "All he would have to do is wait for the opportune moment and some handy little accident would kill your sick father. And he talked about marrying you." Liliana's face suddenly took on a glassy expression which Lily sympathized with perfectly. But when the princess continued to sit there unmoving, a sense of dread crept over Lily.
"Why, this is perfect,"
a faceless voice said behind Lily as hands grabbed the back of her neck and dragged her to her feet. Even as she opened her mouth to scream, she felt the familiar shiver of magic. Like in a nightmare where she screamed, but no sound came, she found herself mute. She clawed at the fingers. Germain's cold gaze flicked from her to the princess and back. His sly grin grew even larger.
2 for 1. It does not get better than this. She's been in my power too long to so easily break completely free,
he whispered in Lily's ear.
Now, with the two of you linked by this mirror magic, I will have the strength of your combined powers.
Lily lifted her leg to kick backward, but the tingling came again. The air in her chest cut off, and little flashes of light appeared before her eyes. The room swayed while the corners of her vision turned black. Chapter 23. Kawaii. Eleni's eyes popped open. What had wakened her? She carefully opened the bedroom door and tiptoed down the stairs. A quick check of the living room showed that Andy had succumbed to sleep. The poor boy. She took the remote which lay near his fingers and turned off the television. She checked Liliana's bedroom next and found her at the dressing table, staring at her reflection in the mirror. She didn't move. "We must speak," Eleni whispered, putting a gentle hand on Liliana's shoulder. She still didn't move, but continued to stare ahead. Alarmed, Eleni peered into the mirror. She saw nothing but her own reflection. Touching Liliana's forehead, Eleni found it cool and moist. Too cool. Could the silly child have attempted an exchange on her own and been trapped? Eleni knelt beside the chair, wishing she dared turn on the dressing table light. She needed to see if Liliana's eyes were properly dilated. Mumbling behind them, Meg rose and staggered from the bed. Eleni crouched lower to avoid being seen. The girl never glanced in her direction, but left the room. Eleni took advantage of her absence and turned on the lamp. Liliana's eyes had dilated so far it looked as though the hazel color had been eaten by the wide-open iris, which was unresponsive to the light. Her breathing, though shallow, was regular, as was her heartbeat. Eleni glanced at the bed. She had to get Liliana into it. At the sound of water running in the bathroom, Eleni stepped into the hallway. "Hey, Eleni." Meg's voice was soft, sad. "I'm done, so you can use the bathroom. I'm going to see if Andy's heard anything from our dad." She trudged to the stairs. Eleni slipped back into Liliana's bedroom. She still hadn't moved. What had happened? Eleni went to grab her granddaughter by the shoulders. Where she had been stiff before, at Eleni's touch, Liliana went limp and nearly slid off before Eleni could ease her to the floor. The mirror shimmered, and Helene's face came into view, though her image was smaller than usual. She looked drained.
Is Lily all right?
Eleni slipped onto the dressing table chair.
As far as I know. We had to separate, and she went to her chambers. Why? I'm afraid Jermaine may have taken control of Liliana.
Eleni tilted the mirror to show the limp form on the floor.
It's like she's in a coma. And you must get word to Maggie and Drew too.
Eleni explained about the aneurysm.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Helene looked like the burden she carried was too much to bear.
I'll check on Lily and let you know.
The image shifted back to Eleni's own reflection. How could she possibly hide a comatose daughter from her parents? Would they move Liliana to the hospital on another island? If they took her away, how could Eleni help her? How had everything gone so terribly wrong? She rose and carefully dragged Liliana to the bed. Eleni was sweating by the time she had her granddaughter under the sheet, thinking the whole time how fortunate she didn't have her old body. At the sound of the door opening, she spun around. Meg didn't even glance at her but grabbed her things.
Any word on your mother?
Eleni asked. They did surgery last night, and it's looking good. Dad's got us on a flight to Oahu. Mrs. McGregor's going to take us to our house to pack and then drive us to the airport. Meg hurried to the door, then paused and glanced back. Oh, and Mr. McGregor got a final flight for the shift. Mrs. McGregor asked if you can watch the kids. She could be a while. No problem, Eleni said, trying to hide her relief. Andy stepped into the doorway and glanced around the room, stopping at Liliana's still form.
Is she all right?
He asked.
I wanted to say goodbye.
She finally fell asleep. She said she's had a bad headache all night. Eleni moved the sheet closer to Liliana's face. Poor thing's had a bad time with headaches the last few days. Meg's face blanched. She couldn't be getting an aneurysm too, could she? No, my dear. I'm sure that's not it. Eleni gave them each a quick hug.
You two had best hurry.
Andy sent Liliana one last worried glance before nudging his sister toward the door. Her dad should be back soon. Meg dashed out of the room. Eleni went back to the bed and knelt on the floor. Blinking at the stinging of her eyes, she ran a finger down Liliana's cheek. After all they had done to keep her safe, it appeared Jermaine had still gotten to her here. That he had managed to do it opened new and disturbing possibilities. Oh, my dear, dear girl, Eleni whispered.
If you can hear me, you must fight him. You have so much strength, such a temper. Use it now. Don't let him beat you. Don't let him take your father or your kingdom from you. Please.
Liliana's eyelids seemed to flutter, and Eleni felt a thrill of excitement. Could she hear her? The door to the bedroom opened, and Jack poked in his head.
Where's everybody?
Eleni jumped to her feet and hustled him from the room, explaining where his mother had gone and that his sister had a headache. As she sent him off to get ready for school, the girls woke. The entire time Eleni worked with the children, she had to fight her desire to run back to check on Liliana. When she finally got them off and returned to her granddaughter, nothing had changed. Despite their efforts to protect Liliana, that beast of a man had taken control of her anyway. Eleni thought she might lose her breakfast. What was Jermaine doing to her mind? Nowhere. Lily sat up with a start. What an awful dream she'd had. More than ever, she wished she could just go home. What time was it? She reached to the nightstand for the matches, but her fingers found nothing but air. It was so dark.
Was it still the middle of the night?
She sneezed. The air didn't smell right, dusty. The skin on her hand started to itch. Scratching, she slid off the bed. As soon as her feet hit the wood floor, she knew she wasn't in the princess's room. A sense of dread filled her. Hadn't she already had enough of waking up in a strange place, wondering if she was dreaming? The cold air made her shiver. Stretching one hand in front of her, she felt her way forward until she stubbed her toe. With a cry of pain, she wished the stupid light would just turn on. And it did. Lily squinted at the tiny flicker in the glass lantern on a rickety-looking table near a door. She picked it up and examined the shabby room. It held a bed with a thin mattress and the small table. Cobwebs hung from the corners, making her shudder. She had to get out of there. With a deep breath, she went to the door and listened. Not hearing anything, she turned the knob. It opened with a mournful groan, worthy of every cheap horror movie she'd ever seen. A chill of fear tickled her nerves. Please don't let it be a haunted house. Lily barely had the thought when a sharp, rhythmic tapping began down the hallway. Her heart pounding, she slammed the door shut. It didn't have a lock. She backed away from it and her feet tangled in some kind of fabric. With a squeal, she fell back, landing with a thud. The noise in the hallway stopped, just like it might in a haunted house. How could she be in one? Lily would rather be in Orthedale than a haunted house. Her whole body trembled, and she brought her knees to her chest, burying her face. How could this be happening? A noise came from the hallway. No, please. Lily covered her head, wishing herself somewhere else, anywhere else. The more frightened she became, the worse it got. It seemed to be feeding on itself, growing more powerful. Whimpering, she moved her hands to clutch them to her chest and brushed her neck as she did. The sudden pain made her pause. Her fear receded, and a memory flashed through her mind. Powerful fingers had gripped her neck and lifted her from the ground. Lily ran her fingers over her sore neck. It had been Jermaine. How had he gotten past the guards? A rush of adrenaline put her in motion, and she scrambled onto the bed. She felt her neck again. Had he brought her to this place? Another image flashed into her mind of the princess, her eyes glassy. Lily remembered it all then. He had done something to her too, by using their connection through the mirror. Lily touched the scratchy blanket. It felt real. But was it? Something tickled the corners of her memory, something Nana had said. A thud rattled the door. Biting back a cry, she slid off the bed between it and the wall. Her heart beat so fast, she had to gasp for air. Lily pressed her mouth against her arm to mask the sound. This place was just like a haunted house in a horror movie, one of the things that could freak her out the most. The thud came again, this time followed by a sound like her dog's toenails clicking on the kitchen floor, but with really big toenails. What was out there? The door rattled as something pushed against it, moaning as though in frustration. She quickly scanned the room for another escape, but saw none. Not even a window. 2 more thuds and some shaking, and the door burst open. Lily froze. Whatever it was didn't move for a second, but then sniffed. She held her breath, hoping it couldn't smell her. When it sniffed again, the clicking toenails moved toward the bed. For a second, she sat paralyzed. Then the thing jarred the bed, and she came alive. With a grunt, she leapt up and bounced on the bed, grateful for her family's trampoline. She flew over the dark form and landed hard on the floor near the door. Ouch! Ouch! She staggered but stayed on her feet and skidded out of the door and into the dark hall. Remembering the lamp, she waved her hands ahead of her, focusing her thoughts on lighting candles. Every light in the long hallway blazed with flame, blinding her for a moment. Lily stopped to let her eyes adjust. Behind her came the eerie tapping again. At least it was moving slower than she could. The idea she might be able to outrun it calmed her a little. She jogged further down the hallway and stopped to gather her thoughts. She glanced up and down the corridor. The building must be huge. What a stupid design. And what was behind the line of doors? It reminded her of a film class she had taken last summer. The instructor had talked about how long corridors were uneasy places and made the viewers anxious. Acts of horror didn't usually happen in them, but they led characters to places where they did. Was she in a Stephen King story? No. Lily forced her breathing to slow again. She might not be able to control what happened around her, but she would control herself. What could she use in defense besides running away? She glanced at the lamps which lined the hallway. Well, she knew how to make things burn. She hated the thought of hurting a dumb animal let loose in this place to scare her. She swallowed. What if it really was only meant to scare her but not hurt her? Didn't Jermaine need her alive? Lily imagined burning the creature and the house catching fire, with her in it. She shivered. Was there a way to get out of the place? She still hadn't seen any windows. The creature lumbered toward her, so she continued to move away from it. She decided to check rooms as she went. All the dingy, windowless cells looked the same. At the end of the ridiculously long hallway, Lily came to a T-intersection. She opened the door at the end and found a stairwell. She waved her arms, and it lit up. Should she follow the hallway to another wing or use the stairs? Up or down? If she went down, would she find the ground floor and an exit? Or a basement? She shuddered. What if she were already in the basement and going up would take her to the ground floor? If Jermaine had put her here, was it magically constructed? Could the stairs be an optical illusion, like those pictures where it looked like you could go up the stairs, but they were actually going down and the people ended up running in circles? If that was the case, the monster could catch her, popping out of a floor she thought she'd already passed. The gross thing continued to plod closer to her and reminded her of a yucky monster in a horror movie with really bad special effects. Now she could see it better. Its misshapen back made it look more pitiful than frightening, but its creepy skin texture, almost like it was leprous and ready to fall off, made Lily step back into the stair landing. Icy hands wrapped around her, and she screamed. Chapter 24. Orthedale. I'm afraid Jermaine may have gotten to the princess, Helene said after she shook Ko and Nathaniel awake. They both stumbled to their feet. What can we do to help? They asked together. Get word to Maggie and Drew that their mother's illness is serious and can cause bleeding in the brain if not fixed. Tell them it's happened to her doppelganger so they can trust it. They must have the right kind of healer for her. How could you know this? Ko asked. Helene explained about weak blood vessels breaking. They can be deadly, so you must hurry to explain what I told you. It's too complicated for a message. Now I must check on Lily. The hallway was quiet, but when she stepped onto the floor with the princess's chambers, people were scurrying around frantically. Helene pressed her hands to her chest against the wave of fear that hit her. This was her fault. She should never have dragged Lily into this. Outside the princess's door, Ward was listening to a very agitated king. Frederick finished his rant about betrayers and sabotage before striding away, taking an entourage with him. Ward took up his position at the door again, but the poor man seemed to have aged a decade overnight. He allowed someone in a healer's robes to enter the princess's room. When the door closed, his gaze darted to Helene and then straight ahead again. She stepped to his side. Eleni says Liliana's comatose. Is Lily the same? He gave the tiniest nod, his duty face pale with suppressed pain.
I only stepped away for a minute to let everyone know about Drew's mother. Jermaine must have slipped in the room then.
That snake has shown he is magics no one suspected, Helene said, patting his armor. He might have gotten to her some other way. What I don't understand is how he could have reached them both.
She was found at her dressing table. Might she have been speaking to our princess through the mirror?
If Lily did, I'm impressed she figured it out. Helene glanced at the compact. We are connected to each other at that time. What's he doing to their minds? There was a soft whoosh, and Prince John stood a foot away.
Sorry, That was close.
Too close, Your Highness, she said in her sternest voice. You don't want to kill yourself getting caught in a wall. He took a step back.
I heard Lily is ill. Is Liliana as well?
Before Helene could reply, the sound of running feet made them turn. That was not fair, John, Serafina cried as she came into view, her skirts raised to her knees. I love her too. Helene signaled for her to drop her skirts, and the girl did, her face flushing. Ward brought them up to date.
If he's able to access the powers of 2 enhancers, is there anyone in the kingdom with the strength to stop him?
I don't understand how he's doing this, John said. I often speak with the trainees who have told me things about Jermaine. Is that why you're making friends with them? So you can get inside information? Helene asked. No. I met Ko and Nathaniel during sword training and became friends. They introduced me to more trainees.
John crossed his arms.
Lord Jermaine has a reputation for thinking he's smarter than he is. Sly, yes, but he's noted more for taking credit for the ideas of others than for having original ones himself.
Yes, Serafina said emphatically. As a color chromist, I can see colors most of us cannot, including changes in skin color. Like blushing.
Helene nodded.
Exactly, Serafina said proudly. Father's had me practice reading people, and I've watched Lord Jermaine. Since claiming the ideas of others for his own is a kind of lie, I can see the changes in his complexion.
Sadly, it's not a crime, so what are you suggesting?
Ward asked.
John shrugged. I'm just saying this seems too smart for him.
He's false but convincing, Serafina added.
So are many of the nobility,
Ward muttered.
Until now, I would never have believed it of him. But this doesn't help us understand how he's controlling the princess and Lily.
He let out a deep breath.
I saw her. It's as though she were in a deep, troubled sleep. How has he trapped them both?
Trapped. Helene suddenly felt her 90 years. She looked up at Ward. A dream trap.
Those are forbid.
His words broke off.
Exactly. Since when has he only done what's allowed? Is that like the mind web you told us about?
John asked. A worse cousin to that magic, Helene said. It traps the victims inside their own minds.
A mental prison,
Ward said. Serafina gave a soft gasp. And Liliana is in one now? I wouldn't put it past him. Helene couldn't keep the bitterness from her voice. He would have access to her magic while keeping her from interfering.
But if the healers know, can they help her break free?
John asked.
Not in my time. Since its use has been outlawed, I doubt the healers have studied it.
Helene rubbed the tense muscle in her neck.
With enough time, the spellcaster can create a specialized torture for the victim to experience.
Enough time?
Ward asked.
How much is required?
Wouldn't Jermaine have had to hasten?
John asked. True. The tightness in Helene's shoulders eased a little.
It can still be bad since it defaults to something the victim fears most.
A dark silence settled on the group as they considered the implications of the dream trap.
I know we're worried about the girls.
Ward placed a hand on Helene's shoulder.
There's something none of us must forget.
Father, Serafina said. And Rick. Helene said aloud, all we know is Jermaine plans to do something during the eclipse.
My tutor said we would be able to watch it at the sun's apex, John said. It's rare to have one at noon right over the capital.
Ward breathed.
Of course. King Frederick's power comes from light.
The guard looked like he wanted to knock himself upside the head.
Lord Jermaine's is darkness.
He must believe he will be more powerful when it's dark at the peak of day, dark when it should be light. Helene met Ward's gaze and said, he'll also be tapping into 2 strong enhancers.
We have to disrupt whatever Jermaine tries to do.
What is your plan?
John glanced at his sister.
We'll help.
Me too, Amabel cried, coming around the corner. You're only 9, Serafina said. At the sound of feet running up the stairs, Ward quickly shifted into position again. Helene and the royal siblings tried to look like they belonged there. When Drew came into view, they relaxed.
How's your mother?
Helene asked.
Thank you so much for the warning.
Drew clasped Helene's hands.
The healer is with her now and says she will have a full recovery. He only allowed 2 family members there, so Father and Maggie remained. The healer sent me away. Where's Lily?
Helene started to explain, but her voice broke. Ward had to bring Drew up to date. When the boy looked as though he meant to go inside the princess's suite, Ward stopped him.
Just as with your mother, you must let the healers do what they can,
Ward said.
What we must do is break the connection Jermaine has with her. And how do you propose we do that?
Drew gave a disgusted snort.
How can any of us get close to him?
Does anyone know where he is? Emma Bell asked.
And why would that matter?
John asked, giving his little sister a disbelieving look.
If we could sneak up on him, would a good blow to the head work?
Drew said it like a joke, but the others grinned. It might, Helene said, considering. We were taught a dream wrap must be constantly maintained by the caster. What I don't know is if it breaks when the flow of magic stops. Ward raised a hand to silence them.
A message,
John whispered as the man's eyes went unfocused. Ward blinked and looked at them.
I know where he'll be.
What's happened? Helene demanded.
It seems the king called in the Soldarian ambassador and accused him of the attack on the princess. The ball's been cancelled, and King Frederick has ordered questioning in the throne room. Nobles and crown officials are ordered to report there in 20 minutes.
What can he be thinking to do that? Helene's head pulsed with pain. The diplomatic damage of such an accusation could last for decades.
When I spoke with him earlier, I was unable to reason with him.
Ward shook his head.
All the years I have served in the castle, I've never seen him so emotional.
Could Jermaine be controlling Father? Serafina asked. Helene and Ward exchanged glances. It would undermine confidence in the king's mental state, cause people to question his ability to make rational decisions. After the children, Jermaine was next in line for the throne.
How far can he stretch himself?
Ward asked. With 2 enhancers? Helene rubbed her temples.
We must get into the throne room,
Drew said.
I may know how to do that.
Ward rubbed his chin.
The order called for all guards to report, and that includes trainees, like Drew here.
I'm coming too, Helene said.
Of course you are,
Ward said drolly. As am I, John declared, stepping forward. I will come too, Serafina said. And me, Emma Bell cried. Ward shook his head at the princesses.
Ma'ams, we don't have armor small enough for the 2 of you.
I will paint an illusion on us, Serafina said. One which people won't be able to see through? Helene asked. Unless they look at us closely, yes. The girl started talking faster as her excitement grew. If we stand in the back, who would notice us? Emma Bell clasped her hands to her chest and sent a pleading look to the adults. Helene and Ward exchanged glances again. He heaved out a breath.
We'll need to get everyone armored up. I'll send for a replacement.
Chapter 25. Nowhere. Liliana rolled over, wondering why she itched. In the darkness, she rubbed at her arms and sneezed. Without thinking, she flicked her finger for flame and gasped at the sudden brightness. A lightness filled her chest. Was she home? She sat up to survey her surroundings. Her heart shrank. The room made the McGregor's simple house seem like a palace. Wherever Liliana was, it wasn't home. Not again. How had she come to be in this new place? She had been speaking to her twin in the mirror when… What? The last thing she remembered was being in Kauai looking in the mirror, yet she somehow knew time had passed. No memory came to her. She searched her feelings and realized that whatever she'd experienced the day before had been masked off once more. A single impression remained. It had all been Jermaine. He had been behind it, including her memory lapses. He had been manipulating her, but she'd broken free. For a second, everything seemed to spin. She buried her face in her hands. And now he had her again. Liliana didn't know how long she sat, succumbing to her moros. Slowly, though, her anger grew more powerful than her fear. How dare he? She refused to be a pawn in his game any longer. The room brightened with her surge of emotion. She took a deep breath to calm herself. The size of the flame in the lamp decreased. Interesting. She pushed herself to recall the memories which eluded her. The more she struggled to remember what she and her twin had discussed, the more her head hurt. What magic was Jermaine using to steal her memories? Then an image wiggled its way into her mind, almost like a kitten squeezing through a small hole in a fence. Liliana recalled a young man holding her hand, kissing her. Kissing. Warmth flooded through her, and the ache in her temples decreased. Yes, his name was Andy, and he had kissed her. The image of his worried expression pressed against the walls of her mental cage, making it larger. He had a sister, Meg, a dear friend. Their mother was deathly ill and had been flown to another island. An island. The walls of Liliana's mental prison burst, and a host of memories flooded through her. She cried with relief. She hadn't lost them. Gran had brought Liliana to Kauai to free her from Jermaine. But how had he gotten to her there? Why couldn't she recall beyond seeing her twin in the mirror? Tears welled in her eyes, and she wiped them away impatiently. She must focus on what she could control. She had a father to save, which meant she must first get free of Jermaine. How had he taken her from Kauai and brought her to this place? Liliana touched the rough, threadbare blanket. It was poorly made, but there was something else not quite right about it. She studied the room. Indeed, everything in it reminded her of a painter who had been rushed to complete his work. She blinked. Was it as simple as that? It must be magic, an imaginary place crafted in haste. Jermaine had indeed trapped her, but in her mind, his mind? Liliana shuddered. A distant noise made her startle, and she strained to make it out. It sounded as though something was being dragged, but with an odd tapping noise. It seemed to be coming closer. She jumped from the bed and examined a chair, thinking to use one of the legs as a weapon. If she could break it off. The clacking sound came closer. She cast caution aside and flung the flimsy chair to the floor as hard as she could. It made a satisfying cracking sound. At the loud crash, the noise in the hallway stopped. She froze, listening. Something moaned outside the door. Liliana gritted her teeth and ripped the chair leg free. She then tore off a piece from the ragged blanket and wrapped it around the thicker end of the chair leg. Now she needed a fuel source. She eyed the lantern attached to the wall. A thud at the door made her gasp. It had no lock, so she pushed the bed against it. She hoped for time to consider a way to escape. She had heard of dream escapes, a form of recreation. Could one be made so real? If she believed she had perished in one, she did so in real life as well? Liliana vowed that, one way or another, she would not die in this filthy room. Shrieking, Lily flailed her arms. She kicked and hit until she had pulled free of the shadowy form. Her momentum sent her tumbling toward the stairs. She clutched the railing to keep from falling. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw only a form in a dark shroud, reminiscent of one she'd had nightmares of after letting Meg talk her into going to a haunted house on Halloween. Lily didn't wait for the creature to follow her, but darted down the stairs. When she reached the bottom, she found herself in near darkness again. She stopped to catch her breath. Raising her arms to light the lanterns, she paused. Something shone down the hallway. Was it a way out? She started to jog toward it. Another one of the lumbering monsters was trying to get through a door, so she slowed. It was having a hard time getting in, so the way must be barred. The crack of light was definitely coming from behind the door. Lily stopped, her heart racing. Part of her mind cried that she had to get away, but another part insisted the light was a way outside, if she could get past the creature. Then, with a screech of wood on wood, the beast broke through the door with a crash. A girl screamed from inside. Without thinking, Lily waved her arms like she'd done with the lights, but was looking at the scruffy hair of the monster's misshapen head when she did. Several things seemed to happen at once. The beast burst into flames and roared. Then the building shook. Both she and the creature staggered. For a second, Lily wondered if it was an earthquake, but then the floor steadied. As the monster bellowed and stumbled away from the door, she reached through the small opening in the doorway. "Hurry," she cried, waving her hand at whoever was inside. "I don't know how long it'll work." "I must move the bed first," a girl's voice called. With one eye on the monster, Lily shoved against the door and it began to move inward. "Hurry," she called again. "I come." Lily leapt out of the way, and the girl squeezed through the opening. "You!" Lily cried as she and her reflection stared at each other. The creature roared, and both girls screamed. Lily grabbed the princess's arm, and they ran back the way Lily had come. They rounded a corner and continued down another long hallway, Lily waving her arm to give them light. Liliana staggered to a stop, gasping. "I do not normally run," she wheezed. "I must rest." She slid down the wall to the floor. Lily, breathing hard, stayed on her feet and kept a wary eye in each direction. She hoped they had lost the beast. "I remember now," Liliana cried, looking up. "Jermaine attacked you. Are you injured?" "I'm okay. Just bruised." Lily touched her tender neck. "Who knew that creep was so strong?" "I'm surprised you can feel your real body here," Liliana said with a bitter chuckle, "as it's not truly your body you're touching. How else could we both be here together?" "I don't understand," Lily said. "I believe we're in a form of dream escape. Something called a dream trap, and it's against the law." The princess explained about a type of recreation. "Oh, like virtual reality?" At the other girl's blank expression, Lily added, "It's a video game with glasses that makes it seem like you're really there. Such as Jack plays." Liliana nodded, considering. "Well, minus the reality part." Lily glanced up both ends of the hallway before asking, "So, how do we get out?" "We have to stop Jermaine from killing our fathers." Her eyes flooded with tears. "And the rest of our families." Liliana's throat worked, and then she was crying too. "This is all my fault. I truly meant no harm to my father, and I knew nothing of your own. Jermaine is family, a dear and trusted friend. Why should I not have believed him?" "Because you knew your father was a good man and a good ruler." Lily wiped her eyes. "And now Jermaine's not just messing with your head. He's pulled you completely in." "Pulled us, you mean?" Liliana grimaced. "You're here too, after all. He's drawing off me. I didn't recognize it until it had stopped. I didn't think he could do that with me in a different dimension." She slammed her fist against the floor. "I thought I had escaped his clutches." "You really had no idea he was doing this to you?" "Not until I was free of him." Liliana looked down at her hands. "I thought I would have known if someone were linking with me." "Could he have been using your magic to cover it up?" "Perhaps." Liliana glanced up, her gaze hard. "I will make him pay. We have to beat him first. I think he's drawing on me too. I'm new to all this, but I can feel something like when Nana and I linked to travel." "You linked?" Liliana asked with a frown. "Yeah." Lily sighed. "Turns out I inherited magic from my grandmother. I'm an enhancer too." "If he is linking with both of us," Liliana said, her complexion pale, "how can we stop him?" What could they do, trapped as they were, like two helpless pawns on a chessboard? But their families would pay the price. Anger flooded Lily. "He's going to kill our families." Lily kicked the wall as hard as she could. At the sharp pain in the ball of her foot, she stumbled a step.
but then blinked. Had the wall flickered when she'd kicked it? She pointed at it. Did you see that? What? Watch the wall. Lily kicked it again with her other foot. Ouchie! There. Did you see it that time? It fluttered when you struck it. Liliana rose to her knees and ran her hands along the floor. It must be because we're in his dream trap. She paused. His dream trap. Like his meaning that since it came from him, he, Jermaine, felt it? How far has he stretched himself? Lily shook her head. I thought someone said his power source was darkness? Yes, when the sun is at its peak, he's at his weakest. And your father is at his strongest. And that must be why he has chosen to do it during the eclipse. Liliana stared off into the distance. I remember father speaking of it with mother once. He said a full eclipse was a time when light magic should be at its most powerful, yet the eclipse steals it. So, your father will be at his weakest. I believe it must be a distraction. Liliana tried to rise, but struggled, so Lily gave her a hand up. A distraction, Lily said. Just before Gran stole me, Jermaine said he needed me physically with him. But now he has me trapped here. He has two of us trapped here. Lily touched her neck again. When he was choking me, he said something about 2 for 1. Does that mean that if he is both of us, he doesn't need us with him? Or does it have something to do with the mirror link? I don't know. Since dimension magic is forbidden, I doubt it's been studied. We have to find his weakness. Lily paused in front of the wall, so let's look at what he is going for him and against him. During the eclipse, he could be at his most powerful. Lily marked an imaginary tally on the wall, and a line appeared there like she'd drawn it on a whiteboard. She glanced at the princess, who met her gaze with raised brows. Did you expect that? No. This has potential. She grinned, and Liliana nodded. He is linked to both of us so he can enhance his power. Lily marked another line. But he must keep us both in this dream trap. Liliana put 2 marks on the wall, which will be a drain on his power. And we can do stuff to his trap, Lily said, and the princess put another mark on her side. At a clicking sound, they turned. The poor, wounded beast lumbered around the corner. It moaned as though in pain. Lily couldn't bear to see a hurt animal, and guilt flooded her that she had caused it. It should be Jermaine hurting. Lily gasped. Maybe it was hurting him. She reached out to stop Liliana from backing away. Wait, didn't you say this place is Jermaine's making? I believe it to be so, yes. The princess took another step back, pulling on Lily's sleeve. That doesn't mean it cannot cause us pain or even damage our minds. But if he's linked with us, then when we hurt something of his making here, it should hurt his mind, right? Meg's mom can't do much when her head hurts. How about we give him a whopper of a headache? Lily pulled her sleeve loose and faced the miserable beast. The burned stubs of hair on its head were bad enough, but the red glowing eyes were just cheesy. It looked more pathetic now than scary. I don't think Jermaine wants to damage us because he needs us. He just wants us too scared to fight against him. What do you mean to do? Liliana returned to Lily's side. I used fire on that one so you could get away, but we don't want to burn ourselves up. Lily glanced at her twin. Can you control water like you can fire? If there is water nearby. There's water in the air. On Kauai, perhaps, but it is much drier here. Princess, your body is still in Kauai. Yes. Liliana grinned and turned her gaze to the beast. I wonder, she closed her eyes in concentration. The humidity in the room increased. The air seemed heavier and harder to breathe in, and a pool began to form in between them and the monster. Perfect. Lily hoped the poor beast wasn't real. I'm going to set the whole thing on fire. We don't want the building to burn, so that's where you'll use the water. I am prepared to give Jermaine a migraine. Liliana's voice had turned hard. Telling herself it was like a video game and the creature was CGI, that it wouldn't really be hurting the thing, Lily visualized the entire monster engulfed in fire.
This time, it came as a stream of flames, and the beast howled. Startled, she jumped back and pulled her hands away. The hallway rippled. It made her dizzy, and she and the princess clung to each other until the walls stabilized. "I believe he felt that," Liliana said. "Me too." The princess nodded toward their victim. It wasn't a creature anymore, rather a smoldering lump that didn't even smell. Liliana used her hand to direct the pool of water toward it. The monster burst in an explosion of sparks like cheesy animation. The only thing left was little bits of fur that fluttered to the floor like confetti. The whole thing was feeling less real. Jermaine must have the worst special effects ever. Lily kicked at the wall again, and the hallway shimmered. "I think it's time to go hunting." Indeed. Liliana's tight expression made Lily glad they were on the same side. Chapter 26. Orthedale.
How does it feel in there?
Ward asked as he settled the helmet on Helene's head. "It'll work, but this makeup itches. It's a shame the princess isn't strong enough yet to hold 3 illusions."
One of the reasons I've always been glad to be a trickster,
Drew said, shifting in his armor,
was not needing to wear this. Even tricksters sometimes have to go armored, and you ought to know that if you're getting ready for your 3rd level test.
Ward glanced at the 2 princesses.
That's why armies always have discerners. I believe we're ready.
"What time is it?" Helene stepped beside him.
We have more than an hour. It should give us plenty of time to locate Jermaine and stop him before the eclipse begins.
"No, it won't." John looked at Ward. "The eclipse begins in about 40 minutes, not an hour.
It will be completed at noon."
"It's true," Seraphina said, she and her sister now looking remarkably like the trainees Nathaniel and Ko. Her feminine voice didn't fit the young man's appearance at all. "We studied this in preparation for today. Our tutor said it takes a while for the moon to complete its pass. The actual darkness will only last a few minutes. He'll only be at his peak at totality." Helene frowned. "Which means Jermaine is already gaining in strength."
Then we must make haste.
Drew opened the door and held it for the others, who followed Ward from the room. The entire atmosphere of the castle had changed from the day before. Servants and royals went about their business, but with somber, disturbed countenances, glancing at each other with wary, accusing eyes. As the group approached the rotunda outside of the throne room, Ward was challenged by an older guard.
Where are you going with this group? I received a command to bring these in for additional security.
The older man peered at the 5 of them as though he expected them to jump him at any moment. He shook his head.
Don't make sense to bring in new people at a time like this. Well, it's your decision,
Ward said.
You know the commander's new clerk can't get her mental images right. I hear she sent Raymond clear out to the border the other day. But I can go back and check to see if the orders came through right. And we know the commander's son is courting her. One more complaint, and I think he'll lose it altogether.
The older man grunted.
Go ahead, but be sure to keep these novices in order. What with everything else that's been going on around here, I don't want to hear about any problems from them.
He turned his stern gaze on each of them as he spoke.
You hear that?
The 5 of them nodded, looking down and shuffling. Ward led them past the guard and up the stairs.
Well, I hate to disappoint him, but he'd better hear about us,
Drew said softly when they were clear.
Not until we succeed,
Ward said. They remained silent as they made their way toward the throne room. Ward had them stop in an alcove. Jermaine's demonstrated more abilities than anyone knew he had, Helene said. Could he have acquired discerner abilities to see through Seraphina's disguises?
Every discerner can tell another discerner,
Ward said.
I've never seen it in him. He would have to be suspicious of them to even look. Let's stop.
He suddenly made a cutting motion and moved in front of them, standing alert but rigid, as he would when guarding the princess's room. Helene felt it as Drew linked with her and the royal children to hide them. He did it just in time because Lord Germain rushed by the alcove in the company of several other people. None looked their way. Once he was out of sight, they breathed again.
That was curious,
Ward said, his voice soft.
Did you see whose company his lordship was keeping? Wasn't that older ambassador from Soldaris?
Drew looked thoughtful.
I'm getting confused. The man in the gardens with Lord Germain spoke with a Theronian accent.
Orthedale and Soldaris have always been staunch allies, John said, looking even more troubled. Mother said their king is a distant cousin, Seraphina said.
Exactly.
Surely no one there would work against us, Helene said.
Unless Germain means to weaken the alliance by pitting Orthedale against Soldaris,
Drew said, his brow arched.
Don't forget Theronia's recent aggression.
Ward shot her a meaningful glance.
He's swallowed up Halavale and has been building garrisons not far from the border of Soldaris.
Theronia would have to get through the Soldarian mountain passes. Helene wished she had kept up with her country's current events.
So, what does it mean that Lord Germain is in their company? If they're working with him too, they're working against Orthedale,
Drew said. We must make haste, Seraphina said. It's only 20 minutes before totality when Lord Germain is at full power. Kawaii. At the sound of a car driving up to the house, Eleni straightened the lightweight blanket she had placed over Liliana's still form. Eleni left the bedroom door open a crack before hurrying down the stairs.
Mr. McGregor, I'm glad you made it back safely, she said.
Call me Rick, Eleni.
He glanced at her from where he stood before the open refrigerator door.
Lizzie's not back from the airport?
Not yet.
Rick yawned, grabbing a large peach and a bottle of juice before letting the door close.
Have they gotten any further word on their mother?
Only that the surgery stabilized her condition and she's doing well.
Did you get the kids off to school?
All but Liliana. She wasn't feeling well this morning, so she's sleeping.
With a frown, Rick set his food on the counter and headed for the stairs. Fighting down panic, Eleni followed him.
She's just resting. I think she had a hard night. You know, worrying about Meg and things.
He hesitated, looking first at Eleni and then toward the stairs.
If you wake her, she may have trouble going back to sleep.
You're probably right.
Rick turned back to the kitchen and picked up his food.
Do you know if she's running a fever?
I don't believe so.
Eleni went to the sink and put Jack's breakfast bowl in the dishwasher, but watched Rick worriedly. What were they doing in Orthedale? If Germain did something to Frederick, Eleni would know, as it would happen to Rick as well. He was supposed to go off duty this morning, but she wasn't sure what time. She hoped he wouldn't have any more flights. If Germain succeeded in overpowering the king while Rick was on one, it could spell disaster for any patient he was caring for. His phone rang as she was bending over to load soap into the machine. She straightened. Please don't let it be a flight.
Yes, I got back a few minutes ago,
He said into his phone.
How are the kids holding up?
Eleni let out her breath. He didn't have another flight.
No, I think you made the right choice,
He said. I'm glad you got permission to wait with them.
Yes, Eleni got Jack and Sarah off to school okay, but Lily's not feeling well. Something about a bad night.
Eleni took a wet washcloth to the dining table and began wiping up the residue of the children's breakfast. She continued to watch Rick, who sat at the breakfast bar, waiting while his laptop loaded.
They won't know anything about her until she wakes. Okay, love you too.
He closed the phone with a big sigh.
Eleni, I've been meaning to ask how you know Lizzie's grandmother.
Nowhere. This place is disgusting. Liliana wiped at the cobwebs that had gotten in her hair as they made their way up the dark stairs. Lily sneezed and then coughed. I hate the dust. Well, I'm not fond of it either. Liliana sneezed, and they giggled. Suddenly, Lily held up a hand. Sure, here's another one. Let's go back to the first way, Liliana whispered. I'm better with water than you are. Okay. Lily liked using fire. Every time she set one of them ablaze, she imagined Jermaine feeling it through his imaginary beast. Shoulders touching, they faced the monster. With Liliana poised to put out any spark which might spread, Lily gave a flick of her hand, and fire engulfed the entire creature. She was proud that she was getting so good at it. The beast gave one cry and disappeared in flames. The walls and even the floor rippled. "Nice. I think that one hurt him good," she said. Liliana waved her hands, and the water, which had been slowly gathering in a puddle in front of them, doused the thing. "Seems fitting," Lily said with a cough. "Don't you think it matches his charming personality?" "It does. How could I have believed him?" Liliana said, her words full of self-disgust. "Look, he's the one who betrayed your trust. It's all on him." Lily gave her a hug, the princess blinking in surprise before returning it. For the first time, Lily thought they could be friends. "Shall we go hurt Jermaine some more?" Liliana asked. "Yes," Lily agreed with a grin. "It really is like a video game. The more we poke at him, the more we lessen his strength. He's going to find out the hard way it was a mistake to mess with us." Orthedale. Ward entered the throne room and shifted to the side. He took position in the back, and they fell into place behind him. The king sat on his throne in all his regal glory, but he looked ill. Helene couldn't think of a time she had ever seen that kind of anger on Rick's face. King Frederick sat alone, the glaring absence of his family making him the perfect image of righteous fury. Tables had been set up on the ground level before the king's dais with a large empty space between. Each long table had 6 people sitting at it. The king's court sat arrayed around the room, mixed with guards wearing the uniform of Orthedale. All Theronian and Soldarian guards had been kept outside the throne room. Lord Jermaine approached the king and sank to one knee. Frederick said something to him, and Jermaine rose. He took position on the king's right in the space between his throne and where Liliana would have sat. Helene gritted her teeth at Jermaine's disgustingly satisfied expression. She wanted to run up and wipe it off. Then he grimaced, almost as though he had experienced a stab of pain. Rubbing his temple, he scanned the room like he wanted to accuse someone of having caused it. "Did you see that?" she whispered so only Ward could hear.
See what? The king just claimed the princess's condition is the result of an assault by the kingdom of Soldaris.
He made a subtle nod toward one of the tables.
That's their ambassador, taking offense at the accusation. I've never seen father like this before.
John watched his father, dismayed.
I asked before if Jermaine could be manipulating the king. This could lead to war,
Drew muttered. "Look at Jermaine," Helene hissed. Another episode had struck him. This time he definitely winced, like something had hurt him, and he shook his head.
Has he attempted to control too much?
Drew asked.
I don't know,
Ward replied.
One can hope.
I would love to see Jermaine burn himself out, Helene said. Could it hurt the girls, though? Suddenly the Soldarian ambassador jumped to his feet, shouting, and advanced on the king. The man had only taken a couple of steps before the king's guards surrounded him. The ambassador stopped and glanced around the room, looking confused.
Did you see that?
John asked.
Jermaine made him do that. I was watching. He was staring at the ambassador. Could he have a mind web on him too? And look at Jermaine's smug expression.
Drew took a step forward, but Ward stretched out his arm to stop the boy.
Don't do anything foolish.
What time is it? Helene asked. 10 to noon, Serafina said.
We're too far from the king here,
Ward said, his brows creased with worry.
I need you 5 to get behind that curtain. Is that too many for you?
John asked Helene. It's only a short distance.
Let us hope no one else is there,
Drew said.
I'll move closer on the side.
Ward stepped forward. Helene focused on the space behind the king's throne. They had barely transferred when Lord Jermaine began to laugh.
Chapter 27. Nowhere. Okay, I'm done hurting him a little at a time, Lily said, wiping her hands on her dress. Yes, it is time to do something grand. He stole part of my life and estranged me from my family. Liliana glanced at Lily. There is something I will be certain to see to when I return home. What's that? I will learn to protect my mind from another's influence. Never again will anyone have the power to do this to me and mine. Lord Germain is about to discover it is not wise to meddle with the daughter of King Frederick. The princess's smile turned sly. Or her sister of a doppelganger. Right. Lily grinned at the affection she heard in the princess's words and then scanned the corridor. What will hurt him the most? The house. It hasn't burned so far, but we've been careful. I don't want to get caught in it if it does. Lily shuddered. Liliana took a step forward, her hands cupped and moving like she was forming a snowball. The distance between her palms increased, and she strained as though whatever was between them weighed a lot. Finally, hunched over, she pushed the invisible thing away from her, and then Lily could see it, a huge staticky ball resembling the energy in a Tesla coil. As it slowly rolled toward the end of the hallway, it grew in size. Your magic can do that? Lily breathed. Not in the real world. There, I'm only able to create small objects. I wanted to see if I could make something more substantial here. I'd say you can. Lily laughed, feeling almost ecstatic with anticipation. Liliana grinned and raised her hands. Let us see what we can do together. When Lily lifted her hands, the princess clasped one. Lily could see the magic flow through both sets of fingers, seeming to increase in strength. The ball moved away from them down the hall. Faster, Liliana cried. Mentally, Lily pushed harder. The now huge ball barreled into the wall, sending debris flying. The walls rippled and, for a second, became almost translucent. I think that hurt, she said. Careful, Liliana cried when the ball started to fall through the hole. Together, they caught it. I wonder what it would do down the stairs, Lily mused. Let us find out. They shifted to the other side of the hall. Let's throw it as hard as we can this time. Lily lifted her hands, and Liliana clasped them again. I wish to crush that wall and everything it hits down the stairwell, she said. Hard it is. Orthedale. Helene glanced at Drew. They had made the transition behind the curtain, but now couldn't see what was going on. Germain continued to laugh.
Lord Germain,
King Frederick said, his voice strained.
what are you doing?
From their hiding place, Emma Bell covered her mouth.
Are you doing that?
John hissed. You're a mitigator? Helene asked softly, ideas coming about how to utilize the girl's ability to influence emotions. Emma Bell nodded, and the twinkle in her eyes turned hard. I'll keep Germain laughing and protect father.
Brilliant,
Drew whispered. They could hear the sound of the king rising from his throne.
Guards, remove Lord Germain. He is overcome.
Helene risked a peek through the curtain. Germain, bent over with convulsive laughter, was being picked up by the guards, including Ward. Could it be this easy?
No!
Germain roared, flinging back his arms even as he guffawed. The guards went flying, and others approached him with trepidation.
Travel us,
Drew hissed.
He can't get to the king if he cannot find him.
He took hold of the curtain. Wait, Helene said, grabbing his sleeve, but he was stronger and determined. She found herself being towed along with him. Emma Bell, Serafina cried as her sister collapsed to the ground. At the princess's cry, the king spun around and stared at Helene and Drew.
Guards,
He shouted while making a complicated series of motions with his hands. Helene lost control of her body and collapsed beside Drew. Ward was among the guards who ran forward and pulled the prostrate pair before the king's throne.
Helene tried to reach for her magic, but it was like she had returned to kawaii. It couldn't end like this. She lay in a position where she could see Jermaine straightening on unsteady feet. He wiped blood from his nose, and his eyes blazed with madness. The laughing spell couldn't have done that kind of damage. What else was going on?
So, Frederick, you've caught 2 of them.
Jermaine tried to swagger, but he twitched as though in pain. It took away from his presence, and he must have realized it. He squatted down in front of Helene, his hands clasped in front of him.
I don't know who you are, but you will not stop me,
He said, his voice low and his lips barely moving. His bloodshot eyes scanned her crumpled form and took on a gleam that made her sick.
I'll enjoy making you pay.
He rose and turned to the throne.
Jermaine, you're bleeding,
The king said. The bind eased with the king's distracted words of concern, and Helene's body was on her own again. She reached for her magic, thinking to travel herself and drew to safety, but it was still locked away from her. She could move, but not do magic.
I've never felt so well.
Jermaine's stature seemed to grow, and his eyes shone with power. She could almost feel the magic crackling along his skin. The large clock across the room showed it to be 10 minutes before noon. He was nearly at full power.
I believe these are some of the perpetrators. I would like to have them removed to my quarters where I can question them. Your Majesty,
Gasped Drew.
Lord Jermaine is behind this. He's been.
His words cut off with a choking sound.
How dare you?
Jermaine pointed at the boy. It's true, Helene's words were cut off as well.
Jermaine, stop.
The king looked tired.
I don't believe I will.
At Jermaine's hateful expression, a chill ran down Helene's spine. This time, it was Frederick's hands that went to his throat. The guards rushed forward, but a shimmering barrier appeared around the 4 of them. The sound in the rest of the room had become muted.
I've waited nearly my entire life for this moment.
Jermaine sauntered to where his cousin clawed at his throat.
With the power I'm draining from your daughter and that mirror twin of hers coupled with the eclipse, I will finally get what should have been mine all along. The throne.
The king met Helene's gaze and flicked a finger. He collapsed to the floor. Her racing heart made her chest hurt. Then magic flooded into her again. She traveled at Jermaine. Surprised, he threw up his arms and stumbled back. Drew had risen to his knees, and the Lord fell against him, tumbling to the floor. Helene reached for her magic, but the wall was back. She cried out and leapt at him, clawing at his face. Jermaine threw up a barrier, and she hit it hard. Pain shot up her right arm, and Helene groaned. Roaring like the madman he resembled, Jermaine waved his arms from right to left. Like a child's marionette toy, he threw her into the wall of magic which separated them from the king's guards. Her head struck it so hard that light blossomed before her eyes as she slid to the floor. Unable to move, Helene watched in horror as Drew tried to leap on Jermaine. The madman was too quick. With his enhanced magic, he caught the boy in the air like an NBA basketball player stealing a ball from the opposing team. Jermaine raised his arms and the magic smashed Drew to the ground. With a vicious grin, the Lord put his boot on the boy's throat and pressed down. Nowhere. Oh, that's going to leave a mark, Lily cried as they watched the huge ball crash through the stairs. The house shook like they were in an earthquake. I wonder how much it would hurt if we made it bounce back and forth on the walls as it goes. I like the way you think, Liliana said. Let us make this one really hurt. In unison, they pulled the ball up to where they were. On 3, then, Lily said. They joined hands again. Her body felt almost electric, and she glanced at Liliana, who nodded. 1, 2, 3. Together, they hurled the imaginary ball. Like a lofted, giant bowling ball, They bounced it down its lane, adding more force each time it hit the wall. With every touch, the surrounding building rippled and turned less distinct. The floor had started shaking, and they could barely stay on their feet. "This one is for my father," the princess cried. Lily put her own fury and frustration into the push, and the ball exploded into the wall. And then there were no walls. Chapter 28. Kawaii. Eleni thought she heard a sound upstairs. "I'll go check and see if Liliana's awake." She hurried toward the stairs, but stopped when Rick made a choking sound. She turned around to find him clutching at his throat as though he couldn't breathe. "No," Eleni cried, running back. She was able to catch him as he slid from his chair. Eleni touched Rick's neck, relieved to feel a pulse. At least Jermaine hadn't killed them. But what was he doing? Rick was too large for her to move, so she brought a lightweight blanket from the cupboard and covered him with it. Another check of his pulse and temperature showed nothing had changed. She paced around the kitchen. Had Jermaine pulled Rick into the dream trap too? "Rick, can you hear me?" Eleni bent to shake his shoulder again. "Rick." Still no response. The sound of the garage door opening filled her with both relief and anxiety. She jumped to her feet and ran to the door to the garage.
What's wrong?
Lizzie asked as soon as she saw Eleni's face.
Mr. McGregor collapsed.
Eleni moved out of the way as Mrs. McGregor darted through the door. She dropped to the floor and gently felt for a pulse. Footsteps pounded above them, and Eleni's heart leaped with hope. Liliana came bounding down the stairs and barely hesitated as she dropped to his other side. "No," she cried, throwing herself on him. "Not after all that." "I'm calling 911, Mrs. McGregor said, her voice shaky. Before she could, her phone rang.
It's Emmy's school.
Mr. McGregor groaned, and Liliana jerked upright with a gasp. Eleni clutched her hands to her chest.
What happened?
He asked, blinking, and Mrs. McGregor hugged him. Liliana slowly rose. She turned to face Eleni, her eyes misty. "This means we won, doesn't it?"
"I think it does."
They threw their arms around each other and cried. Orthedale. "No," Helene whispered. Her head pounded, and she thought she might vomit. She had to help Drew. Trying to rise, a sharp pain ran up her arm. She collapsed again and pulled it close to her chest. Then the floor heaved. Outside the shimmering wall, the guards were striking the invisible wall with heavy wooden chairs. A new guard had arrived and traveled inside the barrier. He had barely taken 2 steps toward Jermaine before his body went rigid. Like a stick, straight and stiff, he fell backward, hitting the floor hard with his head. He didn't move again. Jermaine gave an anguished cry. His face bore a frozen look of pain, his body rigid. He screamed in agony, and his already insane eyes took on a maniacal cast. Drew's hand pushed against the boot at his throat. Jermaine grimaced and staggered back a step.
You think you can stop me, you worthless.
He lunged at the boy, snarling like a feral animal, and grasped his throat. The room had grown dark and cold. The eclipse was at totality, and Jermaine's powers were at their strongest. Helene cried for help, and it was there. Maggie and Lily appeared inside the magical barrier. Together, they jumped Jermaine, hitting and kicking him. He fell back from Drew, raising his hands to protect himself. Lily, her skirts hefted above her knees, did a fantastic soccer kick right to the side of his head. He fell back against King Frederick, who lay watching but unmoving. Lily rushed to his side, keeping an eye on Jermaine. "Link with me to bind him," she told the king, touching his cheek. Determination filled Frederick's face, and Jermaine's body went as rigid as the guards. Jermaine must have continued to fight because Lily swayed with dizziness. Then the shimmering barrier disappeared, and the rest of the guards rushed to the king's side. Jermaine lay so stiff, he looked like he had been petrified. Blood from his nosebleed had smeared his face and dotted his once immaculate white cravat. His eyes shot looks of hatred at them. Dropping to Drew's side, Maggie cried, "Is he killed?" When he moved, she burst into tears.
I'm not quite that easy to kill,
He croaked, rubbing his neck.
You must check Helene.
Lily rushed over from the king's side as Maggie scooted to Helene. She tried to move her hand, but gave a painful cry.
Jermaine threw her against the barrier. She hit her head pretty hard,
Drew said, his voice rough.
Who are you, and where's my daughter?
The king demanded of Lily, now on his feet and surrounded by his guards, a healer hovering nearby. Your Majesty, she is safe. I can explain everything, but we've got to get help for the injured.
As you say, but we will speak.
He waved for his healer to go to Helene.
He did something to Princess Emma Belle too,
Drew told the woman.
You must send a healer. Have no fear, young man. Prince John already traveled himself and the young princesses to the sanitarium.
The healer signaled for other healers to join them.
Now we need to do the same for the two of you.
Ward stepped to Helene's side.
I will carry her. As you say.
The healer observed as the guard lifted her with gentle care. I want to go with her, Lily said.
You can do nothing at the moment.
The healer was now eyeing Drew's neck with a frown.
Can you stand, young man?
Lily extended a hand to help Drew rise.
It looks like you and I will have a match set,
Drew croaked, lightly touching the bruises on her throat.
How did you break free?
The princess and I did it together. Can I go with Nana? The healer ran her eyes from the top of Lily's head to her feet, and the familiar sense of magic being used flowed through her.
You are unhurt, so not yet. But you, young man,
the healer signaled Drew to follow him. Come with me. Drew took Lily's hand and pressed it to his lips.
Thank you.
He bowed like an old man and followed the healer from the throne room. Lily held her hand to her chest, a jumble of emotions trying to overwhelm her. They had won. They'd saved the king. She glanced to where he was busy speaking with his advisors. Her father was safe. Her eyes prickled. Would her grandmother be okay? They couldn't go back home until Nana was well enough to travel. What now? The throne room, cleared of most people, was a mess. Some of the furniture had been broken. When had that happened? Maggie had probably gone with Drew. She was about to follow when someone touched her shoulder, and she glanced around to find the king beside her again. They surveyed the room together.
The young woman you called Nana looks amazingly like my grandmother when she was young,
He finally said. It's complicated, Your Majesty. Lily sighed. I'm not sure you're going to believe it.
I woke to find you and my daughter's maid attacking Jermaine. I'll believe almost anything now. Are Tudor Cullerson's children friends of yours?
The king asked. They're friends of yours too. They risked a lot to save you today. Lily's voice broke. Frederick pulled her to his chest, just like her father would have. She clung to him and cried.
It is all right.
He murmured into her hair.
Whatever your story, you have saved the kingdom.
With a chuckle, he added,
Methinks there is much more to tell.
The king released her and stepped back. He met her gaze, his expression filled with worry.
I would like very much to know where Liliana is.
Should we sit? You're not too steady yourself. She quickly added, Your Majesty. He guided the way to his throne and signaled to her to take the one next to his. It felt awkward sitting in Liliana's chair. Lily took a deep breath and told the story. When she had finished, she added, But the others will have to tell you their part in it. I was out of what was going on here until I woke up.
So, you and my daughter, together, assaulted Jermaine from inside his mind.
The king's smile held admiration. Lily had to fight to keep from crying again. Why was she so emotional? She wished she could be there to see when Liliana and her father met again. The king glanced at the door where Ward strode toward them. Lily jumped to her feet. Is Nana all right? He gave her a quick nod and dropped to one knee before the king.
I must beg your forgiveness, Your Majesty. No, you must not.
Frederick placed a hand on the guard's bowed head.
Rise, my good man, and tell this young lady more about her grandmother's condition. She has explained then,
Ward said, rising.
The healer is seeing to Helene, but as yet has no word.
He regarded Lily thoughtfully.
I would like to know how you and Maggie were able to get through the barrier. She cannot do magic, and you're not a traveler.
Maggie's come into her magic. Lily grinned, happy for her new friend. I was trying to get past the healer to come here when she showed up. The outside guard had hold of Maggie, and the healer had me, and we were all shouting at each other. If it hadn't been such a dire situation, it would have been funny.
How did you convince them to let you go?
Ward asked. I played the princess card and went all bossy on them. I need to remember that.
What of the maid?
The king asked. Maggie is so much more than a lady-in-waiting and deserves to be honored for her dedication to your daughter, Lily said firmly. That's something you guys need to change here. She's a person, you know, and not just her job. King Frederick shot her a flat look, one brow raised, though he looked tired. Yeah, I know. Lily rolled her eyes. We've talked about this already when you promised to check out the status of the servants' quarters, but I'm right. Just so you know.
I believe you may be correct.
The king chuckled, his expression bemused.
Often of late, I've had to chastise Liliana to remember to think of other people as people. I am dismayed to find myself challenged for failing to do the same thing. Let us leave that aside. Please tell me what magic Maggie has come into.
I don't know what you call it, but she can copy whatever kind of magic someone around her uses. I'm an enhancer, so I guess that made her even stronger. As soon as Maggie saw what Jermaine was doing to her brother, she drew on Nana's travel magic and, boom, we were inside.
And Mimic? I think that girl will soon have other responsibilities than lady-in-waiting,
Ward muttered.
I believe you are correct.
With a thoughtful nod, the king slapped his hand on his thigh and stood.
The queen has arrived.
Are you going to tell her about me? Lily asked, nervous again.
I would have the sharp edge of her tongue if she were to find out I'd held that from her.
He glanced at Lily with a knowing look.
And she always finds out.
Yeah, my mom too. Lily turned to face the queen. By the time she'd told her story again, Lily was exhausted and aching to be with the others. She envied Maggie having been allowed to go with Drew. The king left to smooth things with the Soldarian ambassador, and the queen sat quietly, studying Lily. It made her squirm.
You remind me of Liliana when she was younger.
The queen's tone was sad. I think you'll find her more herself again. That snake Jermaine had better watch out if she ever gets her hands on him. Lily couldn't help smiling when she remembered how angry the princess had been. What happened to him anyway?
He has been taken into custody and is being seen by a healer.
The queen's expression had an odd mixture of emotions from harsh to hurt. Lily ached for her.
Your Royal Highness,
Ward said to the queen with a bow. He turned to Lily.
I have just heard from the sanitarium.
She leapt to her feet, pressing her hands to her mouth.
Helene is fine,
he added quickly.
Yes, you must see to your friends, my dear. The king and I will visit later to thank them.
She glanced at Ward.
And you, Simon.
Then she glided toward her husband. I wonder if I could ever learn to walk like that. Lily touched Ward's gauntlet-ed arm. You'll need to take me since I don't know where the sanitarium is.
That was why you had me carry your flowers the other day, wasn't it?
He asked with a chuckle. I was totally lost. Lily glanced back at the mess of a throne room. So much had happened.
You came in late,
Ward said, a crease between his brows.
But Jermaine hurt Princess Amabel too.
Where is she? Lily took his arm. Is she all right?
She is fine.
Ward explained what the princess had done.
It appears Jermaine did something to block her magic. Though painful, the healer was able to undo it.
Lily let out a breath. She didn't know if she could take any more shocks. It didn't take them long to make their way to the sanitarium. She found Nana first, lying in a bed. When her eyes opened and the corners of her mouth quirked up, Lily sniffed and wiped her eyes. "How are you feeling?" she asked.
I've certainly felt better. The healer fixed much of it. I'm just tired now. It's a lucky thing I returned here in my young body, or I would never have survived the last few days.
Maggie and Drew approached but held back. "Were you hurt very badly?" Lily asked, waving them over.
Just bruised.
"Someone must help her to stay awake," Maggie said. The healer was able to fuse the crack in her skull, but her brain must mend itself.
"Per Nana," Lily said. "You must have a terrible headache."
"They gave her something for the pain," Maggie said, "but if she falls asleep, she could go into a stupor from which she might never awake." At Lily's confused expression, Nana said, "A coma."
"May I speak with you?"
Drew said to Lily, but he glanced at the others.
"Privately."
"Okay." He took her hand and pulled her out of view of the others. When they were alone, he didn't release her. As Lily met his gaze, she didn't know how to separate the two people she had become or the two young men she cared for. Back home, Andy had kissed her, well, the princess, but he'd thought it was Lily. Still, it was something she had dreamed about for months. Yet here was Drew, looking very much like he wanted to kiss her. And she wanted him to. But wasn't that disloyal to Andy? Lily was so confused.
"I'm pleased Helene will recover."
Drew touched his neck and then hers, sending shivers down her spine.
"I thought for a moment we'd lost."
But we didn't. Drew took her hand, lacing their fingers, and brought them to his lips again. He was going to have to stop doing that, or she would forget herself.
"I wish you could remain here."
He held her hand against his chest, his heart beating as madly as her own.
"I've only just found you."
Drew leaned closer and slowly brushed her lips with his. Lily did forget herself then and pressed in, wrapping her free arm around his neck. A myriad of emotions flooded through her, from elation to guilt. In the end, it was the latter that made her step back. "Oh, Drew, I wish things could be different," but she couldn't tell him how mixed up he made her feel, but she had to explain.
"But what?"
He urged. "I look at you and see Andy. You look at me and see Liliana. I'm worried that what we think we're feeling for each other is really what we feel for them."
"I never felt this way about the princess,"
Drew said simply, his gaze intense. How many times had she dreamed Andy would look at her like that? But it didn't matter anyway. Remembering Maggie's comment about not wanting her brother hurt by the princess, Lily released Drew's hand. 2 days ago, I'll bet you were dreaming of kissing Liliana, she said.
"You're different."
"I'm accessible, you mean. The princess wasn't." The truth of the words stung her, and they must have him too, because he flinched and glanced away. "Drew, Liliana belongs in Orthedale. I don't. She has to be here, and we can't physically be in the same place at the same time." Lily reached for his hand, and he let her take it. "Come with me to talk with her. You'll see for yourself how much she's changed."
"It won't matter,"
Drew said.
"I'm not royal."
"Neither is her mother, I hear." Lily smiled for the first time. "You also nearly died saving the king. Don't they usually reward that kind of thing?"
"Not someone as young as I."
"You're 18.
"How do you know?"
Drew tossed his hands in the air.
"Because my doppelganger is 18. I hate him."
"He's already kissed the princess."
"What?"
Lily wished back the words, but before she could explain, Maggie approached. "Helene is asking for you." They hurried back to her grandmother's bed, and Lily took Nana's hand. "You and the princess should trade if Eleni is well enough to assist," her grandmother whispered. When Drew took Lily's arm like he meant to prevent her from leaving, Nana shook her head, her voice sympathetic. "She can't stay here, Drew."
"You did."
His voice was harsh, accusatory. "I wasn't in line for the throne." "Speaking of the princess, we need to talk to her right away." Lily looked at Drew. "Help me find a mirror." The healer should have won. Helene pointed toward a doorway.
Chapter 29.
Kawaii. Liliana sat on the couch with her grandmother, who turned a large hand mirror in her hand. Rick and Lizzie had taken the younger girls out to dinner, and Jack had gone to a friend's house. They must have defeated him, Liliana said. We broke free and both Rick and Emmy are fine. I imagine it's a bit of a mess in Orthedale right now, Gran said. If we don't hear from Helene in 10 minutes, I'll try to contact her again. They sat in silence for only a few minutes when Lily's face appeared in the mirror. Oh, I'm so glad you're there, she cried. Startled, Gran fumbled the mirror, but Liliana caught it. Her hands were shaking as she straightened it. Is my father well? She asked. Yes, he's putting everything in order and soothing everyone, Lily said. Is my father all right? He is, Gran said. Where's Helene? Lily went into an explanation of the injured and their conditions. Jermaine hurt Drew too. You should see the bruises he has on his neck. Liliana shifted from her worry about the state of the kingdom to the young man standing so close to Lily. Very close. He looked so much like Andy, her heart had given a little leap at seeing him. How badly is Helene hurt? Gran asked. She has a skull fracture and a concussion. At the worry in Lily's voice, Drew put his hand on her shoulder, and Liliana felt a twinge of jealousy. He was her version of Andy. This explains my headache. I hit my head checking on Liliana earlier. This is all my fault, her grandmother said. No, you two did right to switch us. If Helene had died, Gran would have too. The thought made Liliana's chest tight, and she squeezed her grandmother's hand. The healers say Nana will be fine. Lily leaned closer to the mirror. If we hadn't stopped him, her voice broke.
She's right. It was terrible.
Drew went on to detail the battle in the throne room and ended by pulling down his collar to expose the purple and blue marks on his throat. You did that for my father? Liliana asked, overcome with emotion. How had she looked at this young man only a few days ago with such low regard? He did. Lily elbowed him, and Liliana wondered at the knowing glance she gave him. What did it mean? Lily continued, you should have seen Maggie. She was amazing. I think you're going to have to get a new lady in waiting. Your dad sounded like he might have plans for someone with her talent. How long before Helene can come back here? Gran asked. The healer said a day or two. I can't wait a few days. Liliana slapped the arm of the couch. My father will need me there. I must make amends for my part in this. And it will provide a great opportunity to learn from him. I can tell you how to trigger the exchange. Gran sighed. Helene and I had thought to let the knowledge die with us. Don't speak of dying. You've had a vacation from being old. Liliana stared at Gran's young face. You will come back, won't you? What are you talking about? Lily asked, suddenly worried. Why wouldn't they?
Because they're young again,
Drew said, his voice soft.
They could live another full life.
When Lily glared at him, he said,
My grandfather died last year. He was in so much pain from the rheumatism, it was a blessing when he went.
Gran. Liliana put her hand on the other girl's arm. Girl. For 2 days, she'd been young again. If she returned home, her body would likely revert to the old one. What would it be like to have a chance to be young again with a new life before her? I don't know, her grandmother said, her voice soft. You have considered it. Lily asked, have you two talked about it? No. It's a decision we will have to make together, and we don't have to make it right away. We must give Helene time to heal first. Gran laughed, but it wasn't a happy one. It's good she won't be returning right away. Her old body would have a much harder time healing. How will we explain this to your parents? Liliana glanced at Lily through the mirror. Her twin shrugged, But Liliana could tell she wasn't any happier than she was about the possibility of their grandmothers not changing back.
Well, I must go home
Now, Liliana said, before the McGregors returned from dinner.
I'm trusting you, boy, not to go blabbing this around,
Gran said to Drew after she shared the words and an explanation about the magic needed to trigger it.
Have no fear about me. I understand.
His serious bearing impressed Liliana again. There was definitely more to this young man than she had previously credited. She wondered what he would look like in a uniform. An image of Andy and his came to mind, and she pushed it aside. He couldn't be hers. Helene also mentioned that only one set of doppelgangers can change places at a time. Drew was watching Gran, who was considering him, her lips tight. What was going on between those two? Once the girls have gone back to their homes and if Helene and I change back, Gran said softly, no one else will be able to use it. Drew's gaze darted to Lily and back to Gran. As romantic as it may sound, Gran said, staying was one of the hardest things we've ever done. I went to a world where everyone could do magic but me, and I was regarded as a cripple. Helene went from being powerful in her magic to a world where it didn't exist. If we hadn't loved Edward and Ned so much. She stopped and cleared her throat.
I understand exactly what you're saying,
Drew said softly. What are you two talking about? Liliana asked.
Hard decisions that shouldn't be made without much careful contemplation, ma'am.
Drew turned to Lily.
This is goodbye then.
Lily gave Drew a quick hug and turned to face Liliana again. Let's do this. Wait. Liliana hugged her grandmother. I will accept whatever you decide to do, but please know how sorry I am for the terrible way I've treated you. And everyone. I have been looking forward to returning home and the opportunity to know you better. But I will understand if you choose differently. She made a quick wipe at her eyes and nodded at Lily. Eleni, Lily said in a rush, make sure you have Nana talk to me if you two decide not to come home.
I will, my dear, and thank you for all you've done. We forced this upon you without giving you any choice.
And almost got her killed, Liliana said dryly.
But she helped save the kingdom.
Gran grinned. That is no small thing and not too much to ask from someone descended from Orthedale's nobility. Never forget Helene was a royal cousin. Fine. I concede your point. Liliana kissed her grandmother's cheek and then said to Lily, as you said, twin, let's do this. They held each other's gaze through the mirror and recited the words. The odd sensation Lily had come to expect when she used magic filled her. Then she drifted into a dreamlike place full of odd creatures and hauntingly beautiful music. She saw glimpses of familiar faces from Orthedale and sometimes from Kauai. She paused when someone called her name. Twisting around, she couldn't see anyone and wondered if she had imagined it. Until the world shook and she heard it again. Lily,
wake up. Your parents have just returned.
With bleary eyes, she lifted her head and smiled. It's nice to meet you, Eleni.
Same here, my dear. Now, I'm going upstairs so you and your parents can be private as you reunite.
She rose and hurried away. Lily forced herself to sit quietly on the couch.
Sweetheart, are you feeling better?
Her mother asked, sweeping into the room, her face creased with concern.
You didn't need to wait up for us.
Joy filled Lily at the sight of her parents and sisters. She leaped to her feet and threw her arms around the four of them.
Well,
her father said, pushing her away to peer into her eyes.
I liked being missed. Is everything okay?
I just had a bad dream, Dad. She kissed his cheek and pulled Emmy and Sarah in for another hug.
Well, you should get some rest, her mother said. Eleni must have already gone up? I sure wish Nana would call. It's not like her.
She did, Lily said. Her friend is feeling better and invited her to do some sightseeing, so she'll be gone for a couple more days. Nana said it's been the perfect way to celebrate her birthday. How would they ever explain it to her parents if her grandmother and Eleni decided not to swap back?
Well, I'm glad she called. I wish I could have talked to her too, though. Oh, and Meg texted while we were at dinner,
Her father said. How's her mother?
She's going to be fine. A few days in the hospital, and she can come home.
I'm so glad, Lily said.
Their father is having them fly back here on Sunday, Mom said. It's so close to the end of the school year. Andy's going to stay with Nate. Meg will stay here.
Good. Lily hugged her parents again and ran up the stairs. What would it be like to see Andy again? Outside of Nana's room where Eleni was getting ready for bed, Lily paused. What could she say to the woman to encourage her to go home again? Nothing. Like Liliana had said, it wasn't Lily's choice to make. Orthedale. A sense of urgency followed Liliana as she wandered through the palace searching for her father. Why did the people wear the clothing of Hawaii? Was it a dream? She must get home. Then she heard her name. Liliana opened her eyes to find Drew leaning over her. She jumped to her feet, and he began to step back. Thank you, she cried and threw her arms around his neck. You saved my father. His arms wrapped cautiously around her, and he asked,
Did you really kiss that Andy?
Liliana stiffened and released him. He looked so like Andy. Did you kiss Lily? She demanded. Drew had the decency to blush. Why did it not make her feel the same when she looked at him? Frustrated, Liliana grabbed his shirt and pressed her lips to his, more roughly than she had intended. It felt like kissing her brother. She stepped back, as confused as Drew looked. If she and this young man could not find the same spark, she had lost Andy for good, and he would never know the difference. The sense of loss returned even more powerfully. How many times did you kiss her? Liliana asked, curious. Drew swallowed but refused to answer. She decided she liked his silence. It showed character. Perhaps with time, this young man could make her feel the same way Andy had. At the very least, she was grateful for Drew's loyalty. She put a hand to his cheek. Thank you again for saving my father.
It was my privilege, Your Royal Highness.
I expect to be spending a lot of time getting to know you better, Drew. I give you permission to call me Liliana when we're private. She glanced around the room. Now, where's my father?
The last I saw, he was still coordinating efforts in the throne room.
Excellent. She grinned. Now, I must speak with Helene before I seek out my father. Drew started to follow her, but she turned to face him and poked him in the chest. I believe your mother has need of you. She glanced around the room again. Maggie, where are you? A gasp came from the hallway. Maggie hurried into the room and curtsied. Your Royal Highness, welcome back. Oh, Maggie. Liliana pulled her into a hug. I cannot thank you enough. She met Drew's gaze to be sure he knew she included him. For everything you've done. She looked back at Maggie. For everything you've always done for me. Now, I must ask why you both linger here when your mother has need of you. Go home. Liliana went in search of Helene. A young man who looked like Nate was talking to her. When he noticed her, he stood and bowed. You are needed to take Drew and Maggie home. Just as he was about to disappear out the door, Liliana asked, What is your name?
Nathaniel, ma'am.
And your cousin?
You know my cousin?
I've met your doppelganger, so yes. Your cousin's name?
Ko, ma'am.
Nathaniel and Ko. You both helped save my father. Liliana curtsied deeply. My father and I will speak to the two of you about this later. The young man stared at her, slack-jawed. Oh, and before you take the Kellersons home, please send a servant to find where my father is and to tell him I have returned.
Of course, ma'am.
Nathaniel bowed and practically ran from the room. Liliana turned and found Helene watching her from her bed. She lifted her hand, and Liliana grasped it, tears flooding her eyes.
Thank you, she said.
I am so sorry.
I'm glad it worked out.
Liliana wiped her eyes and pointed to a mirror on the side table.
Gran said the two of you have a decision to make. Lily and I want you both to know we'll support whatever you decide. If you wish to stay, I will make sure you're treated like family. Liliana gave a soft laugh. You are, after all.
Thank you, my dear,
Helene said, kindly. It reminded Liliana of how Eleni had transformed from a crotchety old woman she couldn't bear to be around to an admirable and beloved grandmother.
I don't know how you did it.
Liliana sighed. I felt like such a cripple the whole time I was there.
How could you give up your magic? I loved my magic, but it wasn't who I am. I had Ned, and we made a good life together.
The corners of Helene's mouth curved up.
Was he worth it? Oh, yes.
Liliana nodded and squeezed her hand.
Well, I have work to do.
A healer stepped into the room and curtsied.
Ma'am, there is a servant outside waiting to take you to your father.
Excellent.
Liliana turned and went down the hallway, gratitude filling her to be home again.
Chapter 30. Kawaii.
A flicker of late spring light filtered through the outside leaves against Lily's eyelids. She groaned and rolled over, pulling her pillow over her head. Memory returned, and she sat up with a lurch. Glancing around, she smiled at the familiar bedroom. Since yesterday had been Saturday, and her father wasn't on call, the family had gone to the beach. Lily hated sand. She wouldn't normally have gone, but after her trip to Orthedale, she hadn't wanted to be away from her family. They were too important. Of course, wearing a bathing suit had meant she couldn't hide the bruises on her neck. Mother'd had to come apart. It'd take all Lily's acting abilities to convince her it was just the leftovers of makeup she had been messing around with for another play. Luckily, the healer in Orthedale had faded the bruises enough to make the story believable. Lily, the princess's voice whispered from the mirror, pulling Lily from her thoughts. She scrambled from her bed to the dressing table. How's Nana? Lily asked. She is healing well. Liliana looked pale and tired.
Is everything all right?
Lily asked.
Is your father all right?
He is hale and healthy, though he is being tested greatly.
Liliana rubbed her temples.
The ambassador? Yes. Jermaine's antics have set back our relationship with Soldaris.
What happened to Jermaine?
He appears to have burned himself out and is being tended in the sanatorium.
And we helped him do it.
Lily grinned, savoring the intense satisfaction.
Yes, we did.
Liliana looked as pleased with herself.
What will you do now?
The princess's expression sobered.
I must try to make amends.
Look, you were a victim of a vile man, but it's time now for you to be a survivor, Lily said, trying to sound like her mother.
Don't you let Jermaine steal another second of your life. Not one.
Liliana's eyes filled with tears, and her lips trembled, but she nodded. Lily wished she could give the princess a hug. She really looked like she needed one.
But what about relations with Theronia? Lily asked. Would you really marry their prince to keep the peace? Political marriages are sometimes necessary.
Liliana said the words stiffly.
Ew.
Lily cried, and the princess burst out laughing.
When you did that, I could see Meg doing the same thing.
She totally would.
But you guys have to get creative on your peace talks or whatever.
A thought occurred to Lily, and she leaned forward. Seriously,
since you and I are linked, I don't want to get stuck with that guy's doppelganger.
I'm sure we will find some way. They talked about the surprise appearance of Maggie's magic and Ward's promotion to captain. Lily was dying to ask how Drew was doing, but she couldn't bring herself to do it.
Or about Liliana's kiss with Andy.
Had he only done it because he had noticed the change and liked the princess better? Lily had no idea how she would feel when she saw him again, or if he would notice a difference in her. Andy and Meg would be coming home today. Would Lily's days in Orthedale change their friendships? Had Liliana's time here already done that? Lily didn't want to think about it. I'm confused about something, she said. Oh, the princess asked, wary. There's an inconsistency in the links between doppelgangers. My father and Emmy were both hurt by Jermaine in this dimension because he hurt the king and Emma Bell. Lily pointed to the pale marks on her neck. So, why aren't you bruised? That is a very good question. Liliana looked thoughtful. It might be because what he did to our fathers and sisters was magical, whereas this was physical. She frowned. But no. Right. The aneurysms were physical. It's something I'll have to discuss with my father. The princess frowned. If this is something we even wish to know more about. You do if it will save people's lives. Indeed. You're right, of course. The princess paused, as though listening. Then she smiled. I must make haste. We're having a family breakfast. I'm glad to hear that. I am as well. Liliana paused before saying, I hope we will speak again. Me too. The girl's image in the mirror faded, and the reflection became Lily again. Neither of them had spoken of Nana and Eleni either. Had the women made up their minds yet? Taking a deep breath, Lily opened her bedroom door and listened to the comforting sounds of her family sleeping. She glanced at Nana's door. It had been 2 days. Who slept behind it? Lily slowly turned the knob. The blackout blinds had been pulled down, and the room was dark. Nana? A dark shadow moved, the rustling of the sheets loud in the otherwise silent room. Lily squinted, trying to force her eyes to adjust to the darkness. She wished she had given Nana one last hug before she and the princess had switched back. Unable to stand it any longer, she moved to the side of the bed and felt for a hand. She found one, a wrinkled, arthritis-crippled old hand. A beloved hand. Lily began to cry, but the hand moved to her cheek and brushed the tears away. I don't understand, Nana. How could you give up being young again?
Youth isn't all it's made out to be, my lilybug,
she said with a chuckle. Neither is being old and in pain.
There are different kinds of pain. How could I leave my family? We decided that, for however much time we have left, we wanted to spend it with our loved ones.
Thank you, Nana. Lily wrapped her arms around the frail old shoulders.
How has it felt to be home?
Nana asked, brushing Lily's hair back from her face. Andy and Meg are due back today, and I have plans to make.
Andy won't know what hit him, her grandmother said.
That, Lily said with a grin, is exactly what I'm hoping for.
So, now that you've heard the story, my question for you is, do you think the girls ended up with the right guys? That granddaughter, who was the inspiration for the 2 main characters in this story, when she read the first draft of this, told me she ended up with the wrong guy. So obviously she connected more with Drew. And so I wrote another book. But as I had mentioned before, this is a complicated story because it has 2 plot lines, and in this first book, they were tied together. When I wrote that other version, the one where Drew is desperate to get back to Lily, and he finagles a swap. Poor Andy still doesn't know what's going on until he ends up in Orthedale. Anyway, I loved the idea, but this particular one is going to need a lot of work. And if you're satisfied with the girls where they're at, should I write another book? Help me out. I'll provide a link for you to weigh in at the end of this video. And let me know.
Thank you for listening to Dangerous Reflection, written by Ray Kinsley, a pen name for Donna K. Weaver. Narrated by Ava AI. Print copyright 2024 by Donna K. Weaver. Audio copyright 2024 by Donna K. Weaver. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to know when new audiobooks or other fun videos are available.